Welcome to my JavaScript course. I just want to take a few minutes to go over how this course is structured. If you take a look at this course, it's divided into sections. Each section will focus on a specific part of JavaScript. The sections will contain lectures that are meant for you to follow along. I don't spend a lot of time talking, so you shouldn't plan on taking a break and be prepared to work. Throughout most of the lectures, there are activities. Activities are opportunities for me to guide you through some projects. You are meant to follow along as we build working code. Occasionally, there will be assignments. Assignments are designed for you to use what you've learned and work on your own. I highly encourage you to put in the best effort and try to complete each assignment. But if things get too tough, don't worry. I provide a video walkthrough showing my solution to the assignment. As a reminder, you need to have a good internet connection in order to see the code properly. All right, let's get started. This course has over 14 hours of content and intensive coursework. Here are my tips on getting the most out of this course. Number 1, follow along with all the lectures. Don't just watch, actually do the work. So I've structured all the lectures so that I'm not just talking and you listening. I actually want you to follow along and do as I do. Number 2, try out the assignments on your own. Don't just skip to the answer. I provided several assignments to challenge you and reinforce what you have learned in each of the lessons. It's very important to get in the habit of not being afraid to fail. So it's okay if you mess up and you can't get things to work. You actually learn more by making mistakes and having to figure out how to fix the problem, because then you'll learn not to make those mistakes, and oftentimes you'll learn something new that maybe I haven't even taught you yet. Number 3, help other students if you know the answer to a question. So in the Q&A, if somebody posts a question, I'm not going to jump on there right away and answer it. I really want you to be involved and use what you've learned to try and help other students. This is going to help you in the long run, because I feel that in order to best learn something, you should be able to teach it to somebody else. And number 4, there are many ways to solve each problem. So there's going to be a basic kind of pattern to solving each of the assignments and problems that we're going to encounter in this course, but just take note that each solution is going to have small variations that you can do that will still work. So you don't have to do it exactly the way I did it. If you find a way that is a little bit different but also works, that's perfectly fine. There's so many ways to do the exact same thing, especially when it comes to code. I want to take a quick minute or two here to go over my coding style, because you're going to notice that when you see tutorials or watch videos or read books from different instructors or developers, that you're going to see the coding style is going to be a little bit different. And let me just point out a few key things that are important and kind of going forward in the courses. As you follow along with my course, you'll be seeing my version of my coding style. So first thing is about semicolons. So JavaScript does not require semicolons at the end of lines. Some programming languages do, some do not. So for JavaScript, you can put them in there. So you can see for my preference, I don't put the semicolon at the end, but for other people or that prefer the semicolon, you can put it in there and it just goes at the end of the line. There are occasions where the semicolon is required, but this is not going to be at the ends of lines. So for example, in a for loop, you can see that inside of these parentheses I have semicolons there. So these are required. If they are required in a situation, you will see that I will add them, because of course my code is not going to work, but otherwise I'm just not going to include them. So if you want to add semicolons at the ends of your lines, because that's what your preferences or what your work likes to do, then feel free to go ahead and do that, just to make a habit out of it. Else just kind of follow my coding standard and my preference and go without. All right. Another thing that kind of developers argue about is indentation with the tabs or spaces. So you can see this top one is just a tab. This one is multiple spaces. That kind of simulates the same kind of thing. For me, I don't really care. I don't feel really strongly about either or, but I just like using tabs because tabs is faster and easier, because I don't have to remember that I have to do 2 spaces here, 4 spaces there, and so forth and so on. I just remember that there's tab 1, tab 2. So let me go back to the previous slide. So you can see that the indentation is kind of important in the styling of how you do things, because it makes things more readable. And as before, if you are at an office where they already have their coding style, if they're using tabs, go ahead and use tabs. If they're using spaces, go ahead and use spaces and kind of follow along with what they're doing, just to get in the habit of it, or else just follow along with the coding style that I'm going with. In this course, we're going to be using the web browser for most of our lessons. The web browser actually allows us to run our JavaScript code within it without having to install anything else. For this course, we will be using the Google Chrome web browser. Most of you probably have Google Chrome already installed on your Windows or Mac computers, but if you don't, it's okay. You can head on over to google.com/Chrome, and then there should be a blue button that says Download Chrome. Once you have Google Chrome installed, you are ready to move on to the next lessons. The next thing that I want you to install is a code editor. So a code editor basically lets you edit code quickly and easily. The code editor can also find syntax and formatting issues very easily to ensure that you're writing proper code and to make sure that you don't spend a lot of time wasted on finding a missing space or a missing comma or something like that. So the code editor that we're going to be using is called Visual Studio Code. It is completely free, and it's also available for both Windows and Mac computers. So head on over to code.visualstudio.com, and then you should see a download button somewhere. If you're on Windows, just grab the one that's there, and if you're on Mac, grab the Mac version. And once you get this downloaded, go ahead and install it. You can just choose all the defaults, and you should be ready to go. Okay, let's do a little bit of setup on our code editor. So go ahead and open up Visual Studio Code if you do not already have it open. We're going to go over to the left here. So the left here is a bunch of navigation buttons. So if you click on this one or that one or this one, they have little pop-ups that open after you clicked on something. So the top one here is for files. So this shows you what files you're looking at. We'll get to that in a second. This is a search that does searching stuff. Source control, we're not going to worry about in this course. Debug, we're not going to worry about in this course. Extensions, we are going to add one extension to this, but we can do that later because we don't need it quite yet. So let's go back up to this file thing here. So you can see that it says you have not yet opened a folder. So let's go ahead and click Open Folder. And I'm going to go to Desktop, and I'm going to right click, and then I'm going to say New Folder. So obviously if you're on a Mac, this is going to look a little bit different, but I think you get the idea. Just go to your Mac desktop and create a new folder there through Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to call this folder JavaScript. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and open this folder, and then I'm going to create another folder inside of here. And I'm going to call this section 2. So this is the name of the section that you're currently on in the course. And I'll do the same thing for section 3 because we will be there pretty soon. 3, alright. And then you can add your additional folders as you get through your sections. I will try to remind you at the beginning of every course to do so. Alright, so let me open up, let's see, where are we? So let's go back to the desktop. So if you see this little navigation up here, click on Desktop, and then click on JavaScript, and then click the button that says Select Folder. Okay, and now you see the page refreshed a little bit. You can close this welcome message here because you don't need that. But you can see that this up here is the JavaScript folder that we clicked on and that we said select folder. And then here are the two folders inside of there that we created that are inside of that JavaScript folder. All right. So for section 2, we're not going to have anything in here because this is the last lesson of the section. But in section 3 and going forward, we may have files that we are working on, and this way you can save them for future use and you're ready to go. The web browser comes built with a console that allows you to directly enter in JavaScript code. You can run it there and you can see the results immediately. So there's a few ways you can get to it. First way is if you open any web page. So I just went to google.com. So why don't you go ahead and open your Chrome browser to google.com, and once you see this page or something similar to it, go ahead and right click anywhere and then choose the inspect button. And then your window might pop up in a different location. I think usually it's at the bottom here, but it doesn't really matter. There's a tab here that says console. Go ahead and click that. And now you can see that there's a little, you don't have to worry about those. You can see that there's a little greater than sign here. So if you type in something, so let's type in something. So let's say var my name equals Jason, and then go ahead and hit enter, and then you can see that you just added some code into the code editor. And then if you type in my name and hit enter, and now you see that the next line says Jason. So don't worry about anything that you don't know what you actually did right now, but I'm just demonstrating that this is the code editor and it's actually processing your JavaScript code. So this is the first way you can get to the console, but I'm going to do something different. If you go up here to the top and change the URL to jsconsole.com and hit enter, it will take you to this website. So this looks very similar to the console that we saw that's built into the browser, but this is actually somebody's website that is acting as a console. But if I do that same command, var my name equals Jason, and then I type my name, and then you can see it return Jason. So it's a little easier and cleaner to see. So for this course, I am going to be using the jsconsole.com website, and I will show you more on how to use this as we go through it. But I would recommend bookmarking this page because we're going to be using it for most of our lessons. It is now time for you to write your first line of code. Well, if you followed along with the last lesson and typed what I typed, then that was actually your first line of code. But who's counting, right? So if you did follow along and your screen looks like this, go ahead and hit the refresh button on the browser. So that'll clear out everything. And let's type in alert. And then you're going to do a parentheses here. So like the left parentheses. And we're going to do double quotation mark and type in capital H for hello. And then capital W for on world, so hello world, with the exclamation point at the end, and do a double quotation mark and do a closing parentheses. So you can see that the left one here is called open parentheses, the right one is called closing parentheses. All right, and if you hit the enter key, you will get this little alert pop-up that pops up that says hello world. All right. So congratulations, you've written your first line of code, maybe your second, but it's your first line of code that I have specifically taught you how to write, and you've made something happen. So you can see that the browser processed your code from the console, and it did something with it. So if you want to put something else in the alert, you can do that. Hello world is just the very common basic thing to output whenever you're doing any programming. So even if you go to college and you learn how to do programming, the first thing that you're going to learn most likely is how to do hello world. All right, so let's do another one. So let's get to code number 2, or line of code number 2. So alert, left parentheses, double quotes, and then I'm going to do my name is Jason. If your name is Jason, you can write the same thing, but if your name is not Jason, then I would expect you to write your own name. So go ahead and type in that. So alert, left parentheses, double quotes, and then whatever your name is, and then double quotes again, and then the right parentheses, and hit enter, and there you go. So if you followed along and you typed exactly what I typed, then you would have this little alert message that popped up that says, my name is Jason. All right, so this was our first actual coding lesson. Congratulations, you completed it. Let's do some more. Okay, so in this section, we are going to learn about variables. So if you remember back to math, we had variables in there. It was those problems that were like, let me open up a new file here. So if you go to the section 3 folder and highlight it there, there's a button up here that says new file. Go ahead and click that, and then I'm just going to call this variables. All right, and let's see. So in math, you would see problems like x plus 20 equals 25, right? And then the x is the variable. Pretty much the same concept in programming, but instead of like math, you actually are the one who are defining the variable. So in a math equation, you're trying to figure out what x means, but in programming, you're telling it what x is going to be. So in order to create a variable, so creating a variable is called defining a variable. Okay, so creating a variable is, in programming language, defining a variable. So to define a variable, it is very simple. You just do the keyword var with a space, and then you give it a name. So you want to give it something meaningful. You don't want to just say x, because you might not know what it means. What is this x for? So in this math problem, this x is probably okay, but if you're trying to figure out car type, right? If you're trying to figure out the type of car it is, and you have x there, and you have 100 variables in your code, then x is not very meaningful. So you're gonna have to go back and try to figure out what the x means. But anyways, so give your variable a good name. So var space and the name of the variable is how you define a variable. All right, so I am going to go ahead and do one more. So let's say var space car color, and then I've defined another variable. So right now I have two variables. I have car type and car color. And we'll practice some more on the next lesson. Okay, now it is your turn to define some variables. So let's just take our document here that we're working on. I'm just going to put a bunch of these dashes in there. All right, so I want you to define variables. So just come up with something. So let's say define a variable for hair color. Define a variable for eye color. Define a variable for address. Define a variable for phone number. All right. Okay, did you get it? If not, it's okay. Let's do it together. So let's do the keyword var space. What was the first one? Eye color. Okay. Let's do another one. Var space hair color. Okay. And another one. Var space phone number. And let's do one more. Var space address. Okay. So we have defined 4 variables. Congratulations, you did it. And now move on to the next lesson. Alright, so you've learned how to create variables. So now we need to talk about some naming rules. So you can pretty much name your variables almost anything you want. I'm going to say almost because there are some rules. So let's use our text file here and just add some more dashes in. So I'm going to put naming rules. So number one, you can start your variable with any letter. Okay, so it can be a capital letter, lowercase letter. Number two, can't start with a number. You cannot start with a number. So you have to always start your variables with a letter. There are some exceptions, but it's not best practice, and it's better just to not do it. So start your variables with your variable names with a letter. Okay. Number three, any length. So they can be as long as you want. So you can have, as we saw, a single letter variable with an X, and you can have a variable with the whole alphabet in it, but that would be kind of long and annoying to rewrite again. So try to keep it short and simple if you can, but you can adjust the length. Okay. All right. Number four, they are case sensitive. All right. So that means that, let me go up here. So you see this eye color. So if I do var eye color like this, these are not the same. So you see this is a capital C and this is lowercase c. So these are actually two different variables. They have all the same letters in the same order, and they look pretty much the same except for that one capitalization, but these are two different variables. So you have to remember that they are case sensitive. So if you wanted it to be like this, then you need to type it like that every time you use it. Okay. And number five, use camel case. All right, so camel case is what we see here. So if you have a single variable, so let's say var I, it's perfectly fine to write it like this. So camel case, you're going to start your variable with a lowercase letter. So just remember that, and going forward in this course, it's always going to be a lowercase letter starting your variable names. Okay, so you see that this is var I, so it's all lowercase. But then if you have two words, so let's see, let's do var I color again. So I is going to be all lowercase, and then the next word is going to have a capital letter and then all lowercase again. So I color, so that is what camel case is, because kind of like a camel, it has humps in the middle, I guess, is why they call it that. But remember, always start your variables with lowercase. So the majority of the letters in your variable is always going to be lowercase, and then you'll have some uppercase letters in there every once in a while when you have a new word. And one more rule, number 6, reserved words. Okay, so I added another file in here, so this will be attached to this lesson, so you can download it and add it to this folder, so you don't have to type it out, because there's quite a few of reserved words. So reserved words means that you cannot use these words in your variable name because it will cause problems and it's just not allowed. So you can see that these are all, let's see, there's 64 of them right now. That list can grow or shrink as the language changes, but this is pretty much the list. You can, however, use these words in combination with other words. So let's say, so if I have a variable called do something, that's perfectly fine. I just can't have a variable that's just called do, okay? So remember that. I will give this file to you so that you can have it, and it's pretty easy to not have the case where you're using a reserved word, but every once in a while you might bump into it where you try to create a variable, like for example, I want a variable called double, but you can't have a variable called double because it's reserved for something else in the language, so it doesn't allow it. All right, okay, so that is all about the variable rules. All right, so far you have learned how to define variables, But our variables are missing something. So we've given the variable a name, but we haven't given it a value yet. So let's go over to our Chrome browser here, and let's type in one of our variables, so like var eye color, okay, and then hit enter. And to kind of see what's in the variable, you just type the name of the variable. So don't put the var in again, you've already defined it. So just type in just type in eye color without the var, and then you can see that it says undefined. That's because that the variable doesn't have a value there, so it's not returning anything. So it doesn't have anything to give you. So this variable is there, but it's not very useful right now. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to give value to our variable. So let's go into our note here and put some more dashes, and just for your notes, this is how you do it. So var, say eye color, and then we're going to do the equal sign. So the equal sign is called the assignment operator. So I'll type that up here. Equals is assignment operator. Okay, so that means that it is assigning something. So it is assigning a value to the variable name that we've created. So var space the name of the variable space equal sign and then a space, and then we're going to use double quotes. So double quote, and then I'm going to type in blue and then put another double quote. Okay, so now we have given this a value of blue for the eye color. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and let's refresh. And if you go ahead and paste, so var eye color equals blue, or you can type it again if you want, but I'm trying to be lazy here, and hit the enter. And now if you type in eye color, you can see now it's giving you blue, and including those double quotes there. So you can see that now we have a variable with a value. So it's more meaningful than what we had before, where we just had a bunch of variables that didn't have any values. So cool. Alright, so the value that we gave to our variable was called a string. So anytime that you have a value that is wrapped in double quotes, that is a string. So let's take a look at it again. So var eye color equals blue, and you notice that I put these double quotes around it. So when anything has double quotes around it, that's called a string. Okay, just remember that words that go in there have to be in double quotes. So this is called a data type. So there's multiple data types, and we'll get to each one later on in different lessons, but right now we're dealing with strings. So strings are going to be words. So you can put a whole sentence in there, you can put just a single word, you can even put numbers in there. So we'll get to that later, because numbers do a whole nother thing, but right now we're going to keep it simple and just go with strings. So you can see that eye color is blue, but you can also do strings with a single quote around instead of double quotes. So JavaScript accepts both double quotes or single quotes. So if you're like Googling on the web for like answers to stuff, some people might be using double quotes around strings, some people might be using single quotes. Oops. Let's do my coding correctly. Our hair color equals brown. Alright, so it doesn't really matter, but I'm going to tell you that for this course I want you to use double quotes around your strings, and I will tell you why. It's because that the code is looking for the other end. So this is remember, this is an opening double quote, and this is a closing double quote. So imagine what happens here. So let's do another variable. So var I'm just going to call this sentence equals, and I have two single quotes, right? So I can't see you. All right, so remember, opening single quote, closing single quote. So what happens when I have a single quote in here? So this is actually going to break my code. So it is going to do this opening, and then it's going to think that this is a closing single quote. And then this is all, oops, then all this stuff after it is going to be messing up the code, and it's going to throw an error. And let's see what happens when I do this. So you can see syntax error, unexpected token, expected semicolon, but that's not really true of what happened. So what actually happened was that the console compiled the code, which means that it took the code and it tried to process it, and it found a single quote in here. So it thought that this was your string, and then it didn't know what to do with this, because this is not a string, because strings have to be wrapped in a single quote or a double quote. So instead of that, I'm going to do a new one, new sentence equals, we're going to do double quotes, because that way we don't have to run into that issue. So I can't see you. So now you can see there's an opening double quote and there's a closing double quote, and inside there's a single quote, but that's fine because the code is looking for the other end of the double quote. So if I do this and then I type in new sentence, and then it says I can't see you with that single quote in there, fine. So another coding convention, just always use double quotes for this course. If you want to use single quotes later on after you're done with this course, go at it, but I recommend just using double quotes, and it avoids things like this happening. Alright, so this is a string, as I said. It just means that there's words, letters, numbers, whatever you want to go in between some quotations, and this is the first data type that we're learning about. Alright, so you've learned how to create variables, and then you've also learned how to create variables and assign them values. And you might be wondering, why would I ever want to create a variable that doesn't have a value? Well, sometimes the answer to that is because you don't know what the value is yet. So for example, if you have a form field on a web page, and then it asks a question, what is your name? You don't know what their name is until they put it in there. And if you wanted to use that name in a variable, you can't, because you don't know what their name is yet. You could put a temporary value in there and then just replace it with the new value, but that would kind of not be necessary. So what you can do is you can just create the variable and then give it an assignment later. So let me show you how to do that. So so I went ahead and cleared out my console by refreshing. So let's do var, let's do iColor again, iColor. So, and then if you type in iColor, you can see there's no value coming back. So let's say we have a web page that says, what is your eye color? And then they say, my eye color is green. So in order to give a value to a variable that has already been created but has not been defined yet, is to do this. You say the name of the variable, and then you do your equal sign for assignment, and then you type in whatever you want the value to be. So in this place, green, and then you're going to wrap it with the double quotes there. Okay, and now when you type in eye color, and now it's going to give you the value of green. Okay, and another thing to do here is that, what if, oh, they made a mistake, their eye color is not green but it's actually blue. So what you can do is you can change the value of the eye color. So we can say blue with the double quotes around it and hit enter, and now you can see eye color is no longer green, but now it's blue. So we only use the var keyword when you are first creating the name of the variable. So you saw that we can do just create the name by itself, or you can create a name and assign it a value at the same time, or in this case we're just creating a name and then assigning the value later, and then we can change the value of that variable very easily by assigning a new value to it. Alright, so it is your turn to create some variables with value. So let's go on our text document here and put some dashes in there. Go ahead and create a variable. I'm just going to call this something equals the world. All right. So I want you to define a variable and give it a value and assign it a value at the same time. So my example is var something equals the world, and then I want you to create 2 or 3 variables that assign a string to it. So you can do whatever you want. So go ahead and get at it. And if you haven't finished yet, then just take your time, but I'm going to go ahead and move forward. So I'll do var, let's see, movie equals, let's say, Home Alone. It's almost Christmas over here, so why not? Var song equals Jingle Bells. Alright, let's get all Christmassy. So that's all you have to do. So we've defined a variable and given it a value at the same time. Okay, this is your first project where you get to go out and do the exercise on your own. And if you get stuck, don't worry about it. You can come and look at the solution for the project and figure out where you went wrong. But it should be pretty simple for this very first project just to get you started. For the projects going forward, I want you to go ahead and create a JS file. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So in the section 3, go ahead and highlight that. Create a new file and then call this variable library.js. So JS is the file extension for JavaScript, so it's a JavaScript file, and you can see that when we put that there, there's a little icon that says it's a JS or a JavaScript file. Okay, so this is where I want you to do this activity, where I want you to put the values of the activity here. And if you want to make sure that it runs, you can just go ahead and copy all of the code that you put in here, and you can just go over to JS console and paste it in there and just hit the enter key. You can paste it all at once if you want, and it will work just fine, or you can do it one line at a time if you want it also. Attached to this project is a booklist.txt file. So here's what the project is. I want you to create 10 variables. They're all just going to be book 1, book 2, book 3, and all the way up to 10. So just book and the number of the book. So you can see this is 1 through 10. So I just want book 1 through 10. All right. And then the text here is what is going to be the value for each of the book. So you can see that there's multiple words. Some of them have periods. Some of them is just a single letter. So this one has a question mark, and so forth and so forth. So remember what you do with text variables or strings to make sure that it's a correct variable. So I want you to do this all in one step. So define the name of the variable and assign it a value of the name of the book as a string, and all in one step. So this shouldn't take you too long. If you want to copy and paste the text into your file, that's perfectly fine. Just make sure that you do all the updates that need to be done to make sure that your variable declaration and assignment are correct. Alright, well done. Hope you did well on that assignment. And let me show you how I am going to do it. So we already created a variable library.js file, so you don't have to do that again. I'm going to just go ahead and copy this because I believe in making things easy. Alright, and you can see that there's a bunch of errors in here. You might have noticed this when you were working on it. This is because this is not correct JavaScript code. So what we're going to do is, at the beginning of this, type var space book1 space equals space, and then do our double quote, and then do our double quote at the end. And now you can see that the error went away now. Okay, let's do the same thing for the next line. Var space book2 space equals, and then double quote and double quote. Good. And let's go to the next line. Var book3 equals double quote, and just repeat the process. And down to number 6 here. Number 7, and number 8, and I made up all of these book titles myself, so if I actually did get one, if I actually did get a book title correct that actually exists, that would be pretty amazing. I'm pretty sure The End is a book. Oops. So I think that's definitely going to be the one that I do get. So, alright, so you can see this is nicely formatted now. I'm just going to save this. You can do a Control S, or you can go over here and do save. And then I'm going to just copy this. You can go over to the console here. And let's see, you can do a Control V and paste that in there and hit enter. And now you can see that it did take all of those lines of code, and if I type in book 1 and hit enter, and it gives me the value for book 1. And then let's do book 8 just for fun. So book 8 is indeed oh, I have an error here. So I was wondering why book 8 was not giving me the correct title. It's because I have 2 book 8s. So it's very good to spot check what you're doing. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, copy that and then go back over here. I'm so glad that I checked that. So very simple mistake, but it gives us the wrong value. And go ahead and enter there. And then let's do book 8 again. So book 8 is Who Stole Second Base. Book 10, The End. Book 2, The Secret Life of an Ant. Alright, so it looks like everything is perfectly correct. So that is the end of this project. So congrats for finishing this lesson. So you have learned how to create variables, how to assign them values, and you've done some exercises to reinforce that knowledge. I want you to keep this file, so make sure you save this with the correct data in here, because we will revisit this variable library data in a later lesson, and we'll see if we can make this even better. But you'll learn about that when we get there. All right. Okay, this is going to be a very short section on code comments. So let's go ahead and go to our section 5 folder here and create a new file. And we're just going to call this comments.js. Okay, so a comment is just a annotation, I guess, on the code that tells the console that this is not to be run. It's just there for the developer or for whoever is looking at your code, so that they can understand kind of what you're doing. So you can give them additional details, and sometimes people like to put a header up in the top and like say created by so and so on this date, last modified, and you can do that all in comments. So let's start for an example. So I'm just going to put a few lines here, and on line 3 here I'm going to create a variable that says var my name, And then at the top here, I'm going to say this is a variable for storing my name. Okay, so this is text. This is not a comment though. So if I try to put this into the console, so let me go ahead and refresh here. If I try to put this into the console, I'm going to get an error because the compiler does not understand how to deal with this. Alright, so in order to make a comment, you just put these 2 forward slashes in front, and you can see how Visual Studio Code changed it to green. So it did some auto syntax highlighting kind of thing that makes you aware that this is a comment. Okay, so let's go and copy this and let's paste that in here. Oops. And enter, and now you see there is no error. So it saw this comment annotation here and it just skipped over that bit of code because it's basically that says pay no attention to this, just move on to the next bit of code that does not have comments. So it just went down here, and if I actually I didn't give it a value, so I can't see what the value is, but that works. So this is one type of comment. There's another type of comment that's called a multi-line comment. So what if you had lines like this? So it's like name, date, something like that. And you could go in and add comments like this, but there's another way to do it because that would get kind of tiresome after a while. So what you can do is what they call a multi-line comment. So what it looks like is you do a forward slash and then the asterisk, and then you can see that this became commented already, and then you want to do an asterisk forward slash, and now when I do that, you can clearly see that this is a comment but this is not. And it is very important that you put this ending part here, because if I remove that, now the actual code part is commented out too. So it's just going all the way to the end of my file, which is not what I want to happen. So make sure that you put this in here. Okay, so I have a shortcut for you. So if you are using a Mac, it's going to be command / and if you're using a Windows PC, it's going to be control /. So if you put your cursor anywhere on the line that you want to be commented, so let's just comment this one out and do control /, then it automatically comments the code for you. And then if you do that again on the same line, it uncomments it out. So remember that shortcut key, because that is one of my favorite things to do, because sometimes I comment out code just so that I can test bits and pieces of it to make sure that I know which one is possibly causing me a problem, and this is an easy way to do it. You can do it with multiple lines of code. So let's just create a bunch of horrible variables here. Alright, so if I do this, and then I can highlight all of this and do my shortcut key, and I can get all of them to be commented and uncommented out. So it makes it super fast and easy. Alright, so go ahead and do that. It's very good to comment your code as much as you can, because if you don't remember what it does, the comments will likely help you out, and it's a very important trait to have. Alright, so we're going to be talking about number variables in this lesson, and going forth in this section we're going to talk about all the different things that we're going to be doing with numbers. So right now let's talk about number variables. So let's put a comment in here, number variables, and declaring a variable is going to be the same thing. Let's just call this first number equals, and then the value for your number variable is going to be a number. So remember, strings have single or double quotes around them. Well, numbers are not going to have that. So this is how you declare a number variable. So that is a number. Let's do another one. Var first number. So the number can be like a simple number like a 1 or 2 or 100 or whatever, or you can do decimals also. So that's also valid. Let's call this a different variable name though. Second number, all right. And then third number, you can even do things like you can put the number in scientific notation, 5, 1, 2, 3, and then e to the 5th power, right? So let's put all of these, let's copy this, let's go to our JS console and paste that in there. Go ahead and hit enter. If you type in first number, it'll give you that 1. If you type in second number, it'll give you that decimal, and then if you type in third number, it will give you the actual kind of long version of this. So you can see that even though this has a letter in it, the code is going to recognize that this is scientific notation, and it's not gonna try to treat it as a string and throw an error. So you can do things like that. In JavaScript, you can use operators to do math equations, just like in regular math. So we have things like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So let's head on over to the console here, and I'm going to show you that you don't even need to create a variable to do this. So I can do something like 1 plus 1, and then it'll give me the answer is 2. 2 minus 1 equals 1. And then 10 or 100 divided by 10 equals 10, and then 25 divided by 5 equals 5. So you can see that you can do math equations in JavaScript without even creating a variable. But you can also do things like you can store the value of the answer inside of a variable. So var add this equals 1 plus 1, and then if you call add this, then you'll get 2. So you're not going to get 1 plus 1 back when you're asking for the value of the variable. It's going to compute what's in the variable, and it's going to return the value for you. All right. So just remember, you can do this with all of the addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication with your numbers. Alright, so you learned about the basic operators, but there are some ones that I'm going to call special math operators. It's the ones that are going to be less common. This is going to be exponential. So this is like 2 to the power of 3, 2 to the power of 4, whatever you want. And then, let's see, this one is going to be remainder, and this is an increment, and then this is decrement. All right, so let me show you examples of this. Let's go on over here. All right, so if you do, let's do the exponent first. So 3, and then these stars to the power of 2, you're going to get 9, right? And then 2 to the power of 3, you're going to get 8. So this is doing your exponentials. Let's go ahead and refresh here. The remainder is going to give you, so this percentage sign is called a modulo. So this is going to give you the remainder of whatever your division is. So if I do 10 modulo 5, I'm going to get 0 because I have no remainder. It divides evenly. But if I do 11 modulo 5, then I'm going to get 1 because 10 divides into 5 2 times with no remainder, but then there's going to be, for 11 divided by 5, there's going to be a remainder of 1. All right, and then let's create a variable for the next one. So var, let's call this increase me, all right, equals 1. Okay, so this increment operator, so which is a plus plus, this is going to add 1 to the value. So if I do increase me and then put plus plus, and then when you see we look for increase me again, it is giving us the value of 2. So let me show you what this is actually doing. So this incrementer is, so we did var increase me equals 1. So what this plus plus does is saying increase me plus, or actually equals increase me plus 1. Okay, so you're taking, let's go on the right side first. So you're taking the value that was assigned to increase me. So right now this is 1, right? And then you're adding 1 to it. Okay, so this is taking the value of increase me and adding 1 to it. So at the moment it's 1 plus 1. And then when that's done, it's storing that value into the increase me variable. All right, and if I did this again, so let me put it up here, increase me plus plus. Okay, so this is the same as this. All right, if I did this again at this point, then this would be the same thing as this, right? It's still the same, but the value of increase me is now 2, so it's 2 plus 1. And then this is going to equal 3. So let me show you over here again. So increase me is, the value of increase me is 2 right now. So if I do increase me plus plus again, what is going to be the value of increase me when I ask for the value? It's going to be 3 because it's taking the original value of 2 and then it's adding 1 to it. All right, and the other one is the same thing but in reverse. So var decrease me equals let's do 100, right? So decrease me minus minus, and then if you ask for the value, and it's going to give you 99. So same thing, it's taking the original value that was in here and subtracting 1 from it. So if you keep on doing this again, oops, if you do decrease me minus minus again and then ask for the value of decrease me after you're done, then it'll be 98. So I know this is a little tricky, but it's very important because we will use this more in one of our later lessons, but just remember that kind of this is what it's doing, and we'll go over it more once we get into the lesson that uses this. Since we're doing math here, we're going to follow the standard practices of math, and that is using order of operations. All right, so what that means is that multiplication and division problems always come before addition and subtraction when you're doing like a long series of things, right? So if you do 1 plus 2 minus 3, that's going to go in the order left to right, right? But if I were to do 1 plus 2 times 5, then it's actually going to do the multiplication part first and then the addition, because you can see that 2 times 5 equals 10, then plus 1 equals 11. If it went left to right, then it would be 1 plus 2, which would be 3 times 5, which would have been 15. So you can see that order operations is going to work exactly how you have it in math, and if you're using a calculator, same thing. So to get around that, you can use the parentheses here just like in math, and then do something like this, right? So then if you wanted it to be 15, then you can do it like that. So just remember, this is going to follow math left to right, unless there's a multiplication or division, which will go first instead, and then use parentheses if you want something to happen before something else. All right. Okay, so you've learned quite a bit about working with numbers and doing some math with those numbers and number variables. So let's do an activity where we're going to kick it up a little bit and use everything that we've learned about numbers and number variables to kind of do some math, right? Okay. All right, so let's start off by, let's create a variable called answer. We're not going to assign a value to it because at this point we don't know what the value is going to be, but we're going to do some math to give it a value, right? Okay, so let's take a variable. So let's call this number 1, and then let's do another variable number 2. Okay, so right now none of our variables have values. So let's give number 1 a value of, let's start with 20. Okay, and oops, number 1 equals 20. There we go. And then let's do another value for number 2, and that's equal to, let's just make it 10. Let's just make it nice, easy, round numbers. Okay, so if you say, I want the value for number 1, it's going to give you 20. I want the value for number 2, it's going to give you 10. All right, and let's see here. So let's take number 1 plus number 2, and that equals 30, right? So far so good. And then let's do let's put the answer in there. Remember, answer doesn't have a value in there right now, so let's take answer equals number 1 plus number 2. Okay, and now when we ask for the answer, it's going to give us 30. All right, so far what we've done was we've created variables with numbers in them, and then we've done math on those variables. We've also done math on those variables and shoved that answer into the answer variable. All right, okay, so let's do some more. Let's go ahead and refresh this, get back to the start here. All right, let's create a new variable for answer because we just wiped out the old one. Okay, and then var number 1 equals, let's do 20 again, and then this time I'm not going to assign the value for, I'm not going to create a variable for the second number. So let's do answer equals number 1 plus 5. Okay, and then when you ask for the value of answer, then you get 25. So now you can see that we can mix a combination of using the variable that has a value of a number and adding that to just a plain number that's not even assigned to a variable. Okay, so you can do combinations like that, and then even if I wanted to, I can answer equals 100 plus 1, and now the value of answer is now 101. So you can also do a number plus a number and then shove that into the answer. So far you've seen 3 ways of doing math on numbers. So 2 number variables being operated on with the math equation, or you can have 1 variable and a number, and that will work too, or you can have just all numbers, and you can have any number of combinations of this, because you can do 1 plus number 1 plus 5 equals 26, right? So number 1 was 20, so 1 plus 20 is 21, plus 5 is 26. So it doesn't matter what order they come in, just remember that this is going to be replaced by this number, and it's going to be treated like a number. Okay, and let's do one more, just so that we can do the order of operations. So var answer equals, actually nope, leave that blank, and then let's do var number 1 equals, let's see, let's do 15. Var number 2 equals 2. Var number 3 equals 10. Sure. All right. And then let's do answer equals, at this time, let's do some order of operation stuff here. So number 1 plus number 2 minus number 3 times, let's see, number 2. And remember, notice that I'm not putting the parentheses in here, so let's see what happens here. So answer, and we have -3. So let's see what happened here. So let's do 15 plus 2 equals 17, and then it's going to do this one next because there's a multiplication in here. So it's going to do, let's see, number 3 times, so this is going to be 20. So this is 10 times 2 equals 20. So 17 minus 20 equals -3. And that looks good. All right, so you can see that we can do a lot of different things with math operations very easily within JavaScript using variables or just using numbers. And just for fun, if you ever wanted to try to calculate something on the computer and you don't want to pull up the calculator app, you can just open up a console and just do it there. Alright, I'm going to do a quick video here to introduce this section and kind of remind you the difference between a number and a string. This section is called combining values versus doing math operations. So you really need to understand the concept. So let's put a comment here. This is going to be a string. This is going to be a number. Alright, so var, let's call this string, actually, let's call this number string equals 1, right, with the quotes around it, and then var just a number equals 1. All right, so these two things are not the same. This is a string, obviously, because as I've mentioned many times, strings have either a single quote or double quotes wrapped around them, or this is a number, right? So string, number. Number has no quotes around it, so that's what makes it a number. This is a string, this is a number. Just kind of beating this in your head so that you remember it. So this is a number string, right? So this is a number inside of a string, and this is just a number, all right? Okay, that's it. Just remember that difference between string and number. All right, so remember in the other section that we did about math, how this plus operator is, well, it's a plus, right? If you have two numbers, it's 1 plus 1, so it's the addition operator. But if you are doing if you use that plus sign with a string, then that's called concatenation. So concatenation. All right. So what that means is that it's going to combine the two strings together. Okay, so let's do an example here. So let's just take a string and then, so double quotes, hello, my name is, and double quotes, let's put a space after the is, and then plus, and then let's do another string. So I'm going to put my name in there with the period and double quotes, and hit enter, and you can see that it says hello, my name is Jason. It combined the two strings together into one sentence. Okay, so let's try another one. So let's create some variables out of it this time. So var first part equals hello, my name is space enter, and then var second part equals, then you just put your name and then period, right? Okay, and then let's do first part, oops, plus second part. Okay, and now you can see it says hello, my name is Jason. So just like how when you were doing math, you can enter in just the number and add it to another number, or you can enter in a string and add it to it and concatenate it to another string, or the third option is first part plus you can add a variable to a string there. So this variable has a string inside of it, and then you're adding it to just a plain string. So hello, my name is Steve. It's not Steve, but sure, why not? Just for the example, it is. Alright, so this is how you combine strings, and just like before, you can combine things as much as you want. So hello, my name is, so you can add these as much as you want, and watch what happens when I hit enter here. You can see hello, my name is, but it's all one word. That's because we didn't put any spaces in. So this is one trick that you need to remember when working with concatenating strings. That it's a common thing that happens is that you forget to put the spaces in. So usually what's typical is that you put the space in at the end of where it's supposed to go, as opposed to in the beginning. Because it's just more normal that way. It's kind of weird to have a space in front of things. This is just kind of like the way I've usually seen it done and how I've done it myself, but you can see hello, space, my name, space, and all that stuff. Another thing you can do is, let me clean this up. Hello, oops, hello. And then don't put a space in there, but then you can add a string with just a space and do something like that, and that works perfectly fine also. This is also very common, especially when you're working with variables, because the variable is not going to have a space in it. When people type it in there, it's going to just have like the word typically, and then you can kind of manipulate it like this. Alright, so this is how you combine strings, also known as concatenation. Okay, I need to show you something that's really important here, and it's a cause of a lot of problems when people are first learning to code. What is going to happen if I try to use the plus sign on a string and a number? What do you think will happen? So let's try something like this. So I'm going to do a string of 1 plus and a number of 1. So what do you think I'm going to get here? Am I going to get 2? I'm going to get 11. So it's not the number 11. You can see that this is now wrapped in quotes all the way around. So what happens here is that if you try to use the plus operator when there is a string, then it will concatenate it no matter what else is on the other side of that plus sign. So in this case, we have a string plus a number, so it's going to turn it into a string. So if I do 1 plus the string like that, it's still going to be 11 because it knows that there's a string there. If I do 1 plus 1 as a number, that works perfectly fine. If I do 1 plus 1 as a string, that is still going to be 11 because it's taking this and just kind of sticking it together, which is what concatenation is. It just combines it. So just remember that if you try to put numbers into your string, you have to be very careful that it's going to do exactly what it's supposed to do. If you're trying to build a string that is doing kind of something like this, it's probably better if you make it a string first instead of being a number, because if somebody looks at your code and is wondering why you're trying to concatenate a number into a string, it might not be obvious. But if it's indeed a string, then they'll know that it was intentional. Okay, it's time for our next project. So you are going to tell a very short story. So here is an example of my story. So in a farm not so far away, chicken saw that there was a corn. So this is kind of like an ad lib, if you've ever done ad libs, where it gives you like a sentence or a story, and then it has a bunch of blank spots in it where you use your own imagination to fill in the blank spots. So here is a sample of how you're going to be entering in the variables. So these are the variables that I want you to use. So place, person or animal, and thing, and that's where they should go. So what you're going to need to do is, number one, you're going to need to create 3 variables and assign them values of a place, a person or animal, and a thing. Okay, and then you're going to have to construct a sentence, and you're going to have to use string concatenation to construct the sentence to make sure that it looks formatted correctly, just the way that this one is, and that it's using the values that you have in your variables. All right, good luck. Have fun. All right, so I hope you were able to figure this out on your own, but if not, here goes. So console's ready here. I'm going to actually write it in here, and then I'm just going to copy and paste it to the console. So as I told you, I need 3 variables. So first one is called place, and then second one is called person or animal, and then the third one is called thing. Okay, and then I need to give a value to each one of these, and oops. And you could have added any value. You didn't have to use the ones that I gave to it. Alright, so place, let's see. Let's say the mall. Oops, this is a string, so you need to wrap it in quotes. So the mall, person or animal, cow, sure, and then thing. That there was no, let's see, presents. Sounds good. Alright, so I have my 3 variables that are strings, and then now I need to build out my story. So it's going to go like this. In a blank, so in a place, so place plus not so far away. So there's going to be a space after the place. Let me... Yep. Alright. Place not so far away. So actually, I'll just do it like this. So far away, comma, space, and then close the quote there, and plus, so this is where person or animal goes, plus, and then this is going to be space saw that there was no, plus thing, and then there's a period at the end, so I'm going to put that in there. So let me check this out. So in a place, so I have a space after here and a space before here, not so far away. Alright, looks good. So let's go ahead and try it out, and then we can see if there's any errors. Go ahead and paste that in there and hit enter. In a mall not so far away, cow saw that there was no presents. So grammar is wrong because it doesn't work for presents, but there were no presents, but whatever. Alright, I got my string working with all my spaces, and so basically I concatenated a bunch of strings with a bunch of variables that have strings for values, and it looks all good. So hopefully you were able to follow along if you were not able to complete it yourself, and looks good to go. Alright, move on to the next lesson. Alright, the first thing we need to do before we start into our if statement section, or our first logic section, we need to learn about comparison operators. So you learned about some of the operators already, plus, minus, division, and all that, but we need to use ones that are strictly for comparison. So let me start listing them out here. So there's the double equals, which is equal to, and then there's a triple equals, which means equal to also, but with type. And we'll go over what that means later. I'm just going to list them out for you right here. So this means not equals to. And then similarly, there's a version that has an extra equal sign there. And then there's the ones that you are familiar with in math. This is like less than, this is greater than, and then you have your other variations where it's like greater than or equal to, and then there's less than or equal to. So a lot of this looks very familiar to you, at least these the rows 6 through 9, but the ones at the top are going to be the ones that are less familiar to you, unless you've already done programming before. So less or equal. Alright. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on here. So if you open up JS console and just clear it out if you have anything there, and go ahead and we can just do things like 1 equals 1, and then it'll give us true. And then if I go 1 equals 2, it'll give us false. So you can just do your comparison right there. Remember, you can't just do a single equal sign, because a single equal sign is an assignment operator, which means that that's how you assign variables to the data to the variables. So you have to use the extra equal sign. All right, so let's do some more. So 2 equals to 1, sure, it's false. And going back to our list, remember we had that version that had 3 equal signs. So let's see what that does. So if I do 1 equals equals equals, and then it's still true, which is basically the same as what it does for the double one, but the triple one cares about the type. So remember that if the number doesn't have quotes around it, then it is just a number. If it has quotes around it, then it's a string. So that's the type. So there's a number type, and then there's a string type. So 1 equals equals, and then let's see what this does right here. So right now this is just the standard equality. It's not looking for type. So what do you think is going to happen? So based on what I just said, if I hit enter, it's going to be equals, because 1 and 1 are the same, sure. But if you want to be more strict and say that the type has to be correct, not just the character that's in the value, then you can do this, and now you can see that it's false, because the number 1 is a different type than the string of 1. Okay? Alright, so let's take a look at a few other ones. Let's do not equals. So 1 is not equals, so it's the exclamation point and equals, not equals to 2, and that should be true. Let's go ahead and clear this out. Let's see, 1 is not equals to 1, so this should be false, right? Okay, and then let's see, let's do 1 is not equals equals to 1, and that's false. Okay, and then 1 not equals equals to 1, and that's true. All right, and let's move on here. All right, so we'll do the ones that you probably are familiar with in math class. So 1 is less than 1, that's false. 1 is less than 2, that should be true. 1 is greater than 2, oops, and that's false. 1 is greater than 0. All right, and then you can do the 1 is less than or equal to 1, that's going to be true. 1 is less than or equal to 2, sure, still true. 1 is less than or equal to 0. Okay, so it's just inclusive or not inclusive, and that's pretty much it. So for a lot of what we're going to do, we're just going to use the double equal sign. We're not going to worry too much about the types, but it kind of depends on how you want to do it. But you do need to do keep extra attention on what the type is if you're not using the triple equals. But for now, I'm just going to use the double equals going forward. Okay, so it's time for us to get into the if statement, but I wanted to do a little diagram here so you can kind of conceptually understand how the if statement works. So an if statement is basically a decision. So let me put this thing out here that says decision. So basically this is going to be like a question. Are you alive? Actually, let's put, are you awake? It sounds much nicer. So are you awake? And then based on that, you'll get to something. So I'll just put this over here, and then I'll say glad you are awake. So I'll just kind of make this like as a message. So this is a question, and then this is a message, or this is an answer, and then this way. There we go. All right. So are you awake? And then if the answer is yes, and then it's going to say glad you are awake. All right. So this is kind of the flow. There's more pieces that can go into this because what if somebody says no? Then there could be a decision there, but we'll get to that later. Right now, I'm just going to show you the very basic. So it's just a simple question and an answer. If your answer is not yes, then you're not going to get a response. Obviously, if you're not awake, you're not going to give a response. You're just going to kind of be sleeping there. Okay, so let's go over here. So here is what an if statement looks like. So you're going to type the word if, and then you're going to do the parentheses here, and then this is where your question is. So I'm just going to do some math. So 1 equals 1. So if 1 equals 1, and then you do a curly brace here, and then if you go ahead and hit enter, it will automatically format it so you can see that it left a space here or a line break here, and then it put the next curly brace there. So this is kind of how it should be structured. So if this happens, then something is this is what's going to happen if this condition is true. So on our diagram here, so this is the if with the parentheses. So I'll change this to match. So if 1 equals 1, then they are the same. Okay, so in our code that we wrote, so this is if parentheses 1 equals 1, and then this is what's going to go in the curly braces. They are the same. So this is a message that we're going to output. So let's go ahead and do that over here. So to do a message, we're going to do console.log. So basically this just prints out a message into the console, and then you're going to do your double quotes in there, and then you're going to say they are the same. All right, and that's it. So let's go ahead and copy this and go back over to our JS console, and if you paste it and hit enter, and then you can see you got the message they are the same. All right, and let's see what happens when they're not the same. So let's go ahead and paste it again, and I'm going to change the 1 to a 2 there, and then go ahead and hit enter, and now you can see there's nothing was returned because we didn't tell it what to do if it's not the same. So like I said, we'll get to that later, but for right now you can see that when it matches, it does what's inside of those curly braces, which is basically printing this line. And then if it doesn't match, then it doesn't do anything because we didn't tell it to do anything. All right, so let's do another example here. So let's go back over to our editor here. So let's see, if 2 is greater than 1, and then same thing, console.log, and then double quotes, and then 2 is greater. All right, and then go ahead and copy this, and go ahead and paste it in here. All right, 2 is greater, and that works fine. Let's do it again and change it. So let's just change this to so they're both 2, and hit enter. Oops. Go to the end of the line and hit enter, and then now you can see there's nothing happening here. All right, so this is a very simple way to do it. You're not going to usually do things like this because these are things that are always going to either be true or false. So there's not much value in doing like a math kind of comparison like this that I did. But what we can do is we can kind of combine our variable with our comparison. So let's define a variable here. So var, let's call it some number equals 1. So let's just imagine that some number is a number that a user gave us, and we want to compare it with something. All right, so we can just do our if some number is equal to 1, then we can do console.log. Let's see, let's say the numbers are the same. Okay, so what we can do is copy this, go back into our JS console here, and hit enter, and you can see the numbers are the same. So we're using a variable here, so the value of the variable will be used in here. So it says some number, but it's going to use it's 1 and then compare it with 1. All right, let's go and clear that out. All right, let's take it another step forward. So I'm just going to copy this, and then actually let's change this. So let's say your number, and then var my number. Okay, so let's kind of imagine that this is the game where pick a number between 1 through 10 and try to guess what the number is and try to match it with my number. All right, so we're going to do your number. If your number equals my number, then console.log our numbers are the same. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this and paste it. So go ahead and run it, and you can see that nothing returned out because your number was 1, my number was 2, so since they didn't match, we didn't get a message because they were not the same. If I change my number to 1, now you can see we get the message, so our numbers are the same. Okay, so this has been the basic if statement, so very simple. You can see that you can use the comparison operators. What did we do? We did equality, we did greater than, and then we also substituted in some values with variables and compared it that way also. Alright, so let's do a little activity here, and let's see what we can do with the if statement. So I'm going to show you something real quick though. So there is a function in JavaScript called prompt. So basically what you do is you type in prompt and then parentheses, and then inside of that prompt you're going to put a string for what you want the prompt to say. So I'm going to put what is your name. Okay, and if you hit enter, then you'll see this is a prompt. So it says what is your name, and then a user can put in a value here. So I can put in my name and hit OK. All right, and then that just returns it. So what we can do out of that is that we can create a variable called answer, and then that's going to equal prompt, and then let's say what is your favorite color? All right. Okay, so you can see that so far everything is the same, but I'm going to put blue here. When I put that in here, you're going to see that nothing happened this time. But if I call answer, So I'm asking what the value of answer is. Now you can see blue. So what I've done essentially is I've created a variable and I'm assigning it a value of whatever the user enters in. So this is just a way to get the value, but then we're actually storing that value into the answer. So hopefully that made sense. Let's do one more just to make sure. So var answer 2, sure, and then we're going to call our prompt function here, and then there's going to be a string inside of there. So let's see, favorite cola, okay, or let's say soda, because not everybody might not know what cola means. So so once again, we're creating a variable called answer2, and then whatever the value that the user enters into the prompt is going to be stored into answer2. So let's go ahead and run this, and then you see favorite soda. Let's see, mine is probably Dr. Pepper. All right, and then hit OK, and then we'll do answer2, and then you can see Dr. Pepper. And do note one thing, that this is a string, so let me refresh this. Let's do var answer3 equals prompt, and then let's see, favorite number. All right, I'll just say 1, and then answer 3, and then you can see it took my answer of 1, but it is storing it into a string. So you just kind of have to keep that in mind, that whatever your answer is going to be, that you put into the prompt, is going to be saved as a string. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and refresh. All right, so let's do the exercise here. So let's call this what if. So let's just write a basic if statement. So let's put some room here. So if, and then I'm just going to put kind of the structure here. So what do we want to ask? So if let's do var answer, and then we'll figure out what we're going to assign it to in a second. So if answer equals something, and then I'll say console.log, and then it'll be something. All right, so let's use our prompt. All right, okay, so right now we have pretty much like boilerplate, or just like a stubbed out code. So we have all the pieces that we need to build our working code. We just don't have like the details. So we don't have what we want the prompt to ask, we don't have what is being compared, and then we don't have what the message is going to be if the comparison is successful. All right, so let's say let's just do what is your favorite color, and then let's do answers blue, console.log. Let's see, I'll say that is my favorite color too, exclamation point. All right, so what we have is we created a variable called answer, and then we're storing whatever the user inputs into that variable into answer, and then we're using our if statement to compare that whatever you answered is the same as what I gave as my answer. Then we'll print out this message. Okay, and copy. Let's go ahead and paste that in here, and let's do a -1 first. So yellow, so obviously this is not going to match, so we should have no message. If I do this again, I'm going to type in blue and hit OK. All right, that is my favorite color too. And let's just do this one more time. I'm going to type blue with a capital B and hit enter, and notice that there was no message this time. So remember that when you're comparing things, it needs to be the same. Remember, this is a case-sensitive language, so there is a difference between blue with the lowercase b and blue with the capital B. There are ways to get around this that we'll kind of get to in a later lesson, but for right now, just know that if you ran this code and then you typed in blue like this, you're not going to get an output because it is not the same. It does not match. Okay? All right. So go ahead, and I recommend playing with this a bit. Go ahead and kind of take the initial structure that we had, and then just swap out what your question is, swap out what the answer is, and then swap out what the response is going to be once you have that answer and compared it. So far you have learned how to do the basic if statement. So that's if something is true, then give me a response or do something. All right, so that's what this is. But what happens if the answer is not true? So right now, when something is not true in our if statement, we're not doing anything, which is not always a great experience, because if you ask somebody a question and they just don't say anything, if the answer is not true, that's kind of rude, right? So obviously not a great experience in coding also. So let's go ahead and add another box here. And then I'm going to add another flow here. So if this is true, then you get a message that says they are the same. If this is not true, then you get a message that say they are not the same. Okay, so that's basically what it is. And in programming in JavaScript, this is called the else statement. Okay, so let's take a look at what it looks like. So let's do our basic if statement. So everything so far is going to be the same as what we did before. So let's just do console.log and then say they are the same. Okay, and once you have that, and all we have to do is you see after this last curly bracket here, so the closing curly brace of the if statement, I put a space there, and then I typed in the keyword else, and then do curly brace starting from there. So this is how it should be formatted, and this is what it looks like. So the else is what's going to happen if this is not true. So notice that there is not parentheses here for the else, because take this parentheses as a question. So so the if has a question, right? The else doesn't have a question. It's just using the question that you already gave it before. Actually, the else doesn't even care what the question is. Basically, the else is going to be run if this one is not done. So let me kind of I'll kind of explain like the code flow of it in a bit, but let's just go ahead and finish this up. So console.log, they are not the same. Okay, so so if this is equal, then it's going to do this, else it's going to do this, right? All right, so that's going to copy, and let's go to here. All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and paste. And so right now, this does equal to that, so 1 does equal to 1, so we should get the message they are the same. If we do that again and change one of the values to something else and hit enter, and now we get the message they are not the same. Okay, so I need to show you something really important right now. So there is a thing in coding in JavaScript that if once it executes one of these, this first section here, so there's an important concept that you need to understand here. Although we have all of this code here, we have if, and then we have this curly brace with the message that it's supposed to print, and then else, and then a message that it's supposed to print. The code knows that it should only be executing one of these things, right? So if this is true, then it's going to execute this. It's not even going to care that this exists, okay? Because it's done. So as far as the code is done, as far as the code knows, it has no more work to do. It is done. This has been satisfied, and it has print out the code, the text that you wanted. And on the flip side, so here it had to go through both conditions. So if 1 is not equal to 2, so it's not even going to try to do this. It's just going to look for the else, and then it's going to run this. Okay, so this is going to be skipped over, and then this is going to be run in this condition. All right, so that's why you don't have two messages. So just kind of keep that in mind, that there is kind of like a fast forward process, that it's going to take the quickest, simplest route to finish the execution of your code. All right. Okay, so let's do another example here. Let's go ahead and actually let's just write this out. So let's do with the variable. So if var name equals, then I'm going to put my name, but you can put your name if you want. So if name equals, oops. If the name equals that, then console.log, and remember back to our concatenation lesson, let's do something. If name equals that, so let's say hello, my name is plus name plus, let's put a space here, 2, all right, and then else console.log hello space, and then name. Nice to meet you. All right. Okay, and looks like I'm missing a plus sign here. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So I've created a variable called name, and then I've stored my name in here. You can put your name or whatever you want in there. And then I have my if statement. So if the name that's in here equals to the name that I put there, then console.log hello, my name is, and then using string concatenation like we did before, I'm taking the name that was given here and then saying 2. So hello, my name is Jason 2. All right, and then else console.log hello plus name, nice to meet you. So hello Jason, nice to meet you. All right, so let's go ahead and copy this and paste that right in there. So oops, looks like I have a space error there. So hello, my name is Jason 2. So let's go back here and fix it so you can see it's right there. Copy, and let's clear this out. Paste, and that looks much better. So hello, my name is Jason 2. All right, so let's paste this one more time, and then I'm going to change the name value in here to Steve. All right, so if I hit enter, now it says hello Steve, nice to meet you. All right, so we have a couple conditions here. So all right, so go ahead and play around with this. Put different things in there, try different if-else statements, and try to use variables. We kind of made it a little more fancy by adding some string concatenation in there too, but I just threw that in there just because that's what people would normally do when they're designing code, because it makes it so you have less of this. This is called hard-coded text. So you don't want to have hard-coded text in your code unless you absolutely need to. But this is a good starting point for you to play around with the if statements and then the else. Alright, so now that you know how to use the if statement and then follow it up with an else statement, let's do an activity here. So we're going to do something similar to what we did before. So remember earlier we used a prompt and we took it and based on what you answered, then we checked it and gave you back a message. So let's do the same thing. So var, let's just do answer equals prompt, and then let's see, what is your favorite animal? All right, and let's go ahead and do our if statement. So if answer equals, let's say dog, then I'm going to console.log and say that is my favorite too. And then if it's not, then I'm going to console.log, and then I'm going to say put my quotes in there. So I think that a, and then plus answer would be nice also. So basically what I've done is same as before. We're doing a prompt, and then somebody's going to enter in an animal. If they put dog all spelled in lowercase like this, then it's going to say that is my favorite too. If they put anything other than dog exactly as it is, then it's going to say I think that a, whatever their answer is, would be nice also. Alright, so let's go ahead and copy this and go ahead and clear this out and paste it in. So let's try first dog. So that is my favorite too. Let's paste it in here again. Let's see. Cat. So I think that a cat would be nice also. So here you can see that we've used the if and then else statement along with the prompt to give some user interaction to find out what your favorite animal is. And I'm going to do this one more time just so that you can remember that if I put dog in caps like this, it's going to say I would think that a dog in caps would be nice also. So remember that case sensitivity is important for these exercises. So go ahead and practice a little bit more on your own. Throw some different animals in there, change up what this says, and then go ahead and move on to the next lesson. So there's one more thing that you need to learn when you're working with if statements. So you've learned about the if statement, and then you've learned about the else. And then there's one more thing called the else if. So let's go back to our diagram. So let's change this up a little bit. So I'm just going to, let's delete this. There we go. And where is that? Okay. So an else if is basically a second question. So if this is not yes, then it'll ask you another question. So let's do let's change this up because this is not going to make sense as it is. Are you awake? And then yes. So glad you are awake. All right. So if you answered no to that, then we're going to add this one. So let's say, are you dreaming? And then let's put another box here. Happy dreams, right? And then if this is not true, we can do let's see. All right. So here's our if statement. So this is the if. So the initial one is always going to be the if. So your first question, are you awake? And then if that is true, then glad you're awake. Remember what I said about once something is true, it's going to ignore everything else. So all of this down here will not be run if this is true. All right. So what happens if are you awake equals no? Then it goes down to here. So at that point, this is not executed because it was not true. And then we're down to here on the second question. This is the else if. So are you dreaming? If that's true, then you'll execute this, and then you're done. And then if neither one of these questions is true, then we're just going to do our else, which is just hope all is well. All right, so hopefully that made sense. It's a little tricky to get a handle of, and let's do some examples here. All right, so let's start off by doing our basic if statement. So if 1 equals 1 and console.log, they are the same. And then to do the next one, else if, and it's going to be very similar to the if, so you're going to see that we're going to have the parentheses, and then it's going to be followed by the curly braces. So if 1, 2 equals 2, let's change that to a 2 so that it's not true. Okay, then you're going to console.log 2 is the same. Let's change this a little bit. 1 is the same so that we know which one is being called. And then the last one is the else, so console.log, and then we're going to say neither are the same. Okay, so take a look at the code here. So here's our first question. So if 1 is equal to 2, then we're going to execute this. But if that's not true, we're going to go down to the next line. If 2 is equal to 2, then we're going to execute this. And if neither this or this is true, then we are going to execute this. All right, let's go and grab this and clear out and go ahead and paste. So you can see that 2 is the same. So this is because the else if was evaluated as true. So let's see what happens when I make this into a 1. So this first one is gonna come back as true. So watch what happens. Okay, so you can see that 1 is equal to 1. So it executed this one. And notice that even though that the else if statement is technically true, it does not matter because as I said before, the code is just going to pick the very first thing that matches up, and it's going to execute it, and then it's done. Nothing else matters. So this else if doesn't matter, and this else doesn't matter also. Okay, let's clear this up here, and let's go look at one more. So let's do something a little more interesting. So let's do var my name equals, so it's going to be similar to what we did before, var your name equals say Joe. Alright, and then if my name equals your name, then let's say console.log we have the same name. And else if my name is not equal to your name, so if my name does not equal to your name, then console.log hello and your name. Okay, else console.log I'm not sure who you are. Okay, so you can have fun with this. This is your code. You can kind of type whatever you want, but all right, let's take a look at this. So we have two variables. They're both strings. So the first one is my name, and then you can put your name in there instead of my name, but well, your actual name. So if your name is Jason, sure, put it in there. If it's not, then put whatever it is. And then another variable is your name is Joe, so just put some random name in there. It doesn't really matter. And here's our first if statement. So if both of these names are the same, then it's going to output that. And if that's not true, then it's going to say if my name is not equal to your name, which in this case it is not, then it's going to say hello plus your name. So doing that string concatenation again. And if neither one of these is true, then it's just going to say I'm not sure who you are. So let's go and copy this. Alright, so first one, it says hello Joe because both of the names are not the same. If I change this to be the same and execute, and now it says we have the same name. And I want you to notice one thing, so let's go ahead and look at our code. So the code that I wrote out here, it is very unlikely that this else is ever going to be called, because either your name is equal to my name or my name is not equal to your name. So it's either true or false. Okay, there's not really any in between or another option. So this scenario is kind of funky that I wrote out here, but it's okay, we're just practicing here. So this would never actually be called in this situation. So just kind of understand that and keep note of that, because that does happen sometimes in code, that things will get written that are not really logical, but sometimes we do put an else in here kind of just in case, because we can't always account for every single possibility. So sometimes we'll just do something like there was an error. This is where an error, right? Because it didn't know what to do, and we weren't able to think of one of the possibilities of what might happen. So we don't know what to do with it, so we're just going to throw an error. All right, okay, so that's the end of this, and go ahead and move on to the next lesson. Okay, let's practice some more with the else-if statement. All right, so we're going to do the same thing, kind of what we did before. So we're going to do var answer equals prompt, and then let's do what is your favorite food. All right, so this can have a lot of possibilities, right? All right, let's do our basic if statement. So if answer equals, I'm just going to do very American stuff. So pizza, I guess pizza is not American, but this is what Americans eat. So console.log, and let's say pizza is great, right? And I'm running out of creativity, so else if answer equals, let's see, burger. Then console.log, burgers are great too. Alright, and here's one thing that I didn't show you before, but this else if statement, you can put as many of these as you like. So you could have 1, you could have 0, or you could have 1,000 if you wanted to. So basically, so answer equals tacos, sure. All right, console.log taco Tuesdays should be every day. All right, yep, cheesy. All right, and then else if answer equals what other food is there? Let's say pasta, and then pasta is so fun to eat. All right, you can write whatever you want in here. This is just kind of what I came up on the fly. And then else console.log, we're going to say answer sounds great too. All right, let's take a look what we done. So answer, so we created a variable called answer, and then we're storing in it the value that the user, in this case me, but it's going to be you or whoever you give this to, is going to enter into the prompt, and that's going to be stored there. So, and we're going to use our if statement followed by the else if followed by the else to determine what the message is going to be. So if they put in pizza exactly written like this, then it's going to give this message. Burger, that message. Tacos, that message. Pasta, that message. And if they gave anything that wasn't exactly as we typed it there, then it is going to give us the answer plus sounds great too. All right, let's go ahead and copy this and go here, paste, and let's start off with pizza. Pizza is great. Awesome. Let's do it again. Say burger. Burgers are great too. Awesome. Enter. And next one was tacos. Taco Tuesdays should be every day. Great. And the next one, pasta. Pasta is so fun to eat. And as you can see what I'm doing, I'm going through all the options here. It's very important to test your code. I'll go through this more later, but just make sure you test what you do. Let's do one more. And then let's say hot dogs. All right. Hot dogs sound great too. So that's basically the one where it did not find a match for the if or any of the else if statements, and then it just tacked on using string concatenation the answer plus the text sounds great too. All right, so that is it for this section or for this exercise. Next up is a project where I'm going to challenge you to do something similar to this, but kind of you have to do it all on your own, and I'll kind of show you the answer once you're done. All right, so let's get a little more complex with our if statement. So it's not going to be too rough. All right, so there are a couple additional operators that you can use with if statements, and the first one is the double ampersand. So it's this and symbol. So basically what this is it means and, right? And then the double pipe. So on my keyboard, it's just like a straight up and down line on the backslash key, and you have to hit the shift key to activate it. These are called pipes. So the double pipes, and this is the or. So let's take a look at an example. So if, and then kind of set up our structure here, console.log. All right. So if 1 equals 1, or let's see, 1 equals 1. So we already know how to do this basic if statement, but if you want to compare more than one thing, then you can throw in this and. So if 1 equals 1 and 2 equals 2, then we'll write they are both the same. All right. So take a look at this. So the and means that both the left and the right side need to both be true in order for this to output out. So go ahead and copy this and put this in here, and it says they are both the same. Let's paste it in there again, and then let's make the first one to not be true, and then hit enter, and you can see there's no message. And then let's make the second one here not to be true, and hit enter, and then there's no message. So you can see that both of them that have to be true. All right, so remember when I told you earlier that the code will take the fastest path to completion? So that's called short-circuiting, and it's going to apply here also. So if since there's an and here, if the left side is not true, it's not even going to bother trying to evaluate the right side. Okay, so let's do the other one. And if 1 equals 1, and then the double pipes, which is or, 2 equals 2, then console.log, let's see, 1 or both are the same. Okay, so basically that's what that means. Go ahead and copy this and jump on over here, paste it in here. So right now both these are true, so it's gonna return the message. If I do this and make only one of them true, it's still gonna return the message. And then if I make both of them false, then it's not going to return the message. So in this case, remember where I talked about short-circuiting? So if the condition finds that, so let's use this one for example. So what the code is going to do is it's going to say if 1 equals 1, is equal to 1, then we're going to print out this message, because since it's an OR here, it doesn't matter what is on the other side because it's already done. The OR condition is already satisfied. One of these things is true. However, if this, on this condition, since this one is not equal, it does have to check on the other side because it's still trying to find out which one is true. Okay, so not too hard, but this will add some more robustness to your code. That way you don't have to, you can write better code and more exact of what you want to do, and then we'll do an example of that in a bit here. Okay, so we're going to do something called nesting. So nesting just means that there is something inside of something else. So for this case, inside of the if statement, there's another if statement. So let's take a look at our diagram here and kind of understand this. So we've seen the else if, else if, and then else, right? But let's take this part out and move it over here. Let's see if I could detach that. Or delete it. There we go. And let's put another triangle here. Let's see. And add one of these here. Okay. So basically the nested if is going to work like this. If this is true, then we're going to ask another question inside of it. So we are inside of the first question and asking another question and then giving a response by that. And let's take a look at it on code so you can better understand it. Let's see, what is this? Nesting. Okay, so let's do an if statement. So if 1 equals 1, then something. We're not going to put the response right now, but what we're going to do is we're going to, inside of these curly brackets here, we're going to do if 2 equals 2, then console.log, both are the same. Okay, go and copy this, come back over here and paste that in. And then you can see both are the same. So you're going to notice that the result here is very similar to what we did with the and or lesson right before this. This is basically the and condition. So if 1 equals 1 and 2 equals 2, then we're going to print something out. So you might ask, what's the benefit of doing this? Well, the benefit of doing this is that now that you have the if in here, you can chain in your else ifs also. 3 equals 2, and do something. I'm just gonna put comments in here, and else do something else. Right. So as you can see, this gets very complicated. So within this if statement, so if this is true, then all this section of code is able to be executed. And then if you really wanted to make it complicated, you can put another if statement in here, but I'm not going to do that right now because I don't want to confuse you. But then also you can have if statements here, 3 equals 1, and then do something. Okay, so you can see that code could get quite messy and more hard to interpret. So you're going to have to want to follow the curly braces here so you can see what's going on. So in this condition, if 1 equals 1, then we're going to be inside of this curly brace. So we're going to start executing this code. So we're going to jump down to this if 2 equals 2, then that, and then so on and so on. All right, and then if this condition is not true, then it would not execute any of that code and just jump down here. All right, so you're gonna need to very carefully monitor where your curly braces are, so that you can understand where your code is going and what your code is doing. For the final activity for this section here, I am going to walk you through it. I didn't want to throw a project at you because we just did one, and this last couple set of lessons were can be a little confusing, so let's walk through it together so you can kind of better understand this, because it's very important how to do it because they're very common things to see in coding. Alright, so let's go ahead and do our var answer. We're going to do answer1 equals prompt, and then what is your favorite color? Alright, and then var answer2 equals prompt. What is, let's say, pick a number between 1 and 5, 1 to 5. Alright. Okay, so we're going to have two prompts that pop up one after the other, and they're going to both ask you for a question here. Then let's do our if statement. So if, and then do our curly brackets, and then we're just going to do a console.log. And up here I'm going to put version 1, because we're going to do this twice. At least twice. Alright, console.log, and then some stuff. Alright, so here's our structure. So let's do answer1 equals blue, and then let's do and answer2 equals 1. Oops, not 1 like that. Alright. Let's see. Both are the same. Or let's say those were my choices too. Alright. Let's go ahead and check this out. And go over here, clear that out, paste that. Alright, so let's do blue, and then the number 1. Okay, those were my choices too. So let's go ahead and just put different answers here. We didn't make an else condition, but I just wanted to see. So if you don't match either one, then it's not going to print you a message. And then let's just make sure that it's doing the and properly. So I'm going to say blue here, and then 2 here. So there should be no message, which is correct. Alright, so let's make this a little bit better. Let's put an else in here. Else console.log, and I'm going to write you chose answer1 plus and answer2. Alright, so let's go and copy this. Paste that in there. Let's do red and 2. So it says you chose red and 2. So this is the else condition. Getting hit, and then let's do it again. But let's do blue and 2, and then you chose blue and 2. So you can see that the and is working properly. Okay, go ahead and clear that out. Let's do this again with the or. So let's do, I'm going to copy this. So those are going to be the same, and then I'll actually copy this too. Why not? So let's change this and to an or. Go ahead and copy all that. Paste that in there, and then I'm going to say blue and 2, and then those were my choices too. Actually, let's change the answer to. Let's see. At least one of those match. Alright, let's copy this and go back over there. Alright, let's try this again. So blue and 2, at least one of those match. So our loop is working, or our if statement with the or is working. Let's do red and 1, so both still good. And then let's do red and 2, and then you can see you chose red and 2, so that looks like it's working perfectly fine. Alright, let's do version 2. Version 2, alright. So this part is going to be the same. I'm just going to copy that, scroll up a little bit. Alright, so if answer 1 equals blue, then if answer 2 equals 1, then oops, console.log, those were my choices too. Alright, so this is going to be the same as, pretty much the same as this condition up here where it's the and, because both this and this have to be the same. Alright, and then I'm going to put else console.log, you didn't choose blue. Alright, and then else console.log, you didn't choose 1. Alright, so you can see already that we can do different things here than what we're able to do up here very easily. So on this one, I know that you chose blue because the only way that you're able to hit this code is that you had to have chosen blue and not chosen 1. And then for this one down here, I knew that you did not choose blue, so it didn't even go into that piece of code there. Alright, so hopefully that explains the difference of why we do them different ways. So let's go ahead and do red and 2, and then you didn't choose blue, so it didn't really get anywhere. So blue and 2, and then it says you didn't choose 1. Let's do it again. Blue and 1, and those were my choices too. Alright, so I think that's it. So I recommend going through all 3 of these different ways of adding some more complexity to your if statements and practicing them. Put different things in there, try different things, and kind of go forward with that. Alright. Okay, so far you have learned about some data types, you've learned about numbers, and you've learned about strings, but we're going to do another data type called a Boolean. So in my notes here, I'm going to put true or false, I'm going to put Boolean. So based on what I just put there, you can kind of get what a Boolean is. So Boolean is going to either evaluate to true or evaluate to false. So let's go and create a variable. So variable, is it real? And then we're going to make it true. And notice one thing here. So this is a word, but it does not have the quotations around it. So that means it's not a string. So in this case, you can put true, and then let's do the opposite. Is it fun? Equals false. False. All right. So these are keywords, so true or false. Do not put the quotes around them if you want them to behave like a Boolean, to behave as true or false. If you do something like var, is it spicy, equals true, then this is not a Boolean, this is just a string. Alright, so this is the third data type that we've learned about, and we'll go ahead and do some examples of this coming up in the next lesson. Okay, so you've learned what a Boolean data type is, and now let's learn why it's useful. And I'm going to do that with the if statement because this is a very common use of the Boolean data type. So let's do a variable, and then let's call it are you awake? And equals to true, and then let's do our if statement, if, and then our stuff. So if are you awake equals to true, then console.log glad you are awake. Alright, so here's a very simple one, and let me copy this and let's put this over in the JS console, and it says since you are awake, glad you are awake, and then if I change this to false, and then now it doesn't return anything. So let's take a look at this one more time. So are you awake equals the Boolean value of true, and then if this variable are you awake equals the Boolean value of true, and that equals to true. So notice that this does not have quotation marks either, because we're not looking for the string, we're looking for the Boolean value of true. So that's all good there. Okay, and then if we wanted to do the opposite and say if this equals false, then that's all good. There is a shortcut way to do this that is more common than seeing this are you awake equals true, and let me show you. Are you happy equals false. I'll make this guy sad, and then if, and then we'll do console.log let's say I'm happy too. So I'm going to change this up a bit. So let's change this back to true. So I'm going to put are you happy in here, and that's all you have to do. So basically what we've done here is if are you happy. So if you just put a Boolean variable in there, then it's just going to say if this Boolean variable evaluates to true, instead of having to do this equals true, you can just put the Boolean value in here by itself. So you can say if are you happy, and then do the console.log. So let me go ahead and copy that, paste that in there, and then it says I'm happy too. So you can see this works perfectly fine. And this is the more standard way that you're going to see it out in the field. Alright, so let's do the opposite. So var are you awake equals false, and then if are you awake equals false, then console.log wake up. Alright, so we can do this that we saw before. This is just the opposite, and paste that, and it says wake up. But there's also another way we could do this. So I'm just going to paste that in here. Are you awake equals false. Let's change this to are you awake not equals to true. Okay, let's see what happens here. Okay, and that does not equal to true. So are you awake does not equal to true. So you get it? Alright, let's keep on going. See, there's multiple ways to do things, and they all work perfectly fine. It just depends on what you want to do. So remember this example up here. So let's go ahead and just copy this up here and put this down here. So are you happy equals to false. Let's see. I'm just going to change the message here. Cheer up. All right. And so basically right now it says if you are happy equals to true, but how do you do the opposite of that? If you don't want to do this whole not equals to true or equals false, how do you do the opposite of this? So basically it's really simple. All you have to do is put the exclamation point in the beginning, and that means that not true. All right. So remember the exclamation point here, it means not equals. So in here, it means not true. So let's go ahead and copy this, and let me show it here. Paste, and it says var are you happy equals false. So are you happy variable equals false, and then if are you happy is false, then do the console.log of cheer up. So that's it. So take a look at all of these things, kind of go through this lesson again, because we kind of went over a lot, and it can get kind of confusing because, as you can see, there's multiple different ways of doing the same thing. So for example, there's here's 3 different ways just to do that, and then there's 2 different ways to do that. So watch the video again, go through the examples again, make up your own examples, and kind of see and make sure that you understand this pretty well. Just to let you know that the short form, so this exclamation point with the variable name and this just variable name in here, is the more standard way of doing it, as opposed to doing this equals equals false, not equals true, and equals equals true. All right. Okay, so let's do an activity to reinforce what we've learned about booleans. Let's go ahead and create a variable. So var answer equals prompt, and then let's do do you like cheese, type y or n. Okay, so give some instructions there, and then let's make another one. Is it true? I'm not going to put a value there for right now, which is fine, and then let's set up our if statement. Alright, so follow along here. So if answer equals y, then what we're going to do is we're going to assign a value to is it true. So is it true equals true. Oops. All right, so notice that single equal sign, because we're doing assignment, so we're assigning a value to this variable that we created before, and then we're assigning it a value of the Boolean true. All right, else if answer equals n, is it true equals false. All right, and then else we're just going to say console.log I don't understand. So basically they put something that wasn't a capital Y or a capital N. Alright, so instead of just, right now we're just assigning this value here. So that's not too interesting. Let's do console.log your answer was plus is it true. Okay, and then let's do console.log your, actually I could just do the same thing, so I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to try to be a little bit lazy here. Alright, there you go. Okay, so basically if you put a capital Y, it's going to say your answer was true, and then if you put a capital N, it's going to say your answer was false, and then if you did put either a capital Y or N, then it's going to say I don't understand. So go ahead and run this and put a capital Y, so it says your answer was true. Run it again, capital N, your answer was false. Let's run it again, and let's put Q, and it says I don't understand. So all of our conditions passed. Let's refresh this and clear it out. So let me go ahead and hit enter here, and let's go do the Y. So let's get the value of is it true. So is it true is a Boolean. You can see there's no quotes around it, so it is a Boolean. So that did work as we intended. So take a look back here. So we did our prompt, we got a value from the user, which is me, and then we created a variable also that we will store a value in once we get the answer. And then if the answer equals a capital Y, then we're giving that variable a value of the Boolean true, and we're printing out a message that says your answer is true, and then if they answered a capital N, value is false, and then gave that message, and then if you didn't type either one of the Y or the N, then you can say I don't understand. All right. It's time to learn about the next data type in JavaScript. So we're going to go ahead and do it. Let's do a var, and then let's call this container, and then let's put an equal sign. And then what we're going to do is there's square brackets. So from my keyboard, it's to the right of the P. So you just push this little square, and you can see that when you put the open and close next to each other, it looks like a square with just like a little bit of space in between. So these are the square brackets, and this is how you create an array. So this is an array, this little square bracket thing, and you can put things in there. So notice that I said things, so that means more than one. So let's go ahead and copy this and just go over to JS console just to see what it looks like. So container, and then you can see it says array, and then it says has a number 0 here. So right now it has 0 because there's nothing in the array. So think of an array as kind of like a variable that allows you to put more than one thing in there. So what we've been doing in the past is like var first equals Bob, and then var second equals Joe, and then var third equals Sam. So you can see we're only able to store one thing at a time. But if we do var people, let's do var people equals, and then put your array in here, then we can put Bob, and then followed up with a comma and a space, Joe, comma, space, and Sam, all into one variable. So this variable contains an array of 3 people. So go ahead and copy this. Let's paste that in here, and let's do people. And you can see Bob, Joe, and Sam are in here. And if you click this, you can see it lists out here and says array, and then there's 3. All right, so notice one thing next to each of the elements. So each of these things inside of the array we're going to call elements. Each of them have a number next to them. And you notice that it starts with a 0, and then next is 1, and then next is 2. So arrays are counted starting with 0, so it's a 0-based count. So it's really important to remember that, because when you want to get the value of a specific element from an array, you just have to remember that it starts with 0 instead of 1. All right, so let me go back over here. Let's see. No, let's just stay here. All right, so to get the value out of the array, you just type the name of the variable, and then you do your opening square bracket, and then you put the number. So I want the first one, which is actually 0, and then hit enter, and then there you go, you have Bob. And I can do the same thing for the next name, and same thing for the next name. Okay, so like I said, very important, the array has 3 elements, but the first element starts with 0, and the last element is a 2. So 0, 1, 2, as opposed to 1, 2, 3. So 3 elements, but 0, 1, and 2 for the index. All right, let's go ahead and clear this out. So let me put that note in here. Arrays are indexed starting with 0. Okay, so let's do some more. So var, let's call this stuff, equals. So with an array, you can put different types of data into it. So the first example, we only put strings in there, but I can put a number in there, like 1, 2, 3, and then I can also put a string in there, and I can also put a boolean in there. So let's go ahead and copy this, paste that in there, and stuff. All Alright, so now you can see that we have an array with a number. So they're numbers because, like in JS console, they're blue, but then they also don't have the quotes around them. And then here's your string, and then here's your boolean. So you can hold multiple different types of values inside of arrays. Alright, so this is the basic structure and information about using arrays. In the next lesson, we'll go into how to actually do things with an array that are pretty cool and they're built in. Okay, so we're going to manipulate our values in the array using some methods. The first ones that we're going to use are called pop and push. So first thing, let's create an array. Let's just use our container. And then our container is going to have just colors in it. So red, blue, oops, forgot my comma there. Blue, yellow, and brown. Okay, oops, and copy that. Let's go over to JS console here, paste, and make sure our container has values. Cool. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do container dot pop, and then put these parentheses around there. So go ahead and copy that. Go over to JS console and paste that in, and then you can see it says brown here. And let's check the value of container now. So container, so now container has red, blue, and yellow, but it no longer has brown. And you can see that it used to have 4 elements and now it has 3. All right, so let's do it again. Let's just do it again. All right, so I'm gonna put this same exact thing. Let's see the value of container. Container dot pop, two parentheses there, and then let's do one more time. Container dot pop, and hit enter, and then you can see it says yellow. So what do you think is going to be left in the array when I call container? It should just be these two, because we removed this one with the first call, and then we removed this one with the second one. So container, and that's right. So we are just left with red and blue. Okay, so let's do the opposite now. So we're going to take our same container, but we're going to do container dot push, and then you're going to need to add in a value for it to use. What push is going to do is it's going to put whatever you put into the parentheses here into the array at the end. So let's do orange. Okay, so copy this one more time, and then we'll do container dot push, and don't forget your quotes, orange, hit enter, and you can see it gave you a number 0, 1, 2, 3. Actually, it's not the index. The number it's giving you is the 5th. It's telling you there's 5 elements in there now. So container, and there you go. So red, blue, yellow, brown, and then now orange. Okay, and let's do one more. Container dot push. Let's see, purple. Alright, and now there's 6, and then we call container again, and now we have 6 things. Okay, alright, so that's how you use push and pop. So remember, push and pop is to remove the last element and to add something to the last element. So very, very handy if you want to add to a list. Say you have a roster of students in a classroom, and a new student joins, so you just add them to that list, and then it's for this it's just perfectly fine to add them to the end, but if you want to add them somewhere else, we'll learn about that later, but for right now, yeah, that's push and pop. Alright, so the next set of methods that we're going to use are shift and unshift. So this is going to be pretty much similar to the pop and push, but instead of using the manipulating the last element of the array, we are going to manipulate the first one. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this container variable that we used before. And so the options we're going to have is container dot shift. Oops. Shift. And container dot unshift. And then this one is going to have the color, so I think I did purple. Purple is one of them, or whatever. So let's go ahead and create this over here. And go ahead and paste. So container.shift. Oops. Don't forget your parentheses there. And let's look at container now. So container no longer has red. And then let's do container.unshift purple. And then let's do container. And now container starts with purple, and so on and so on. So you can see that we started red, blue, yellow, brown, and then we went blue, yellow, brown, and then we went purple, blue, yellow, brown. So yeah, that's pretty much it. It's the same as what pop does, but just the other side of the array. Alright, so the next thing I'm going to show you is how to change a specific element in the array. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's just use our same container again. There's no point in rewriting that because it works perfectly fine. And then remember how I showed you earlier, to access the value of the array, you just do this container and then you put the number there, right? The index, so this would give you red for this one. So changing the value is pretty similar. So you just do container 0 and then you do equals and then you tell it what you want it to be. So let's do purple. Alright, so let's go ahead and practice. We're going to need this one first. Alright, and then let's do container 0, just so that we can see that container 0 is red. Alright, so let's do container 0 equals purple. Okay, and now let's get container. And now you can see it's changed from red, blue, yellow, brown to purple, blue, yellow, brown. But not so impressive because this is kind of what we've already been able to manipulate the first and the last. But let me show you that you can do this to any of the values. So let's see. So remember, this is 0, 1, 2. Let's do 2 equals orange. So now I should say purple, blue, orange, brown. Okay, container, and now it says purple, blue, orange, brown. So you can put any value in there, and let's watch what happens when you put it after the last value. So container 4. So remember 0, 1, 2, 3. So 4 should show up right here. Let's just call this clear. All right, and container. And now you can see purple, blue, orange, brown, clear, and works perfectly fine. So you can use this kind of way of manipulating the array to change the value of a specific item, or you can use it to add more things at the end. Okay, so this is the last set of functions that I'm going to show you for, or last set of methods rather, that I'm going to show you for working with arrays. Excuse me. There are others, but if you want to go ahead and take a look at them, they're pretty. They follow the pretty similar structure of how to use them as the ones I've already shown you, and the ones I've shown you are probably the most common ones to use. So, all right. Anyways, so let's go ahead and copy our container into this next section here so we can use it. And the next set of methods is called splice and slice. So let's do splice first. So using splice, as you guessed it, it's just going to be a container, and then you're going to do dot splice, and then you're going to put parameters in here. And if you can see in Visual Studio Code, it tells you what to do. So it says the start is a number, and then delete count is like how many do you want to delete, and then after that is a bunch whatever you want to insert. And let's see if this scrolls down there. Alrighty. Okay. So let's see. Let's start at 0, and then the next one was deleting, and then the next one is what you want to add. So if I did this right, then this should add black to the beginning of this array. So let's go ahead and copy this, paste, and enter, and container, and it worked. So container.splice, so it started at 0, so it started right there, and or actually it started right there, and then it did not remove anything, but then it added black to it. So black, red, blue, yellow, brown. All right, so let's see what happens if we try to delete something. So let's do 0, 1, and we can just do that, right? Okay, so it says black in there, so I'm going to guess that it's going to delete black. Let's take a look. Container. And indeed, it started at 0, and it deleted one element. Started at 0 here, deleted one element, so it's left over. So if I do that again, container 0, and then I'm going to say 2, let's see if red and blue get removed. And let's type this correctly. .splice. Okay, container, and yes, indeed, it got removed. All right, so that is how you. So let's put some comments here. This is add black to the front, and then container.splice 0, 1, remove the first element. Alright, and let's see what happens if we do other things. Let's go ahead and grab this, copy, and put that in here, and then let's do container.splice, and let's do 0, 1, but then this time let's add black into here. Okay, so the first time we did it, we had 0, 0, so we inserted black into the beginning without removing anything. But let's see what happens this time. So container, and now you can see that it started at 0, it removed 1, and then it put black in that spot. So red is no longer there. And then let's do it again. Container.splice. Let's do 0, 2, and then let's put red back. And so this one's going to start here. It's going to delete 1, 2 elements, and then it's going to put red there. So it should be red, yellow, brown. And red, yellow, brown. All right, there we go. Let me go ahead and copy this and put this in the notes here. All right. So remove first element and insert black. All right, so that is splice. Let's move on. All right, let's take a look at slice. So what slice is going to do is it's going to take the element that you specify, and it's going to put it into an array, basically. So the purpose of this is you're taking the element out of the current array, and then you're putting it into a brand new array, and then you'll want to create a variable for that. So let's just do this. I'm going to copy this, and then we'll do container.slice, and then 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So that'll be brown, but that's not going to help us very much. So var new container equals. So this new container is going to take this value of brown and throw it into a brand new array, is what I'm going to have it do. Go ahead and copy and paste that in there. And then let's see, container still has all the same values. New container has an array with just brown in there. All right. Okay, so that's how you use slice and splice. If you want to learn about more of the methods or practice some more, feel free to look it up online, or for like the ones that we haven't learned about on these lessons. But these should get you going pretty well. I think these are all the ones that I normally ever use in any of my projects. Alright, so we're going to do our activity here for arrays. Make sure you understand this activity very well, because the project that we will be doing afterwards is going to be very similar to what we are doing right here. So if you do not understand this activity, then you're going to have trouble with the project. So make sure you get it. Alright, first things first. So var, we're going to do things, and this equals to an empty array. So we're just going to create an empty array here, and then var something. Actually, let's do answer, because we always do answer. So var answer. We're not going to give it a value right this moment, because we're going to do that later. And let's do answer, and by later I mean now. Answer equals prompt. What is your first favorite thing? All right, and then from here we're going to do things dot push, and remember push is going to insert at the end of the row, or at the end of the array. So things that push something, so it's going to take, not something, answer. It's going to take the answer from the prompt, and it's going to push it into the array. So the first one is just going to go into the array, the second one's going to go to the end, the third one will go to the end, and so on and so on. Alright, so let's do this again. Answer equals prompt. Excuse me. Second favorite thing. And this is going to be the same thing. Things.push answer. And then answer one more time. Equals prompt. What is your third favorite thing? And this is going to be things.push answer once again. And once we're all done, we're going to console.log things. Okay, so see, we're just going to have 3 prompts. Each one of those prompts is going to store the answer into answer at that moment in time, and then we're going to take that answer and push it into this things array, one at a time. So let's go and copy this, paste in here, and there's prompt number 1. So what is your first favorite thing? Coding, sure. Second favorite thing, TV, and third favorite thing is food, sure. All right, and then you can see that our array was returned. So coding, TV, and food. And just for fun, we can just do it again. Things, you can click on it, you can see coding, TV, and food in that order that we added it. All right, so make sure that you understand this activity. We are going to do something very similar to this in the next lesson, or in the project. When you want to repeat something in code, you can use a loop. There are several kinds of loops. The first of which we're going to use is the for loop. So let me write out how this is going to look. So it starts with the keyword for, do the parentheses, and the first item in here is going to be a variable to start with. So I'll call it starting place, and then you're going to put a semicolon at the end of that, and then the next thing is going to be the condition, and then the last thing is going to be incrementer. Okay, and then you'll do your usual curly braces in here, and inside of the curly braces is where you're going to actually write the code that you're going to repeat over and over again. Okay, so this is kind of like the layout, but let's actually write one. So for parentheses, and then I'm just going to create my variable inside. For loops, it's okay to use a single letter for the value. Typically it's I, so var I equals, and then let's just start this at 1, and then I is less than 10. Okay, so we're gonna, so the starting place is, we're using a variable called I, and then that's equal to 1, so we're starting at 1. The condition is I is less than 10, so that means that we're gonna do whatever is inside the curly braces until this condition is met. And then the incrementer is we're going to go up, so I++. So remember that I++ is the same as I equals I plus 1. Okay, so these two things are the same. So I++ is the same as, so what it means is just we're taking the number 1, or the variable for I, which has the value of 1, and then we're storing the new value, which is 1 plus 1. So let's do an example so you can see that more clearly. Let's just do console.log I. Okay, and there we go. So that's how it looks. So remember, you have to have a semicolon after the starting point here, and you have to have a semicolon after the condition, and you don't need one there. And let's go and copy this. Oops. And paste it in there. And now you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are printed out to the console. Let's walk through what happened here real quickly. So you can see that in here, for the first loop, it's going to say I equals 1. So I is 1. Since I is less than 10, so since 1 is less than 10, we're going to do what's inside of here. And then once that's done, it will add 1 to it for the next loop. So 1 is less than 10, print 1. And then add 1 to I, so now I is 2. 2 is less than 10, so print 2. Add 1 to I, so now I is 3. 3 is less than 10, so print 3. And it's going to continue this all the way up to once I equals 9, so 9 is less than 10, so print 9. And then you're going to add 1 to I, so now it's 10. So 10 is not less than 10, so that's why you don't see 10 printed out to the line. Alright, go ahead and clear this out, and let's take a look here. So this is the basic way to look at a loop, so you can see we've done this. Let's go ahead and create another one. So var I equals 1, I is less than 5, and then I++, and then we can put anything in here, so we'll just do console.log hello, and then I'm gonna do some concatenation here, so hello plus I. So I just want to put hello 1, hello 2, hello 3, just so that you can see which line is being returned. Go ahead and hit enter, and you can see hello 1, hello 2, hello 3, and hello 4. Alright, so that's pretty much it. We're going to continue and make this a little bit more interesting in the next lesson by adding some more stuff into the curly braces. There's something really important that you need to realize about loops, is that they always need to end somewhere, or else you're going to come up to a condition called an infinite loop. What this means is that the loop is going to run over and over and over again until basically your computer has no more memory, no more processing power, and it can't handle it anymore, and your whole system crashes. So this is a very, very bad thing. So take a look at our for loop. So if var I equals 1, I is less than 10, I++. So we'll just do a console.log of I. So for this one, this is a very safe, this is an okay loop because I is 1, and then we're going up every time we're looping, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then once we get to 10, the loop is going to stop. So we have a stopping point. What if I made a mistake and I put I is I minus minus, so that means that you're subtracting 1 from I. So what that's going to do is that's going to do I equals 1 for the first loop, I equals 0, and then -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, and so on and so on. And this I condition is never going to get met. So I is always going to be less than 10. So what's going to happen if you run this in your browser? And if you want to try it, you can, but I don't recommend it because it can totally lock up your computer. So if you want to give it a try, do it after you're done with the lesson, so because the lesson is going to basically stop working because the web browser is going to crash first, and then possibly your computer is going to crash. So for me, last time I did this, I had to close my browser, but then my computer was still acting slow, so I had to actually restart my system to get it coming back to normal. Because just remember that when a computer is processing information or code, it is doing it at like thousands and thousands of operations per second. So like when a human does it, it's just very slow because we have to think about something, we have to type something, and so forth and so forth. The computer works a lot faster than we do. So within a second, it could have sent 10,000 iterations of this loop. So it could already be at 10,000 within 1 second, or it could be up to 100,000 or a million or whatever, just however fast the computer can process it. So just remember that this is very bad for potentially bad for your program. But then remember, if you're giving this code to somebody else, you basically are going to crash somebody else's computer because of this. So don't do it. Make sure that your loop always has an ending to it. Alright, so let's start adding some more things to our loop. We're going to add an if condition, or a couple if conditions inside of here. So go ahead and create your loop structure for the for loop. So var I equals 1, I is less than 5, and then I plus plus. And then we're going to say if I equals 1, then console.log hello, and then else if I equals 2, console.log by, else if I equals 3, console.log yo, and then else if I equals 4, console.log see ya. Alright. Okay, so basically we're going to loop through, so it's going to go through this whole condition each time. So it's going to check, so one var is I equals 1, I is less than 5, it's going to say if I equals 1, then it's going to do this, and then the if block is done, the if statement is done, and it's going to go back up to the top of the loop again. So at this point I equals 2, which is still less than 5, so it's going to go to the if, and then since it's not equal to 1, it's going to go to 2, and so on and so on. So go ahead and copy this, paste that in here, and you can see there we go. So hello was the first one, number 2 was bye, number 3 was yo, number 4 was see ya. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So you've added a little more content in here So just remember that everything inside of these curly braces is going to be run every time you do the loops. Sometimes you want to stop your for loop before it reaches the end of the condition. So let's go and write a for loop. So for var I equals 1, I is less than 10, I plus plus. All right, and then do a console.log I. So this is just what we did before, and copy that. Let's paste that in here. So it printed out 1 through 9. So even though we have the condition that says stop once I is not less than 10 anymore, I want it to stop when I equals 5 actually. So let's do that. So we'll just take this and then we'll add an if statement here. So if I equals 5, then you're just going to type break. So this will break out of the loop. And then we're going to do else and stick this in here. Okay, so what it's going to do is going to do I equals 1. Since 1 is less than 10, it's going to check if I is equal to 5. Since it's not, it's going to print out. It's going to do that the same thing for 2 and 3. But once it gets to 5, it's just going to stop. And then even though this is saying I is less than 10, it's no longer going to loop anything, and it's just going to be done. So let's go and copy this. And clear this out. Paste, hit enter, and now you can see that it just went 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then once it got to 5, it didn't do anything except for stopped. And yeah, that's basically it, how you break out of a loop. Okay, so we're going to add another very common thing to our loop. We're going to use an array inside of the loop. So remember that an array is just a variable that has a list of things inside of it. So remember, array has the square braces, and then it has let's do 1, 2, hello, and bye. All right, so it can have any type of data type in there. Let's do our for loop. So for var I equals 1, and then I is less than 5, and then I plus plus. All right, and console.log, and remember how we get the value out of an array. You do things, so the name of the variable that's holding the array, and then we're going to put I in here. So basically whatever I is going to go into here. So it's going to give us things 1, things 2, things 3, things 4. And let's go ahead and run this. Copy and paste that in there. And oh, so it looks like a few things happened here. So notice that we started at 2, hello, and bye, and we didn't print out the 1, and then also we got this undefined. So let's take a look at this code, and let's see if you can figure out why it started with 2 instead of starting with the first element in the array. All right, I hope you figured it out. So I did this intentionally. So remember, arrays start at 0. They don't start at 1, so they start at 0. So that's the first thing there. And notice the second thing is that this is undefined, the last one. So it actually did print out 4 things. It printed out the array index 1, array index 2, array index 3, but array index 4 does not exist. It is undefined. So that's why it says undefined. Go ahead and clear this out. And let's copy this with the correction in there. So make sure your I is equal to 0. And paste that in there. And now looks better. So 1, 2, hello, and bye. Cool. Okay, so let's do an activity, and let's go through some of the things that we've already learned in these lessons so far. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our answer prompt, so var answer equals prompt, and then let's put type yes or no. Okay, so it's going to be very simple. It's just going to prompt, and it's going to tell the user to type either yes or no, all in caps, and then that's going to store in the answer variable. Okay, let's create another variable, and we're going to call this one answers. Okay, so this is going to be an array. So remember, array is the square brackets there, and then I'm just going to store yes, and I'm going to store no. Okay. And then let's create one more variable, responses equals, this is going to be an array again. So we're going to make this you said yes, and followed by you said no, and followed by you didn't follow directions. Okay, so take a minute to make sure you have all of this typed in and are ready to go. Go ahead and pause if you have to, if you need to catch up, but I'm going to go ahead and move forward. Okay, so for, and then we're just going to do our basic var I equals, we're going to start with 0, and then I is less than, we're going to say 3, and I plus plus. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I created a variable, so I'm going to start with 0 because I'm going to be using these arrays as a reference. You'll see that in a second, and then since I put I is less than 3, since I'm going to be using this answers array, so since there's only 2 items in there, I'm going to only do the loop twice. Actually, I'm going to do the loop 0, 1, 2, 3 times. Let's see here. There should be 2 then. I is less than 2. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Let's do an if statement here. So if answer. So first of all, I'm going to check. So you see how I said type either yes or no? First thing I'm going to do is to make sure that you typed yes or no. So if you typed anything that wasn't all uppercase yes or all lowercase no, then I'm going to do something. So if answer equals, if answer does not equal, and then we can just say answers 0. So answer 0 is yes, and then remember the double pipes, or answer does not equal answers and 1. So if the answer that's stored from the prompt does not equal to yes, so answer 0, or if the answer stored in the prompt does not equal to answer 1, then we're going to console.log, and we're going to say responses. So responses, and this one is going to be 0, 1, and 2. So 2. Response is 2. So it's going to spit out you didn't follow directions. All right. Okay, so else if answer equals to answers, and I'm just going to put I in here, and I'll explain that in a second here. Let's go ahead and put our console.log in here, and this is going to be responses I also. Okay, so what am I doing? So this first block here, let's see right here, we are, as I said before, we're checking to see if the answer that you gave is not equal to any of the answers that we have set in the answers array, and if it's not, and it will print out this message here. So response is 2, which is you didn't follow directions. Else it's going to check if answer is equal to answers, so I, so whatever the value of I at that moment is. So what it's going to do is, so var, if this part is not true, so if you put yes in here, it's going to skip past here because it's going to equal one of these two. And then it's going to go down here and it's going to say answer equals to answers 0. So I is equal to 0 at the first point. So this one will give you the response of response 0. And then if you put no, then it's going to go through one loop, and then it's going to go through another loop. So the first loop is not going to do anything because no is not fulfilling either this or this, but it needs to loop one more time to make this a 1, and then 1 will make this match. So no will equal to no. All right, let's go ahead and copy this and paste that in here. Okay, so let's do the first case. So I'm just going to put blah in. So it says you didn't follow directions. Okay, and it's interesting that it printed out twice. Let's check to see why. Oh, I know why. Because you didn't follow directions, so it did 0. Remember, our loop is going to do it every time. So it starts with 0, going to do everything, and then it's going to go to 1, and then it does everything. So what we need to do is, if it doesn't match either of these, this first condition, we're going to do a break. So that's just going to stop the loop. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this again and refresh, paste, and blah. Okay, now it only printed out once. So it says you didn't follow directions. So that's because it broke once it's done. So let's see, and paste this in here. Let's put yes, all in caps, and let's see. Oh, so it says you didn't follow directions. Do you know why? So I made a little mistake here. So answer is not equal to answer 0. So answer 0 is actually yes. So this needs to be and. So it needs to be that your answer did not match yes, and it did not match no. So what I had was it has to match either yes or no, which it did. Okay, let's try one more time. Paste, and yes. Okay, and that now we got you said yes. All right, and then let's try one more time and paste, and then hit no, and then now it says you said no. Okay, so hopefully this makes sense. So it's a little more tricky, but this kind of gives you an idea of this little I here is used as the index of the array. So it's going to put the value in here, and then it's going to be able to walk through that array very easily. Okay. Okay, so hopefully you understood the last activity. If you didn't, go over it a couple more times or go through the previous lessons and make sure that you understand it, because the next concept is going to come really quickly now, and we're going to do an activity right after this that's going to build on top of the previous activity lessons that we've learned, and then plus this item right here. Okay, so right now I'm going to show you having a for loop inside of a for loop. So this is called a nested for loop. So let's go ahead and just let's create a couple arrays. So var, actually I'll just create, I'll create a couple arrays. Let's call this first one numbers, and then this is just going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then this one is going to be letters equals A, B, and I'm just going to go up to C. Okay. All right. So a for loop, just write our basic for loop. So var I equals 0, I is less than 4, and then I plus plus. Okay. And do this, and then we'll do a console.log, and we'll just do a console.log of numbers I. So this is just going to print out the value of the numbers array for I. So we can go ahead and just run this right now. And then you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. So pretty standard what we just did earlier. Okay, so to have a nested nested for loop in here. So we're just going to do the same thing, but when we're inside of this, the curly brackets for the first for loop, we're going to do another for, and then var. I'm going to do t just to make it less confusing. Var t equals 0, and then t is less than 1, 2, 3, so 2, and then t plus plus. Okay. And then for this one, I'm going to do console.log letters and t. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this whole thing. And before I explain it, let's just run it and see what happens. Okay, so what we have here is it did 1 AB, 2 AB, 3 AB, 4 AB. So looks like interesting. Okay, let me see why the C is not printed out. So let's see, we have 4. Oh, the 5 is not printed out either. So I is less than 5. Okay, and then this is less than 3. All right. Properly do this and print that. Okay. There we go. So 1 ABC, 2 ABC, 3 ABC, 4 ABC, 5 ABC. All right. So you notice that it did 1. So let's take a look at our loop here. So it did 1. So the very first item in the array was 1, and then it did A, B, and C. So that's because on the first loop it grabbed you the value 1, and then it went into the second loop and it grabbed you the letter. But since this is a loop, it's going to keep on doing that. So it grabbed you A, and then looped again B, and then C. And then once it's done, it's back down to the bottom, and then it starts over again at the first loop. So now it's going to give you 2, and then it's going to do the A, B, C again. All right? All right, so it's time to do an activity. We're going to do something called the square. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a square. It's going to be a 4x4 kind of object, but we're just going to use these little star symbols, and it's not going to look quite like a square just because of how the spacing works and the line breaks work, but it's going to be, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4 across, 1, 2, 3, 4 down. So if you were to space this out correctly, it would look just like a square, but since this doesn't do that, you just have to imagine that it looks like a square. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a variable called square. I'm not going to set a value for it right now. And then we're going to do a for loop. So let's just do this in pieces. So for bar I equals, let's do 0, and then I is less than 5, and then I plus plus. Okay? Then don't forget your curly braces there. And then for this, let's just console.log right now. And let's console.log star. Okay. And need our quotes around that. All right. So I'm just going to copy this part, paste it in here, enter. And what that does is it gives us our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it gave us 5. We'll do a 5x5 square, which is fine. But you can see it's on separate lines here. So that will be the height of our square, but we need to be able to fill in the length of the square, right? So we got the height, and then we need to go this way. So what we need to do is we need another loop. So I'm just going to delete this for now. And let's do another loop inside of here. Oops. So for var. And then I'm not going to use I again. I'm going to create a new one. So var t equals 0. And then t is less than 5. So everything's going to look the same for the most part. Not I, t plus plus. Okay. And then do this. And let's see. All right, let's put this console log back in here. So console.log star, and then we'll have that happen here too. Okay, so what do you see happening here? So we have our first loop, which looks like this, right? And so it's, oops. Okay, so this is what our first loop is going to do, right? And then our second loop that's inside of here, what is that going to do? So let's go ahead and see. Clear that out, paste, and all right. So we have a whole bunch of stars, and they're just going all sequentially. So let's take a look to see why that might be happening. And that's happening just because every time you do a console log, it's just putting a star on the row, right? Okay. And then, so basically we're doing star, and then star, 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 star. So let me put a number in here. Let me put something else in here so that you can see what's going on. So here's I, and here's T. And then I will put, let me do it like this. I val equals plus I, and then T val equals, oops, T val equals plus T. All right, oops. And go ahead and copy this. Oops. And paste. All right, so now you can see what's happening. So it's ival. So we do ival equals 0, and then it does tval up to 4, right? So 0 through 4, and then it does ival 1, and then tval 0 through 4, and then ival 2, and then tval 0 through 4, and then ival 3, and then so on and so on. So you can see this is what's happening, and we don't want it to be on separate lines like that for the loop. So we're going to need to do something a little bit different. So we can delete this now. And let's see. We haven't set anything for our square. So we're going to set square. So square equals square plus the star. Okay. So basically we're just adding a star to the square each time, right? So let's see what happens here. You need to copy the variable declaration in there too. And then paste it. And we didn't actually tell it to do anything, so we need to do console.log square. So this is going to take the value of square and add a star to it each time, and then once we're done looping through that, so we're not even hitting the second loop right now, we're just seeing what's happening. So once it's done doing this, then it will output the value of square. So all in one thing. Do this, and okay. So first one shows undefined because it was adding nothing to star. So ignore this part, and then you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 stars in a line there. Okay. So that's great. So we have one row, but we need all the rows. And what we're going to do is we're going to start out with, let's see, and we actually need to add squares in this one too. Okay, so now we're adding squares here, and or we're adding stars here and stars here. Let's set this to nothing to start with, just so that we don't get the undefined error. Go ahead and copy that. And now we get a long line here. So getting closer, so I'm pretty sure there's 25 stars there. What we're going to do is we're going to, at the end of this, let's see, square, actually we don't need this one. Put that there instead. Okay. And then this character here is a line break error, so that our line break character, so the \n, so that means it will go jump to a new line each time. So let's go ahead and copy that. Okay, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have one too many, so it's not quite a square. So let's see if we can fix that. So for each of these, so 0, then we're adding 1. Let's see. I think we don't need this one here, so that's an extra. So all we're doing is we're looping through each row here, and then once this loop is done, it will jump to the new line. Okay. So let's go ahead and copy this, and paste, and enter, and then let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let's put back the old code that I did earlier so that you can see kind of what is going on a little bit better. So instead of adding star, let's do our ival and tval. So ival equals, and then plus I, and then plus tval equals plus t. Okay. Copy this. Clear that. And there we go. So you can see ival 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Tval 0. And then it's going to repeat. So you can see that this whole row, sorry, the formatting is a little off. So ival 0, and then ival 0, ival 0, ival 0. That's fine. And then you can see tval 0, tval 1, tval 2, tval 3, and so on. So you can, if you look at the left, 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if you want to take a look at this kind of structure to understand what happened on how the square was built, go ahead. And but this is basically how the square is done. Okay, this is just for you to see. If you're having a hard time understanding what's going on, you can see what the value, what's going on better with that kind of output. All right, so we're going to learn about the next type of loop. So you've learned about the for loop, but now we're going to learn about the while loop. So syntax is going to be like this. So you're going to do declare your variable. Just going to do I as always, and then just set it to 0 is fine. And then what makes a while loop a while loop is the keyword while, and then do your parentheses there, and then I is less than 5 will be fine, and then curly brace at the end, and then this is where you will do something. So we can just do console.log I. Alright, and very important thing inside of a loop, remember we need our incrementer, so at the end always put your incrementer here, otherwise you're going to have an infinite loop, and as I have explained before, that's very bad. Okay, and as you can see, it's 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 has been console logged, so that's a while loop. And the last type of loop that we're going to learn about is the do while loop. So it's going to look very similar to the while loop. So let's go ahead and do our var I equals 0, and then we're going to start this off with the word do, and then do our curly braces, and then we'll just do the console.log I, and then I++, and then the difference here is that the while goes to the end. So while I is less than 5. Okay, so this and this will give you the same output. So go ahead and copy that. And you can see 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so just remember syntax between a loop, while loop and a do while loop. Very similar. It's just the while condition and a while loop is up here. Do starts with the do, and the while condition is at the end. And don't forget to increment your variable. All right, so you've learned about 3 different kinds of loops: the for loop, the while loop, and the do while loop. So you're going to ask, why are there 3 different kinds, or rather, what situation would you use one versus another? So let's write a similar statement with each loop. So let's do for, and then var I equals 0, I is less than 5, I++, right? And then this is just going to be a console.log I. Okay. Var, there you go. Okay, so that's the for loop. While loop is going to look like this. Let's first do our variable I equals 0, I is less than 5, console.log I, and don't forget to increment that. Okay, and then finally our last one, var I equals 0, do console.log I and I++, and then while I is less than 5. Okay, and let's go ahead and put this in to the console. Clear this out here, paste. So you get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. You get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And you get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so they've all given us the same output. But why would you use one versus another? So the for loop is very typical for when you know exactly how many things that you're going to be working with. So if you know that you have so this statement right here, so I is less than 5. So if you know what this value for 5, so you know you want to loop this 4 times basically. You want to loop this exactly 4 times. Or there's other conditions where you're doing like the length of an array. So the length of an array, you do not personally know it, but the computer will be able to know it before it starts the loop. So the program will say, go get me the number of elements in the array. So it could be 5, it could be 20, or whatever, and then it will loop through each one. So obviously you can do that with these two also, but it's typical to use the for loop for that type of situation. All right, so for a while loop, what is typical is to do an evaluation whether something is true or not. So let's change this variable. So var, actually let's add another variable. So var are you happy equals true. Oops. Okay, and then we are going to use are you happy in here. And remember that while are you happy is the same thing as are you happy equals true. So this is just the shorthand and the normal way to write it. And then let's do console.log you are happy. Okay, and let's see this. So right now this is going to go on forever, let's do something. Let's change this to var answer equals prompt, and then the question is, are you happy? Okay, and then inside of here, let's get rid of this. If answer equals yes, then console.log that. Okay. And let's just put this inside of here. And we can just change this to this. All right. So we're creating a variable for answer. So when we do our loop, it's going to check if are you happy equals true, then it's going to say, do a prompt and say, are you happy? And then if you answer equals yes, then it's going to console log, are you happy? Okay? And then if you don't put true, then we are going to change are you happy equals false, and then console.log you are not happy. Okay? Alright. So let's go ahead and do this. And enter. Are you happy? I'm going to say yes. So it's going to ask it again. Are you happy? Yes. Yes. And then if I say no, and then it says you are not happy that time. So I said yes 3 times, and then the 4th time I said no, so it went to I am not happy. Okay? So this is a typical way to do this, and you can do this with the do statement also. The do statement is not, the do while statement is not used as often as either the for or the while, but it is possible to do it. And let me show you one other thing also. So basically this is the difference between for and do. For and do while, right? And then this is going to be the diff between do and do while. Okay, so here once again, here is our do statement, do while. Let me do our while statement again. So var I equals 0 while I is less than, I'm going to do while I is less than 0 this time. Okay, so I'm going to change this up. Okay, and then console.log I. Alright, so now I just changed the value of I. So let's see what happens here. So I'm going to grab this first one. Let's go ahead and clear this out. Paste that, and you notice we got nothing. Alright, let's do the same thing with the do while. Okay, and you notice that we printed out 0 to the console. So why is that? So just take a look at this. So for a while statement, you have your condition up here. So before it did any of the execution of any code, it checked to see if the condition was met or not. So since I is not less than 0, it did not do anything. But for this one, you're executing the stuff inside of the code before checking for the condition. So in this case, a do may execute one time, but a while may never execute. Okay, and it looks like I forgot to do my incrementer. Alright, yeah. So that's the difference between a for, a while, and a do while and why you would use the different ones. Early in the course, we used the if statement to kind of guide where the application would go based on decisions that were met. So let me do a sample if statement. So if let's see, if fav food equals pizza, and I need to actually declare these, so var fav food. So if fav food equals pizza, then we'll do console.log pizza, and then else if fav food equals pasta, then console.log pasta. All right, and then else console.log, I'll just do fav food. Okay. So if I take this and run this, nothing will happen because I haven't given it a value for fav food. So fav food equals, let's just make this pasta. Okay. Alright, so pasta. So it went through the if condition, so it checked to see if it equals pizza. It didn't, so it went to the next one. It found it equals pasta, so then it printed out pasta. Alright, you know how to do this already. Okay, so a switch statement, we can do the same thing. It's just going to be written out a little bit different. So I'm just going to copy this guy up here, reuse that, and then what it's going to look like is switch, and then we're going to do, let's just do fav food. Okay, and then it's going to be cases. So case pizza, I'll put lowercase pizza, and then colon, and then based on that, it's going to be, let's do console.log pizza. All right, and then we need to follow it with a break. And it's good. All right, and then another one, case pasta console.log pasta, followed by break, one more, then do default. Okay, default console.log. I just did fav food. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this guy here, paste that in here, and we got the same answer, so we got pasta. All right, and if we paste this again, we change this to pizza, we'll get pizza, erase that, and then if I put pie, and then we just get pie. Okay, so let's take a look at what we did. So far everything is the same. Here is the variable that you're matching your condition to. So for this variable, we're looking for to see if it matches. So case 1 is kind of like this if statement. So this is like if fav food equals pizza, but we're just saying case pizza, then do something. Case pasta, then do something. And then default is going to be like the else statement. So default, if it doesn't match either pizza or pasta, then it's just going to return fav food. Okay? All right, so just take a look at this and kind of see if it makes sense. Oh, let's take a look at these breaks. So let's see what happens if I remove these. Actually, I'll just comment them out. I'm going to comment out the breaks because this is the first time you've seen this. Refresh. And now what happened? So now pasta is the answer, but it gave us pasta, and then it gave us this one also. So, and then let's go ahead and clear this out. And now I'm going to put pizza here. What do you think is going to happen now? So now it did all three of them. So it did pizza, pasta, and pizza. So these breaks are very important because otherwise it's going to execute every single line whether it matches or not. Okay, so you need to have these breaks, so that means that once the condition matches, it's going to do this and then it's going to stop. Otherwise it's going to find the matching condition and then it's going to do everything inside of these lines of code whether they match or not. In this section, we're going to be talking about functions. So let me first show you how a function is defined. So there's actually a few ways for creating a function. So the first one is referred to as defining a function. And this is going to look a lot like what a variable looks like. We're going to use this const right now. We'll talk about what that actually does in a later lecture, but just go for it for right now. So const, let's see, let's call this message equals function. So we can use this keyword function, and then open and close parentheses there, and then you're going to have these curly braces. Inside the curly braces is what your function is going to do. So we'll just do a console.log, and then we'll do hello there. All right, and then if you want to call the function, all you have to do is put the name of the function, and then functions always require that you put the open and close parentheses at the end there. So let's go ahead and go to our JS console here, and let's copy this first. All right, and execute. All right, so you can see that we've defined our function up here, and we're calling that function, which is just using the function name and the parentheses. Let's go ahead and clear that out. I'm gonna go back here. All right, and then let's go to the next way you can create a function. So the next part is declaring a function. Okay, so when you declare a function, this is the more standard way that you're going to see it. So basically what it's going to look like is you're going to write function and then the name of the function. So we'll just do message again, and then everything else after that is going to look the same. So we're just going to do our same console.log, and let's just say bye now. All right, and same exact thing to call the function. You just give the function name and with the parentheses there. All right. So you can see that when you do it in this way, it's preferred because there's a little bit less typing that you have to do, so it's a little bit shorter, and it's pretty clear of what's going on anyway. So this is the typical way that you're going to see a function being created. All right. Okay. So purpose of functions. The functions are here so that if you have a whole bunch of code or something that you want to reuse over and over again, or even just like reuse more than once, then you can create a function. So that way, instead of writing a lot of code, you can just write a function and then just call that function every time you want to do something. So let's go ahead and make a new function. Let's see, function. Let's call this new message, and then let's just do a bunch of console.log statements. And then we'll just put a number 1 here, console.log 2, console.log 3. Okay, so this is a very, very basic example, but So if I have that, I can basically count to 3 in the console, and then I could just call this several times. So instead of having to actually code console.log 1, 2, 3, so this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15. So basically 15 times I would have had to manually type this, but now I can just wrap it all into this function here. And you can see that this little line of code, and I'm able to reuse that function and get the output of 1, 2, 3 just by calling that function. So you save a lot of code for one thing, and the other thing is that this is reusability, right? So if you need to fix your code, you only have to fix it in one spot, because wherever you're calling the function, that doesn't need to be changed, because all the lifting and all the work that's being done is inside the function itself. So once you fix the contents of the function, then everything that is using that function will also be updated accordingly, because it's just basically using that function. One of the key features of functions is that it can return data. So what does return data mean? So far we've been doing like these console.log statements, and it's giving us like messages or information back on the console. But that's kind of just printing, right? That's not really returning data. So returning data simply means that when you execute the function will give you a value which you then can use for something else. All right, so let's go ahead and create a function. So function, let's call this, let's say get message. Okay, and then with this we're just going to return a string which is hello there. All right, so let me show you what happens when we just execute this. Go ahead and copy that. And it says hello there. So it looks very similar to what we do when we do a console.log, but it's not quite the same. So let's go back to our code here. So what we can do with this message is, let's actually create a console.log, right? So remember, console.log requires you to pass something in here, right? So what we can do is we can actually pass get message in here. Okay, so what we're doing is we're saying console.log, and then we're calling get message, which just returns us the value of hello there. And actually I don't need that right there, so copy, go back over here, paste. Alright, so now you can see it's the console.log used the return value of hello there, and it logged that to the console. So let's do another example. Let's do function, let's say get number, and then this time we're going to return, let's just return 1, all right? And then let's do a console.log of get number, all right? Copy that and go back over here. Let's clear this out, and here we go, and same thing. So there you go. So just remember, returning data means that you can use it by somebody else. So all you have to do to return data is use the return keyword, and then when you want to use that data, you just actually call the function. All right. let's do a brief activity to work on returning data. So let's create a function here. So function, and then let's just call this get cost, and do parentheses here. So what I want to do is I want to create a function that returns the cost of something, right? So let's just say cost of oranges. Okay, so return, and let's just say $5 for however many oranges. So that's like several pounds of oranges. I'm just going to give it a number, and then let's just do a console.log. But I want to format this out into money. But first, let's see what's going to happen if I just get cost. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this. And all right, so we have get cost. So our function is working. So we're able to log out our value there. Let's add some stuff to this though. So I want this to be in money format. So let's do our quotes there, and plus get cost. All right. So see, I'm doing string concatenation on this function, which is fine because this function is returning data there. So let's go ahead and copy that. Let's move this out. All right. So now it says $5. So that looks like it works fine. Let's make this a little more interesting though. Let's add some more text here. So let's say 5. Let's say 5 oranges cost about $5. Okay, so 5 oranges cost about $5. All right, so that works fine. So now you can see that you can concatenate the value of that is returned from the function. Let's do another one. Let's do function. Let's say get. Let's call this get number, and then we'll just return. Let's return 5 again, but this time let's do a console.log, and then let's see, get number, and then plus 5. Okay, so since this is not a string, it's going to do some math for us, right? So let's go ahead and go back. All right, so there you go. So our function returned 5, and then we're adding 5 to it, so our console logged out 10. All right, so that works perfectly fine. Let's do one more thing. Let's do function get. Let's just call it get something, and then what we're going to do is let's return get number plus 5. Okay, and then let's just console.log get number. All right, so what is this going to do? This is we've created a function called get something. It's going to return whatever get number gives us plus 5. So it's going to be a chain of events. So actually I need to comment this out here. So I'm going to need both of these because I'm calling get number, and if I try to run it without it, it's going to fail. Okay, and that did not work. And let's see, why did that not work? Oh, I see. Because we're doing a console.log of get number, which is this one, but we actually need a console.log of get something. So let's go ahead and fix that here. copy, and there we go. So we're taking what this is doing. We've created a function called getSomething, which when it's returning, it's going to call this function up here, getNumber, which will give it a data of 5, and then we're adding 5 to it. All right. So in this step, we've kind of seen a couple things here. We've seen that for returns, you don't have to just return a single value. You can return a value that's added to another value, and also you can call another function to get its return value so that you can manipulate it also. In the last video, you learned how to get data out of a function using the return statement. In this video, you're going to learn how to put data into that function using parameters and arguments. So let's go ahead and create a function. Let's just call it messages. And let's just set up our function correctly here. All right. So inside of these parentheses, let's type in message1 and then comma message2. All right. So right now, this is a parameter and this is parameter. You can have any number of parameters. You saw that we can have 0 parameters, or you can have 1, or in this case, we have 2 parameters. Okay. So the parameters are basically a placeholder for data that you're going to pass into the function. And to use the value that's there in the function, we're just going to do a console.log, and then you're going to actually give the parameter name inside that function. Okay, so you can see that the formatting here kind of changed with the code editor. If I hover over this one, it says message2 is declared but never used. So message1 has been used, and then let's do console.log message2. Oops. All right. And when you call the function, this is called messages, you need to pass in values for those parameters. The values that you pass are called arguments. So the placeholder inside the function declaration is a parameter. The value that you actually pass is an argument. Now let's see what happens if we try to run this function without putting any arguments in. We're getting undefined. So we did not pass any arguments into this function. So it's giving us undefined because they're actually not defined. We haven't given any value to them. So let's go ahead and make this better. So let's put a string in here and just call this message1, and then put a string in here and message2. All right. So notice that we're putting a comma in here, so that's fine. Go ahead and copy. Go back to here and paste. And now you can see the console logged message1 and message2. So remember how in the variables lesson, these can be anything. Since JavaScript is not a type safe language, that means that you can put a number in here, you can put a string in here, you can put a boolean in here, you can put whatever you want. So you need to be careful of what you're actually passing into it. So let's see, let's do a number and a boolean, and when I console.log this, then you'll see that this works perfectly fine. All right. Okay, so there it is. So remember, parameters are the placeholders inside of the function declaration, and then arguments are the actual values that you're passing into the function. All right, so let's go ahead and do a little activity, create a function that's actually useful. Right now we've just been doing stuff that's been creating console logs or whatever, and that's not too useful. So let's go ahead and create a function here, and let's call this rect area. So this is going to be area of a rectangle, and let's just go ahead and finish up our function here. So this is going to take 2 parameters, so length and width. Okay, and then let's create a variable. So var area equals length times width. Okay, and then I'm just going to return area. Okay, and then just to see what it looks like, let's do rect area, and let's do 2 and 5 just to start with. Okay, and there you go. So 2 times 5 does indeed equal 10. And you can see you can call the function again, so 3 by 6, and then rect area, let's do 10 by 12, and looks fine. So you can see that this is more useful. You can see how somebody making a web page or something, maybe something for like math or for construction, where they need to do measurements all the time, they can easily use this function in many places to get the area. Alright, we're going to talk a little bit about the constant variable that I created earlier. So like, let's do const, let's say something equals, and then let's just make it a string right now. Okay, so this keyword can be used in place of the var keyword to declare a variable, but it has some differences. So let's go over some of that right now. So let's go ahead and put that in here. So if you do something, you get Bob, that's fine. If you try to do something equals Joe, and it says assignment to constant variable. So constant means that once it's set, you cannot reassign it. Okay, so there's a few rules here. So for constants, you have to you have to give a value to the variable at the time when it was declared. Okay, so doing something like const thing does not work. So let's see what it does here. Const thing, and then you can see you can't do that. If I do var thing, that's perfectly fine. But const has to have a variable to assign to it as soon as it's declared. So all right, this is bad, and this is good. Okay. So let's take a look at a few other points for constants. So let's take a look at an array. So let's do const r equals, and then let's just create an array of 1, 2, let's just do a simple one, 1, 2, and 3. Alright, so let's copy this out and come back over to the console. Alright, so we've created a constant array. So can we give a new array of this? So I will just say 4, 5, and 6. So that will fail. However, if we do array 0 equals, let's make it 4, and then let's print out our array again. So now we have 4, 2, 3. So it was 1, 2, 3, but now it's 4, 2, 3. So for arrays with constants, you can change the value of the array elements, but you cannot change the whole array to a new whole array itself. All right. And there's some other differences between constants and variables that we'll go over in the next lesson, and that is going to be in regards to scope. Okay, so inside this lesson, we are going to go over variable scope. So let's go ahead and create a variable. So variable num equals 1, and then let's create a function. Function, we'll just call it thing, and then this one will be num equals 2. All right, and let's do a couple console.logs. So console.log function plus num, and then outside of here we need to call the function thing, and let's do one more console.log. This is going to be outside function plus num. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and copy this, paste it in here, and you can see that num1 that we called from the function equals 2, and then also num1 that we called from outside the function equals 2. So this num and this num are both the same num, so they are both the same variable. This is referred to as having a globally scoped variable. So that means outside of any function or if blocks or case statements or anything, this is accessible and usable. So you can change the value of this variable from anywhere. Let's do a different one here. So let's do num2 equals 2, and then that's actually create a variable out of this. So var num2 equals 2, and then let's just update our statements. So this time we have created the variable inside of the function, and we are just returning it. So let's go ahead and go back here. Okay, so the first one worked fine. So the one that's called from our thing function, it gave us function 2, but the outside function one did not work because it is undefined. So you can see that the variable that's inside of these curly braces inside of the function is what's referred to as local scope. So things inside of the function cannot necessarily be used outside of the function. All right. So I'm going to show you one other type of variable. So far you've learned about const, and then you've learned about let or var, and I just gave it away. And now we're going to have one more that's called let. So the only difference between var and let is the scope. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at our example one more time. I'm going to copy this here and put this here, and I'm just going to change this to let, and actually let's comment this one out for right now. Let's change this one to let. So go ahead and copy that, and paste that in. All right. So, oops, let's fix that. Num should just be num. Okay, and you can see that this works exactly the same as it did for var. Let's go ahead and comment that out and put this back here. And paste. All right, so no difference between var and let on when there's a function. So function, this curly braces inside the function does not have any effect on the scoping of the variables that are created inside of the function. So if you use var or let, those are still only available inside of the function. They are not available outside of the function. All right. But let's do something else. Let's do an if statement. So if 1 equals to 1, then so let's do let, let's just do let num equals 1. All right. And then we'll just do a console.log once again, and I'll say if statement plus num, and then outside I'll do similar thing, outside if statement plus num. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this. And actually, let's start with the var first. So let me show you what var does first. So var, okay, so same thing, global scope. So inside of the if block, you get 1. Outside the if block, you get 1. Let's do this again, but let's change this to let. Okay, same thing. Since it's outside, it's still global scoped. All right, let's go ahead and comment this out. Let's create num inside of here now. So var num equals 1. And you can see still accessible outside and inside. And now let's change this to let. All right, so now you can see that inside of this block, if there's a let and you have a value assigned to a variable there, then it is not accessible from outside. So you are saying that I only want this num variable to be inside of this if block. I don't want anybody else to use it outside. So this is kind of how you control your scoping for your variables when you have a block that's not a function. In this section, we're going to be talking about objects in JavaScript. So let's go ahead and start up our VS Code again. So I've gone ahead and created a file here for us to test with. So an object is made up of a key value pair. So let me show you. So let's do a variable. So let's do person, okay, equals, and then objects will have these curly braces, and inside there will be a key value pair. So I'll put a first name. So this is the key, and the value comes after it. So key with the colon and then the value. Okay, so this is what they refer to as the key value pair. So this is a property. So the object person has multiple properties. So this is the first one. I can add another property. Let's see, let's say fave color blue, and then I can add things that are not strings. So these all have a value of a string. Let's do fave number equals 8, and then you can also do things like is married, and then true. So you have a boolean, all right. And then you can also have arrays as values. So children, and then we'll put an array here. So let's see, let's just do this. We can just do child 1, child 2, so very unique children. And last thing is objects can also have values of objects. So I'll just call this thing, and then in here is let's say name object, right? And then color yellow, doesn't really matter what it is. Okay, so there we go. So we've created a variable and we have properties. So each one of these lines is a property. So this is a property, this is a property, this is a property, this is a property, and actually this is a property. And then this is a key, and this is the value for that key. All right. We've created this person object, but what can we actually do with it? Let's see. So first, I'm going to change this to a var. It doesn't need to be a let. And we're going to jump on over to the console. So copy that, and then jump over here. Let's just call the person variable. So person. And then if you click on this thing that says object here, you can see it expand out. And if you click on array, then that one will expand out. And then basically we have our object here. So here's all of our properties: fave color, fave number, first name, is married, and thing. Here's another object that we have. And we have all those things. But how do we actually use the object? So let's go ahead and refresh here. Let's call this one more time. This time let's do a console.log. And I don't want the whole object, I just want a property of the object. So if I just do this and give the object variable, I'm going to get the whole object, but that's not what I want. Let's do console.log. This time let's do person, but I'm going to add a dot here. So putting a dot after there now lets us access the path to the different properties. So let's try first name. So first name, and then hit enter, and then now you have the value for first name. Let's do that again. So console.log person dot, let's do fave color. Okay, and then we have blue. So that's how you access the values for each property. So what do you do if you need to get to this array here? So let's take a look. So console.log, let's do person dot, so array, the array's property name is called children. So let's do that. So that gives us the entire array, but what if you only want one of the children? So let's go ahead and console.log and think back to our arrays lesson. So how do you access a specific element from the array? So we know the array is children. So to get to a specific element, we're going to do our brackets here, and then let's get the first one and close that up, and then we get child 1. All right, so I'm gonna refresh here, go back to the top of the screen, and then let's just paste in the original code one more time. All right, so next thing is this thing is an object. So let's do console.log person.thing. So what do you think this is going to return? So that is going to return the entire object. But I don't want the entire object. I just want the color inside of thing. So let's do console.log person.thing. And then what do you think you do next? So we used a dot to go from person to the first tier of this object, but then now we have an object inside of there. So let's put another dot there. Let's see how that works. Color, and then close it up, and that works perfectly fine. So you can see we went from person, and then we went dot, which goes into the first into the object, and then we found thing, and then we used another dot, which went into the next object, and then we found color, which is yellow. So this is a very simple object here, but sometimes there are going to be very complicated objects that are nested very deep. So you can have a person object that has something like this where thing and then color or some other property might have another object inside of it, and that might have another object, and that might have another object, and that might have an array, and so forth and so forth. But as long as you have this structured out so that it's easy to kind of tell where the first tier is, and then here's the second tier, and then third tier, then you will easily be able to traverse that object and find the values that you're looking for. All right, so I have shown you the dot notation, which is this dots here, but there's another way that you can get the values from the objects. So I've gone ahead and cleared out my console again. Let's go ahead and paste that original object in here again. And what we're going to do is, let's do a console.log, and we are going to do our person. So far it looks the same, but this time we're going to do our brackets. So, and then inside of those brackets is going to be this double quotes, and then let's do first name, and then make sure you put your parentheses at the end. Go ahead and hit enter, and that gives you the same value. So let's do another one. So let's do console.log. Let's do a little more difficult one. So person, and then we're going to do the array. So the array is children, right? So children, and enter. So that gives us the whole array, but let's just get one of those children. So console.log person, and this is children. So let's see if this still works. So I'm going to put a bracket, 0 bracket, and then make sure you close it with the parentheses, and that still works perfectly fine. So the only difference between this and doing it the other way is kind of just the formatting. So obviously one is going to be a little easier to do because there's a lot less stuff that you have to type in. Let's see, children. All right, so you can see that you have to do all these extra brackets with all these extra double quotes, and then as you see, as the path gets longer and longer, this is going to be more and more cumbersome than just doing this dot notation. So most of the time you're just going to see it in the dot notation, so that's what I'm going to use going forward, but just wanted to let you know that there's multiple ways to get to the values of each property. Okay, let's do a quick activity just to practice what we've learned about objects. So let's create a variable here, and let's call this family, and then this is going to be equal to an object. All right, so I'm not going to do my family, I'm going to do somebody else's family. So let's just have father here, and let's see, let's make this an object. Okay, so father is going to be an object instead of family. So let's see, his first name, and then that's going to be a string, and then let's call this Okay, so let's do an activity so that we can practice creating objects and working with them. So go ahead and do var. We're going to do a family tree, so I'm just going to call this family, and then this is equal to an object. And I'm not going to use my family, I'm going to use somebody else's family. So let's do it like this. So let's do father is a property, and then I'm just going to make that equal to an object. So father has things, right? So first thing is he has a first name. So first name, and then that's going to be equal to a string. So let's call this Thomas. And then he's going to have a last name. And then that's going to be Wayne. All right, so this is Thomas Wayne. Alrighty, so that's probably okay for now. Let's go ahead and create another property here. So father, and then let's do mother, and this is going to be equal to an object also. So first name, And then our first name is Martha. And then last name is going to be equal to Wayne. All right. And let's see what else. We have children. So children, I'm just going to make this into an array, right? And then this array is going to contain objects. Okay. So for this family, they only have one child, but that's okay. It still can go into here because just in case the family grows and then they have a second child, it would go in here, and so forth. So let's go ahead and do the same thing. So first name, and then this is going to be Bruce, and then last name is going to be Wayne. Okay, and let's see where the ending of that is. And one more thing, so who's also part of this family? Let's say, let's do Butler. Alright, so they have a butler, and he's also going to have objects, so he's going to have a first name, and then Alfred, and then his last name is, I believe it's Pennyworth. Alright, so let's take a look at what we have here. So I'm going to space this out a little bit so you can see a little bit better. So we have a family object which has an object for father with first and last name, has an object for mother, first and last name. It has an array of objects with just one child for Bruce Wayne, and then we have a butler here. Okay, let's see what else can we add to this. So in here, let's also add, let's do a boolean. Alright, so let's do is rich. Okay, is this family rich? Yes, they are definitely rich. Alright, okay, and inside of these properties, let's do another boolean. So let's do is alive, and then this is going to be false if you're going to take current state, and then also is alive is going to be false. And let's add that to here also. Is alive is going to be true. Okay, and then this is alive is true. Okay, so we've added extra properties. So we have the single property out here that's for is rich. So is the family is rich, because this, we could have added this to each one of these members, but the whole family is rich, and I'm pretty sure Alfred is also rich because he's basically part of the family, right? So let's just go with this. Okay, so now we've created our family object. Let's go ahead and copy this and head on over to the console here. Go ahead and paste this in. Okay, alright, so that's in there. First things first, let's just call family. Let's see what happens here. So we get that object, and that object has things in it. So butler is an object that has first name, last name, is alive, has children, that's an array which has an object with first name, last name, and is alive. Father is also an object which has first name, last name, is alive, and mother is also an object with first name, last name, and is alive. And then we have this one property right here. Let me collapse this so it's easier to say. So we have this one property right here that's just a boolean of if they are rich or not. Okay, so let's clear this out here. Let's go ahead and paste again. This time, let's try to get a value. So let's do an easy one. Let's just get this is rich value. So family, let's do console.log family dot is rich. Oops, and I forgot to put closing parentheses. So we got true there. Okay, and then let's do another one. Let's do console.log family dot, let's get the mother's first name. So mother, and then to go inside of this object we need another dot, so dot first name, and close that parentheses there, and then we get Martha. Great. And then let's get the children here. So first let's get the children object. So console.log family.children dot, let's see, not dot, we need to get the array. So family.children, let's just stop right there. So that should give you an array with one object inside of it. Good. And then let's do another one. Let's get Bruce's last name. So let's do console.log family.children, and then we need to get index 0, which is Bruce, and then dot, let's get his last name. Okay, and we should get Wayne. All right. Okay, so we have gone and created an object for a family. This one is a little more complex than what we made before, but it works perfectly fine. So go ahead and feel free to practice with this and try to get to the different elements, because it's important to understand how you get to the different property values of each of these properties. And there we go. There's one more type of property that you can add to an object. So let's go ahead and create a variable, and let's create an object. Let's call this library. Okay, and then this is going to be an object. So let's give it a simple book property, and we'll just create a simple book. We'll just call it JavaScript is fun. So that's the book title. All right, and then we will create another property, and then let's call this checkout. So in a library you can check out stuff. So this is actually going to be a function, or rather inside of an object it's going to be called a method. So let's do function, then the syntax is going to be pretty much the same here. So here's the name of our method property. So this is library, and you can check out, which will do something. So for this we will just do a console.log, and then we'll say you have checked out the book. Let's go ahead and copy this. Going over to our console here and paste. Alright, so let's see how we access this. So it's going to be pretty simple. So library dot, and then we're going to do checkout. Alright, and then since it is a method similar to a function, we're going to do our parentheses there, and then just like a function, it does whatever is inside of the curly braces there. In this case it is doing a console.log, and you can see that printed out there. Alright, so let's create another method. Alright, let's call this one check in, and then function. This time we're going to take parameters, so number, and then for this one we will once again do a console.log, and then you have checked in plus number plus, we'll just say books. Okay, so we have a method here called check-in, and it's going to take a parameter of number, and then we're going to use that parameter in our console.log statement. So go ahead and copy this once again, go back over here, paste, and let's do library dot check in, and put our argument. So let's say 2. So you have checked in 2 books, and looks like I need this extra space there, so I can just add it here, and let's actually add it here. Okay, and let's try that again. Library dot check in 2. There we go. So you have checked in 2 books. Alright, so far this is pretty much the same as what we've been doing so far with functions, but when it's inside of an object and it's a property of an object, then it's called a method. And let's do one more thing here. So what if I want to use the value of this property here inside of one of my functions or one of my methods here? So you have checked out the book. Let's just change this to take in the book here. So let's see what happens if we just put book. So that would kind of make sense, right? So I'm inside of this object and I want to use whatever the value of his book is. So I'm just putting book there. So let's see what happens here. Okay, and then let's do library dot check out, and it says book is not defined, but that's kind of funny. Its book is right here. Let's go back and try something else. What if we do like library dot book? Would that work? It seems kind of weird because we're inside of library, so let's just try it and see what happens. Go ahead and do this. So library dot check out, and that works fine. So you have checked out JavaScript is fun. Okay, that works fine. But like I said, that looks kind of funny because we're inside of library and then we're saying library dot book. So there's actually a different way to do this, and it's a more conventional way that this is done. We're going to use the keyword this. So what this does is this refers to the owner of the object. So library is the owner of the object. So we did library.book, which worked perfectly fine, but it's better just to do this.book. So it's this book, right? So if we had another property here, we say, let's say movie, and then what's a movie? Let's see. Let's just say Superman. All right. So Superman, and it would be the same thing. This dot movie, right? So you checked out. Let's just change this to. You have checked out this dot movie. So let's go ahead and copy this and see if that still works fine. And then library dot check out, and then you have checked out Superman. All right, so you can see that this works exactly the same as library dot. So this dot and library dot did the same thing, but it's a normal convention to use this one inside an object when you're trying to reference properties that are also inside of that same object. And the final thing that we're going to talk about in this object lesson is assigning new values to our object properties. So let's go ahead and create a variable. I'm going to create a simple one again. Let's just do person equals, and then it'll have a first name, and I'm just going to keep that as put it as my name, but you can put your name instead. And then let's do fave number is 8, then is married, is true. Okay, and then let's do children again. This will be an array. And this will just have child 1 and To assign a new value, all we have to do is, let's do person.firstName equals, let's just make it Bob. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this and jump on over to the console. Okay, and let's just return person. And you can see that first name is now Bob. So pretty easy. Just to practice, let's do person.faveNumber equals, let's change it to 1. And let's get person again. You can see faveNumber changed, and then person.isMarried equals false. Person, and you can see that changed. And to get the array item and update it, let's do person.children. Let's change the first one equals, let's change it to change it to kid1. Okay, and then let's get person again, and we will have to expand this out a little bit. And you can see now the first child is kid1 and the second one is child2. So pretty simple. Changing the values of the element of the properties in the array is pretty simple as long as you follow the path and then assign it to the new value. Since you just learned about objects, I figured that it would be a good time to introduce JSON data. So JSON, or JSON, stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And that's just a file format of what people use for data. So this is a very popular file format. It's used extensively in APIs for their data responses, and also it's used widely throughout any language. It doesn't have to be a JavaScript language to use JSON, but multiple languages use this file format. So JSON data is, as I said, is just going to be very similar to an object. So let's go ahead and create an object here. So there's a few main differences between JSON data and objects. So the first one is, in an object you can just write first name like this and JSON, but this would not be valid in JSON data. So in JSON you need to wrap this key with double quotes there. Alright, so I'm going to open up a web page, and it's called JSON, so JSONlint.com. So go ahead and open this up, and let's go ahead and start typing in here. So what this is this is a JSON validator. So it'll tell you if your JSON is properly written so that it can be consumed by whoever's using it. So let's do our curly brace here, and let's write this like it were an object. So first name, and then JSON, and then put your closing curly brace there. If you click this button down here that says validate JSON, it's going to say expected string but got undefined. That's because we did not wrap this with our quotes. So let's do first name and validate, and now you can see it is valid JSON. Alright. Another thing to see is that if you want to have an array of elements, you can do that also. Format this a little bit, and I'm going to copy this. We'll just make the second guy Bob and validate, and you can see that this is still valid JSON. All right, so it can just be a straight up object, or it can be an array of objects, but this will both be valid JSON. All right, so as I said, this is the first thing that is very specific to JSON, is that the keys all need to be wrapped in these double quotes. And then the second thing is that you cannot put a function inside of the JSON. So let me write this. So number one, keys need to be wrapped in double quotes. And number two is that no functions allowed as values in the JSON. Okay, so this is just, remember, just JSON is for data, for storing data and retrieving data. It's not going to do anything, so that's why you can't put a function in there. You can't take your data and just say, data do something, like data give me the price of this, data calculate this. That's not what it's meant for. It's just meant to hold that data for you, for some other system to take that data and manipulate it and display it to the user. All right, so going forward in this section, we're gonna just spend some more time on creating some JSON data here, and then using JSON path to find the different pieces of data that a user may be looking for. Okay, we're going to take a few minutes here to work on JSON path, but first let's create some JSON data. So I'm going to create a variable, because you can store JSON data inside of a variable just like any other data in JavaScript. So let's call this school. So we're going to create a university, and this is going to be an object. So far everything looks the same. Remember that you need to wrap your keys with the double quotes here. So the first property here is we're going to have a name, and we're going to call this learning U, so learning university. All right, and this is going to be very simple. So we're just going to have classes. So classes, so since there's more than one, let's use an array. And then classes have many properties, so we're going to use an object, right? Okay, so classes. So classes have a title, and I'm just going to make a blueprint for right now, and then I'll just copy paste. And then let's do, they have a teacher. All right, and then let's do course ID. Make this as a string, and then last thing are credits, so number of credits. I'll just set this to 0 for the moment. All right, so let's go ahead and copy this, and don't forget to put the comma after the end of each object. I'm just going to make 3 classes for right now. And before we do anything, let's go ahead and copy this and go put it in JSON lint site and paste, and let's do validate, and we have a valid JSON, so it's good and we are clear to proceed. So first thing is course title. So cooking is fun, and then teacher will be Mr. Jones. Course ID is just A123, and then this can be a 3 credit course. All right, next one, we'll make this all about food. So salads for people who like salads, and the teacher is Miss Cha. Course ID is B whatever, and I'll make this 4 credits this time, and then title for this one is soup for your belly, and teacher will be just Adam Smith. No formalities that time, so C543, doesn't really matter, and we'll just make this 1 credit course. Alright, so let's grab this object again since we've modified it, and just make sure that we still have a good valid JSON. So that's good. Let's try to break this, so let's take a comma out of here. So you can see that failed, and it kind of threw up all over the place. Let's paste the original one. And if I'm missing a value, that's going to fail. So this is pretty good about checking your syntax and and everything. So, all right. So you can see that you can play with this if you want, but the JSON that we have over here is valid. So let's go ahead and copy this guy over into the console. And I'm gonna make some room down here so I can just paste what we do. All right, so you know how to do this. So this is very much the same as what we did for the objects. So let's do school. Let's just do school. Let's get the whole thing. So school gives you an object, right? And that has a property of name, and then classes is an array of objects which have their own properties. So far so good. All right, clear and paste again. All right, let's do another level deeper. School dot, let's see, name. Okay, let me just put this in here for your notes. So school name and awesome. Okay, sorry, I was just looking at the word school, because the more you look at a word, the more it looks weird to you. I don't know if that's just me, but like school looks like, it's like, oh, I'm pretty sure that's spelled correctly, but it just looks kind of weird. But anyways, so school.name, we got the name, awesome. Let's do school.classes and hit enter, and you can see that's an array which has 3 objects in it, and all good, all good, all good. Okay, so far so good. Alright, okay, so let's go deeper. So let's paste this original guy in there again. School.classes, and I want, for class 1, I want the title. Awesome. So I can hit the up key here, and then if I do that for the next one, and the next one, awesome, good. So school.classes title. All right. So far looks exactly the same as what you've done before, but just practicing some more. So let's just do one more. So school.classes 0 dot. Let's do credits. So how many credits is the first class? So that's 3. So all right. But that's it for now, and just go ahead and practice this. This is really important, understanding how to get to the different properties of your objects and of your JSON. So make sure you know this very well. So far we've seen our JSON data in this kind of format where it's all staggered out and very easy to read, but that's not always going to be the case. I'm going to go ahead and just copy this down to here. Okay, that's not always going to be the case. Sometimes you're going to get all of your JSON data in just one line. So what this version is called pretty, or pretty print. Okay, and then there's another version that's called minified. So minified is the one where it's all in a single line. So hop on over to Google minified JSON, and you should see a bunch of online tools for this. I'm just going to choose this one up here that says codebeauty.org JSON minifier, and if you go ahead and open that up, and if there's something in there, go ahead and clear it out. So what you do is paste in just your object, not the variable or anything. All right, and then use this minify compress button. All right, so you can see over here it says these are line numbers, so 1, 2, all the way up to 23. So on the right side, this is the compressed version. So it looks like it's a bunch of lines, but that's just the word wrap occurring. So this is actually just one line, as you can see by the 1. So let me copy this here and paste it over here. And you can see on my editor that I don't have word wrap enabled, so that is definitely all on one line. So if I go to view, toggle word wrap, and now you can see, but still all on one line because it says line 75, and then that's what it looks like. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to throw a variable on here again. School equals, go ahead and copy this and go over to your console and hit enter, and you notice how it kind of does this weird thing up here. That's just because it's all on one line and it's word wrapping, so don't worry about that too much. But if you hit enter, you can see it, and then if you call it, everything works exactly the same. So why do we have a version that looks like this and a version that looks like this? So there are space saving aspects of why you would use this. So if you have a lot of files, these extra return characters and spaces actually take up more space on a file than if you had it all in one line. So functionally, these both work the same. Aesthetically, it is a lot nicer to read it this way than to read it this way, but the computer doesn't care how it's formatted, whether it's pretty or minified. So typically when you have something on a server that people are accessing, we want the smallest file as possible so that people are able to get their data as fast as possible. You're not using up people's cellular data because you're taking more, you're downloading larger size of files. So this is just an optimal solution for this. But also, this is a good way for you to make things shorter. So like when we're practicing in the console in the next project, so that you can have a lot of real estate in your console without having to scroll up and down so much, because the next bit of JSON that we're going to be using is quite large. Alright, we're going to dive back into strings in this section, but we are going to go a little bit deeper. So I don't know if you know this or not, but strings actually can have methods and properties for them. So remember how objects that we have, we can create properties for them, and then those properties could be a method. Well, strings automatically have that out of the box. So let me show you the first one here. So we can just find the length of any string that we have. So let's just create a variable, and then we'll just call this thing, and then we'll equal this to a string of hello. All right, and then to get the property of the length of the string, all we have to do is thing dot length. Okay, and let's just grab this here, copy, and put it into our console, and you can see that it has a length of 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 characters. All right, let's take our thing variable and make it a different string length. So let's do thing equals, this time I'm just going to do hello space there, and then close it, and then let's do thing dot length, and now it's 11. So let's count this here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And notice that I did count the space there because a space does count as a character. So you can see how you can easily find the length of a string here. So this is very useful when you're working with like if conditions. So imagine if you had a password, right? So you have a password field in your application, and then you say the minimum password has to be greater than 5 characters, right? So you can use the string length. So you can say if string dot length is greater than 5, then do something, right? And this would actually be thing here. So if thing dot length is greater than 5, and here we would do something. All right, so now you know how to get the length of a string. Let's go ahead and move forward and learn some more things that you can do with your strings. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to use a method for strings, and this is going to be for searching for a piece of text within a string. So let's create a new variable. Let's call this sentence equals, and then I'm going to say I say hello and you say hello. All right, notice I have the word hello in there twice.
Okay, so to use the searching, let's see, let's do index first. So sentence, so our variable for our string, dot, we're going to do index of, and then we need to do our parentheses here since it's a method. So what this will do is this will find first occurrence, I think that's spelled correctly, first occurrence of string. So in here you need to pass in what you are searching for. So let's do, we're doing hello here, so that's the one that's repeated. So let's go ahead and copy this and put this in here, and this is going to give you the index. So just remember that the indexes for this are going to start with 0. So let me actually do it over here. So 1, so follow the cursor there. So 1, or actually starts with 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So the index that this starts at is 6. So it's to the left of the letter of the first letter. It found it. All right. We can do a different one. So sentence dot index of, and then let's just do the word I at the beginning, and then you see that gives us 0. Okay. And what happens if we try to get the index of something that does not exist? So index of, and then let's just do Bob. Okay. And you'll get a -1. So if it does not exist in your string, you will get a -1. Otherwise, if it does exist, you will get the index of the first occurrence of it. So you notice that we have hello here and hello at the end. It only gave us the index of the first one. So as I said, first occurrence of the string. All right, but what if you want the last one? So let's do last occurrence of string. So same thing, but we're going to change our method here. So sentence dot last index of, and then let's do our hello. So hello. Close that. Okay, and then it's 24. So count with me: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. So that is indeed correct. And same thing as the other one. If you put something in there that doesn't exist, you'll get -1. But then the difference between index of and last index of is that last index of searches the whole string until it finds the last one and gives you that index. Index of gives you the first occurrence of it. So let me copy this for you. I'll paste that in there. Okay, and then one more. So search. So we're going to do this one more time. So search, or sentence dot search, and it's going to be the same thing where we just put in the term that we're looking for. So that's not it. Hello. And notice that it gave me 6. So you can see that index of and search both gave me the same result. So just keep that in mind. It's going to give you the first occurrence of the matching string. Okay, let's continue working with strings. Now I'm going to create a new variable here, so var, and then I'll just call this str for string, and then this is just going to be equal to, I'm just going to do a list here, so happy, comma, excited, comma, and calm. Alright, so what we're going to do in this lesson is we're going to use slice, substring, and substr methods to take part of this value and put it into a new variable. So let's create a new variable, and I'm going to call this SL for slice, and then this is going to be equal to, so you're going to take your string, so our string variable, and then we're going to do dot and then slice to use the method there. And now this takes 2 parameters.
So if you hover here, it takes the start number, and then the second parameter is the end number. So these are the indexes. So remember how we talked about indexes of the string in the previous lesson? So remember, this is 0, or rather this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. So let's try to get this word excited here. So let's find that. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So our starting index would be 7, and then comma, and then here's 7. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. So 14 would be our ending index. All right. And then we'll just do a console.log of SL. And let's go ahead and copy this and paste that there. Okay. And indeed, we do get the word excited. So one thing to notice is that watch what happens when I just do str here. So str, the original string, is unchanged. So we did not actually cut this out of there. Even though it says slice, we didn't actually cut this out of the original string. We just took a copy of the original string and then returned it into our new variable there. So that's what all these methods do. Slice, substring, and substr, they all take a copy of that part of the original string and then they return it, so that way you can store it into a new variable. All right, so let's see some other variations of this. So SL, so using our slice variable again, and then we'll do str.slice, and then this time I will only put the first parameter. So you can put either one parameter or two parameters. So I'm only putting the start index. So console.log SL, and go ahead and copy this. And now you can see that if you only put the starting index, it gives you the start. So this is our start, and it goes all the way to the end. Okay, so let's see another variation on this. So SL equals str.slice, and then this time I'm going to start from the right to left. So we've been going left to right, but you can actually go right to left with slice. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So this would be negative 13. All right. And then we're going to go to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So negative 13 to negative 6. And then let's console.log SL. Paste that in there. Okay, and see, we still got excited. So we just went right to left instead of left to right. So you just use negative values. And once again, let's do one more variation to round this up. So sl.slice, and if I just do negative 13, you can kind of guess what would happen here. SL, and copy, paste, and there we go. So same thing. It takes the starting index and then it just goes all the way to the end. So it looks kind of funny that you're doing right to left and then it goes this way to the end instead of going this way, but that's just how the way it works. Okay, so let's clear this out. All right, and I'm going to copy this variable here, make some room, make a new variable for substring. So we'll just call this SB, and then equals. So let's work with our same kind of pattern here. So str dot substring, and then if you hover over here, you can see that it takes a start number and an end number. Okay, and let's do 7 and 14. And then do our console.log of SB. And let's see what we get here. And we once again get excited. So looks exactly the same so far. So str equals str dot substring. Then this time we'll just put the first number, and then console.log sb. Okay, and still get excited. That doesn't look right. Oh, I messed up. So I put str, so I just blew away my string there. So let's start this over again. So I'm just going to copy all that. So I put str here, that's why we had the error, but it should be sb. Okay, so first one that we did was excited, second one is excited and calm. So remember, it goes from here all the way to the end. Now you would assume that this should work, right? Substring, where we put negative values. So let's just do our -13 and -6, and then console.log sb, and let's see, and this time we got nothing. All right, that's kind of weird. So, and then let's do sb equals str dot substring, and then just do the first value, -13, and then console.log sb, copy and paste, and this time we got the whole string. It didn't take any part of it out. So what's going on here is that substring does not allow you to use negative indexes. All right, so that's the difference between slice and substring, is that substring you cannot use negative indexes, or else you'll get unwanted results. So for the first one where we had the start and end, we got nothing back, and then the second one where we just did the start, we got the whole thing back, but that was not what we wanted. So you cannot do these two things. All right, and then let's do our last one. So var, that's vat, I'll just copy this here. So var string, and then var, let's call this sr equals, and let me clear the console over here. So sr equals str dot s sub str. Okay, and let's put our same numbers in that we've been using, so 7 and 14. Okay, and then console.log, and this is sr. Okay, and then let's just see what happens here. Interesting. So we put a start and end index, but it gave us the start all the way to the end, which is not what we thought was going to happen, right? So let's do a quick hover. So from is the starting position, the index, and then the second one is actually the length, so the number of characters to include. So this second parameter is the length of characters. So if the word were Bob, then it would be 3 characters long, right? If it was something else, it would be so and so characters. It's not the index. How slice and substring work was that both parameters are using the index, but this one is using the starting index and then the length of the string that you want to get. So let's see, how long is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's try 7 and 7. Let's see if I counted that correctly. Let's go ahead and copy this, and there it is. So it starts at index 7, so index 7 was here, and then this string is 7 characters long. So that's how you do that. Okay, so going along, so sr equals str dot sub str, and then let's just do the first parameter here and see what happens. Console.log and sr, and this one works exactly the same as the other two, where you take the starting index and it just goes to the end of the string. And then let's do sr equals str dot s sub str,
And let's do -13, and let's do 7, because remember that this is the length, this is not the index anymore. So let's do console.log and sr. So this should still give us excited. Perfect. So sub str, you can use negative indexes. And then sr equals str dot sub str, and then we are already pretty confident that this will do what we think it will, which is just take the starting index, even though it's right to left, and then just go to the end of the string. Alright, so now you have learned about the 3 methods here, so substring, substr, and okay, so we are going to do another string method here, and this time we are going to replace the value that is inside of a string. So let's do this. So let's do our variable, we'll just do str again, and then this is going to be equal to I have turkey for lunch, or for lunch, and turkey for dinner. Alright, so that's my string, and then I'm just going to create a new variable. It's a variable, I'll just call this lunch. Is going to equal, so str dot replace, alright, and this takes 2 parameters. So let's do a quick hover over here. So search value and replace value. So these are going to be 2 strings, so you're going to have a string there for what you're searching for and a string there for what you're replacing. So I'm going to do turkey, since I'm going to replace turkey with something else. So I'll just change this to pasta. Okay, and then I'll just do a console.log pasta or lunch. Let's go ahead and run this. So now it says I have pasta for lunch and turkey for dinner. So interesting. So what the replace does, it only replaces the first instance of the match. Okay. So let's do this again. So let's do lunch equals str dot replace, and 2 strings here. And this time I'm going to put turkey in all caps, okay? And then pasta. And we'll just do a console.log here. And paste. And now it says I have turkey for lunch and turkey for dinner. So notice that this is case sensitive, so you cannot put all caps or a variation of upper and lower case to match. It has to be the exact same thing, so keep that in mind. But what if you don't want it to be case sensitive? So let's do lunch equals to str dot replace, and then let's do turkey like that, and then we'll replace it with pasta. But if you don't want it to be case sensitive, you have to remove the quotes there, and then put a / at the beginning, / at the end, and then put the letter I, lowercase I. And then we'll do a console.log, and then we'll call lunch. So let's see what happens now. Okay, so now it says I have pasta for lunch and turkey for dinner, even though the casing did not match. So that is how you make it case insensitive. But also we have another issue here. So I have turkey twice. So what if I wanted to change both of those words? So let's do lunch equals to str dot replace, and then we're going to do turkey again. So turkey, all in lowercase I, or actually this time it's going to be G for global, and then this is going to be pasta. So if you use this G, then that's going to replace every single one. So let's see if that works here. So console.log and then lunch. Go ahead and copy that, paste it, and I have pasta for lunch and pasta for dinner. All right, awesome. But what if I want to make it case insensitive and global at the same time? So lunch equals to str.replace, and then we know this is going to be, let's do capital turkey, and then G, and then pasta. So to make it global and case insensitive, just add the I next to it. All right, so let's do console.log and lunch. And now let's see what happens here. So now I have pasta for lunch and pasta for dinner. So this is how you add the best of all worlds for this replace. All right, so we're going to do some conversion of our strings to all uppercase, all lowercase, and let's see how to do that. So let's create a variable. So var, we'll just call this word equals to, let's do this, let's just do happy. All right, and then let's create a new variable. So var, let's see, let's call this really happy, or upper word. Let's call it upper word. All right. Okay. So this is going to equal word dot, and this, the method here is to uppercase. To uppercase. All right. And if you do a quick hover, no parameters there. Okay. And then just do a console.log of upper word. Go ahead and copy this. So we have all lowercase happy, and then we're going to turn it to all uppercase happy. All right, awesome. So let's do another one. Let's do the opposite direction. So let's do word equals happy, all caps, and then var lower word equals to word dot to lower case. All right, still no parameters. Console.log, and this one is lower word. Okay, and this time let's paste it out here, and now we got all lowercase. Okay, awesome. Now let's talk about trimming. So trimming means that it's going to remove extra spaces on the beginning and the end of your sentence or your string. So let's go var sentence equals to, and then I'm going to put some spaces here, and then I'm just going to say hello world, and then put some spaces there. All right, so this is not optimal, right? So we don't want spaces in here because that can mess up what our output looks like, but it happens sometimes that you get extra spaces in there when you're retrieving data. So let's do var, let's call this clean, equals to sentence dot trim. All right, and take a hover, no parameters, good, and then we'll just do a console.log and then clean. So let's take a look what this looks like here. Okay, so there you go. So you can see there's no, if I do a highlight here, there's no spaces before or after, but it did keep the space in between the characters there. So we're all good. So trim worked. So you have learned how to do uppercase, lowercase, and to trim your strings. Okay, in this lesson, I'm going to teach you how to change your string into an array. All right, so let's create a variable. So var, let's call this str equals to, and then I'll just use, let's see, I'm just going to use, let's just count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so we have a string, and actually I'm just going to remove the spaces for now. For this first example, let's just do it like that. So let's create a new variable. Let's call this R, ARR, equals to str.split. Okay, so split, let's take a look. So split, you can takes a parameter and then it's the object can split a string value used to limit the number of elements returned in the array. So what we want to put in here is we want to put what it's splitting by. Okay, so since we have these commas in here, let's split by that. So it's put our double quotes in there and put a comma. Let's go ahead and copy this. Okay, and then let's get ARR. So now you can see that ARR is an array, even though the original value that it was using was a string. And you can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is there. And do notice that the commas are not there anymore. So the value is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but there is no longer a comma. So let's do this again. So let's do var str equals to, and then let's do 1 space 2 space 3 space 4 space 5, and then let's do the same thing. So var ARR equals to str dot split, and then this time we're going to do our double quotes with a space there, and let's refresh the screen here, copy, paste, and then let's get R, and once again it is split. So you can see there's no trailing spaces in any of those, and we split them by the space. Okay, one more. Let's do R str equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 without any spaces, without any commas, and then let's do var ARR equals to str dot split, and then do double quotes with no space. And let's clear our screen here real quick. Let's grab this, and there we go. And let's do ARR, and you can see once again we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you do not know what you want to split by, and you want to split by every single character, you just do double quotes with no space in between and nothing else in between. That's fine. If you do know what you want to split by, then you would use something like this. Okay, and let's try something more substantial here. So let's do var str equals to I have a puppy. All right, just some random sentence here. So let's do var ARR equals to split, and then let's do it by spaces. So you can see we have several spaces here. So let's see what we get here. Let's go and clear this out, paste, and I forgot to put something in there. So str dot split, not just split. Copy and paste, and then let's get ARR. And then now you can see we have our words separated out. So I have a and puppy with the exclamation point are all each own element inside of that array. Let's wrap up this string method section with one more lesson. So this one's going to be a little bit different. So we just did a conversion of string to array, but now we need to convert from a string to a number, which is a very normal thing to be doing. Oftentimes you're going to get a string, a number as a string, but you need it to actually be a number so you can do some math on it or something like that. So let's go ahead and create a variable, and then we'll just call this num equals to, and then I'll just put 5, right? Okay, so to make this into a number, let's create a new variable. Let's call this new num equals to, I'm going to put number, capital N, number, and then we're going to put a parentheses there, and then we're going to put num inside of there. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy that, paste that, and then let's get new num. Okay, you can see that's 5, and then to see the difference between num and new num, so see new num doesn't have the double quotes around it, so this is indeed a number. This is num was a string. All right, so let's do this some more. So new num equals to number, and we can actually just throw numbers in here. So we can do like 5.5 let's see, 5.5, and then that gives us 5.5. So let's just do it. New num. Yep, for sure that's 5.5. Let's just clear that out there. New num equals to number. Oops, number. And then let's do 0.5. Awesome, 0.5. And then if you do something like new num equals number, and then what if you have like a space in there? So space 5.5. Okay, let's see if this still works. Okay, that indeed worked, and it got rid of the space, so it ignored the space. But what if you do this? This number, and then let's do T5. All right. Copy, paste, and new num. And that gave us a weird value. It gave us NaN. And we'll go over that in a future lesson, but just know that when you're converting a string to a number, it has to be all number, or you can have spaces in there, but you cannot have any characters in there if you want it to convert successfully. All right. Okay, so we've used number to convert the string to a number, but there's actually a couple other ways to do this. We can use we can convert our string into an integer or into a floating point number. So let's take a look at that. So let's create a new variable, num, and then we'll just equals to a string, whatever. That's fine. And let's see, let's do num equals to, so the first one is parse int. So this will be a floating point, or this will be an integer rather. And then let's just do our 5 in there. And you can see that num is now a number. Okay, let's try our other variations there. So num equals to parse int. Then let's do 5.5. See what happens here. And you can see that since it's an integer, it does not take decimal points, so it just stripped that off. So you're only going to get the 5. And let's try another one. So num equals to parse int, and then this is going to be 0.5. And that one once again stripped off the end. And let's just do one more. Num equals to parse int, and then this one will do space 5. Paste that in there, and then you can see that it took off the space, but it still converted it to a number of 5. All right, so let's go and refresh that, and then let's do another one. So var num equals to string, oops, and then the next one is num equals to parse float. Okay, so float will be our floating point number. So let's see what this looks like. Let's just use the same examples. So I'll copy this whole thing here, paste it. Let's see, we get number 5. Num equals to parse float. And let's do 5.5. And you can see it gave us 5.5 that time. So, and then num equals to parse float, and then let's do 0.5, and gave us 0.5. So far looking good. So num equals to parse float, and then let's see, space 5. There we go, and there we go, no spaces. So those are the 3 ways to convert strings from string numbers into actual numbers. So using the number option here, or you can use parse int or parse float. Parse int if you don't want to have any decimal points ever, and then parse float if you want to have those decimal points. All right, in this section, we're going to be going over some number methods. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to convert a number to a string. So let's just go ahead and create a variable for a number. So number equals, and then let's call this 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's create a new variable. Let's create a variable called str, because that's going to be our string. And then what we're going to do is str equals num dot to string. Pretty simple, right? And let's go ahead and copy all this, actually paste it, and then let's get str. So str is indeed a string, num is still a number. All right, awesome. So we can do it this way, or we can just simply go something like this. We can do 1, 2, 3 dot to string. Okay, and do that, and you can see that is a string. So pretty simple. So just changing a number to a string. Let's try another example. Let's see what happens when we would use like a decimal, right? 123.5, and there you go. So all works, all good. So, all right, in this lesson, you're going to learn about using number methods for exponentials and decimals. So let's create a variable here. So variable, let's do x equals 2, and let's make a number. So 5 5, 5, 6, sure. And then let's just put this into the console right now. So var x equals that, and then let's get x. So you can see that it's just 5 dot whatever. It's not an exponential notation. So if I want to make that an exponential, all I have to do is x dot to exponential, and then you're going to notice that this takes a parameter. So this parameter takes fraction digits. The number of digits after the decimal point must be in the range of 0 to 20. So let's see. So how many digits do I want? So if I just want 2 digits, so it should be 5.5 something, right? So let's see what happens here. And now you can see it did 5.56 e to the plus 0. So there is, it just rounded up, and then it doesn't need to continue going for the exponential. Let's do another one. So x dot to exponential, and then let's do 5 here. See what happens here. And now it gives you 5.55600 e plus 0, right? Okay, so it's in exponential notation now. So that is that. Do take note that the exponential returns a string. So you can see these are strings even though I put in a number. So it returns a string. All right. So we are going to move on to the next method, which is we are going to specify how many decimals that we want for our number. So var x equals, let's do our number 5.556, and then to specify that, we're going to use the toFixed method, and we have to, let's take a look at here. So number of digits after the decimal point, so sounds pretty similar to what we needed before. So if I put 2 here, then what should I get? I'm going to get 5.56. So same sort of thing with the exponentials, but it's not an exponential notation. And also notice that it is a string instead of a number now, and that it's rounded it up. So let's do the next one, x dot to fixed, and then let's do 5. So let's see what this looks like. And this one just padded some zeros to the right side, and it's once again a string. Okay? And moving on to the next one. Now we are going to use the toPrecision method to tell us how long we want our number to be. Okay, so let's once again do a var x equals to 5.556, and then we're going to do x dot to precision, and then let's take a look at this. So precision, number of significant digits must be in range of 1 to 21. So I'm going to put 2 once again, and let's see what happens. So now we're getting 5.6. So this is counting all the numbers instead of just the decimal numbers. So fixed was counting the decimal numbers, and then precision is counting all the numbers. So the 5 and the 6 are being counted. So let's do this again. So 2 precision, and then let's do 5, and let's see what we get here. So we get 5.5560. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right, so that's it. So I've shown you how to do 2 exponential, 2 fixed, and 2 precision for figuring out how you want to display your numbers. And just remember that all of these are now strings instead of numbers. All right, so earlier in the previous section, I showed you a condition where we ended up with a value that was n, a, n, just like this, capital N, lowercase a, capital N. So that means not a number. So that means it's not a valid JavaScript number. So what I did before was I did number, and then I put a string in here. So I did T5, and if I just put this into the console, and then it gives me that not a number. So that's all that means, is it's not a valid number. So if you try to do some operation on something that is not a valid number, then you're going to get that thing. So the number method there converts a string number into an actual number, but since it has text characters in there, it could not do it. So it just said nope, not a number. Also things like if I were to do hello and then divided by 5, which is a math operation, I would also get not a number because something in there is causing an error that makes it not a number. Okay, so just kind of keep that in mind when you're working with numbers, and especially strings and numbers, that if you get a not a number condition or not a number response, then that means that something that you're working with is not a real number, and you cannot do that. So you have to clean up your data. All right, so in JavaScript, we have a math, so capital M-A-T-H, math object. So this is similar to kind of like how we had the number object that we used earlier to convert our string to a number. So that was a capital N for number, but this is math. And think of this number object as having methods that are going to be similar to what you have on like a more scientific calculator, right? So you can do cosine, you can do sine, you can do x to the y, and all those things like that. I'm going to just show you a few of the useful things that math can do for you. So let's just take a look here. So let's do actually just like that. So math.pi. So if you ever wanted to know what the value of pi was, you can just do that, and it gives you the value of pi up to that number of digits. Awesome. Another thing it can do is it can do math.round. So guess what this does? So this is going to round your number. So 4.4. And obviously 4.4 is going to round down, but then 4.5 is going to round up. So you can see that it goes 4 to 5, and so on and so on. So you can do things like math.pow, which is going to take, you can see 2 parameters, so the base value and then the exponential value. So let's do 5, 2, so 5 to the second. So that will give us a value of 25, because 5 times 5 equals 25. You can do square roots, so math.squirt, and then you just give a number. So let's just do 25, and then we should give it back to that 5 again, right? Awesome. Okay, and let's see. You can force things to round up or round down, so you can do math.ceil, so like ceiling, and then you're going to put your number, so 4.4. So if we put 4.4 into math.round, we would get 4, but math.ceil would round it up to the next number. It would force round it up. And then same thing with math.floor, so you can see ceiling, floor, and then let's see, 4.7, and then usually if you use round, this would go up to 5, but this one is going to go down to 4. Okay, and let's see, what else would we use? There's you can do a minimum and maximum, so math.min, and then this will take a list of values basically. So you can do 1, 2, 5, 10, -5, 100, or 100, and then this will give you the minimum value in that set. So it's going to give you -5. And then similarly, math.max, and then you're going to do 1, 2, 5, 10, 100, -5, and then this one should give you 100. Okay, awesome. So far so good, and let me just show you one more. So we're going to do math.random. So this is one that you will use quite a lot to get a random number. So let's see what this gives you. So what this is going to give you is a random number between 0 and 1. Okay, so it could actually give you 0, it could actually give you 1, but it's going to give you most likely some decimal point number for a random number. And you can see that if I keep on calling it, I get a different random number each time. So this is very handy in lots of situations. Okay, so in the arrays section that we had earlier in this course, we went over some of the methods that arrays can do, but in this section we're going to go deeper into that because arrays can do quite a few things. So let's start it off with something easy. Let's just do the array length. So let's do variable, and then let's just call this r equals to, and then make an array. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it doesn't really matter. And then I'm pretty sure you can guess what it's going to be. It's just going to be array length, and that's basically it. So let's go ahead and copy this and do that. So notice that length is not actually a method, right? It's a property because the length does not have these parentheses here. So parentheses would say that this is a method, but this is a property of this array. So this array has a length of 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is not the indexes. So remember, index for arrays is 0, would be 0 through 4, but this is the actual number of elements inside of that array. So we saw how to convert a string into an array. But now we're going to do it the opposite way. We're going to convert an array into a string. So let's go ahead and create an array again. So var r equals, and then let's make an array. Let's do hi, and then bye, and then morning. Sure. Okay, just different greetings. And first way we're going to do is r dot, kind of guess what it is, toString, and this is a method. So let's go ahead and do that. Oops. So hi, bye, morning, and you can see that it is now a string, and it is automatically has some commas in between them, right? All right. So let's do another one. Let's create a variable r, and then r dot. Let's do join this time. So join does the same thing as toString, but this time we're going to be able to add what our separator is here. So let's do this little pipe thing here. So for me, it's below this backspace. You hit shift, and this line up and down is called a pipe. So let's go ahead and do this. All right, so now you can see our R is hi space pipe space by space pipe space morning. So we've made our array, our R array, into a string here. So and notice that the original string, or the original array, is still an array, but to better showcase this, let's put a variable of this. Let's call this new R equals 2. So the join is just taking a copy, and then so you can see R is an array, and then new R is a string. So the join is just making a copy of the original array and turning it into a string with those separators there. Okay, we are going to take two arrays and we're going to combine them together. So similar to concatenation with strings, where we take two pieces of strings, we're going to concatenate two arrays. So let's first create arrays. So R1 equals, let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then var R2 equals, this is going to be 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, and to concatenate the two arrays, all you have to do is, let's create a new var, let's call this new R equals, take your first array, so R1 dot concat, and then this is going to take your second array, so R2. Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. Paste, and let's get the value of new R. And you can see this is an array with values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So you can see that the first array that is here is going to be the first element, so it's going to be elements 0 through 3, and then the concatenated array is going to go on the right side of that. So if we switch this up, so if we did new R equals R2 dot concat R1, and if we did this, and now you can see that it's the other way around, so 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So keep that in mind, that whichever is the first one is going to be on the left side, and then when you add another array, it's going to be on the right side. But what if I wanted to add more than one to my original array? So let's make R3, and then this is going to equal to, let's do 9 and 10. We'll just make that 2. So to do that, we're going to do new R equals to R1 dot concat R2, and then you can put another one in here, so R3. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this, and I'm just gonna comment out, let's see, I'm just gonna comment out these two because we don't need this right now, and then I need to make a var. Okay, let's do this. Copy and paste that in there, and then let's get new R, and let's see, I spelled it incorrectly, so new R, I made it all lowercase that time, so there we go. So now you can see that we have 1 through 10, so we have all three of these arrays concatenated. So you can see that if you just keep on adding commas and another array variables into there, then you will get an array, a new array that will be longer and longer and longer, depending on what you need. Alright, so what if you have an array? So let's just call this R equals, and it's an array of strings, and you have B, A, and C. So what if I wanted this to be sorted alphabetically? Well, there's a way to do that. So R.sort, and then parentheses there, and then let's go ahead and grab that and paste it in, and now you can see that it's sorted A, B, and C in alphabetical order. And if I want to do that in reverse though. So what if I want this to be CBA? So we can do that also. So we can do r dot reverse, and let's grab this whole thing, copy, and put it over here, and now you can see it's C, B, and A. Okay, so R is now C, B, and A. So one thing to notice is that you cannot just do this. So let me clear this out. So you cannot do that because you'll still get CAB. You'll get the reverse of this actually. So the reverse will just take what you have and reverse it. So it just takes your whole array and just flips it backwards, right? In order to sort it descending like I did, you have to first sort and then you have to do the reverse. So doing this sequence of events there gives you CBA. So we just did some sorting on a string array, but what if we have a numbers array? So I'll just call this num equals to, and then let's do 20, let's do 25, 5, 100, and that's fine. Okay, and then let's just do num dot sort and see what we get. All right, take a look at that. So we get 100, 25, and 5. Wait a minute. 100 is not less than 25, so, and 25 is not less than 5, so this is kind of backwards. But what's going on here is that this doesn't work properly for numbers just as is, because 1 is less than 2, so 1 is going in the front, and then 2 is less than 5, so 2 is going to go second, right? So this is kind of treating it like a string instead of a number. So it's not going by like the value, it's going by like each character by character. But there's a way to work around this. So for numbers, you have to use this little function. So function, and then a comma b, and then this is going to return a minus b. Okay. So you're just going to have to, I would note this down for future use, but this is a compare function that you use with sort. Let's go ahead and refresh this and paste that in there, and then now you can see that 5, 25, and 100, it is in the correct order. And what if you want to do that in reverse order? I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, and then let's just change this to b minus a, and I'll comment that one out. Let's clear out here. And now you can see that is in reverse order. So 100, 25, and 5. So just take down this little sort function here because this is how you will have to sort number arrays. Alright, so in a previous lesson, I showed you how to use a loop to iterate through the array, but there are actually built-in methods for the array that can do that. So let's go ahead and create a variable, and let's just call this num, and then let's create an array of numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so the method that we're going to use first is called for each. So for each, and then if we take a look at this, for each is going to take a parameter of a callback function. So we'll go into what a callback function is in more detail later, but let's just put something in here. Let's call it funky. All right, this is the name of our function, and we need to declare our function here. So function funky, and then finish off this. So this function here, if you could take a look at for each, so this callback function is going to have 3 parameters: value, index, and the array. So let's put those in here. So value, index, and array. Okay, so only this first one here is actually required, but the other ones are here for you to use. So value is going to be the value of each element. Index is obviously going to be the index of each array element, and the array is going to be the array itself. So our function here will be able to work with the values here. So I'll just do a console.log, and then let's just do value. Okay, and let's do plus. And so let's give it a new line, and that should be good. So let's go ahead and copy this and put this over here, and you can see that it printed out 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this for each automatically knows to iterate whatever is in this function for the length of the array. So you don't have to say that I want it to go until from this value to this value, or while this is true. It will automatically just run whatever is in your function here for each of the values in here. So let's spice this up a little bit by using the other one. So we've only added value, and then let's do index in the front here. Oops, not there, over here. So index plus, and then let's add a colon here, and then plus, and awesome. Let's go ahead and copy, and then let's run this again. So now we have the indexes plus the value, and then let's do one more, and then let's do plus array, oops, array, and then this is going to be value because, or this is going to be index. And I will just put this here so that we can take a look at what's going on, and plus. Okay, so it's going to be index, and then value, and then actually this needs to go at the end now. Excuse me. And good to go. So copy that. Let's clear this out here and paste, and pretty close. Oops. Let's clean up our spacing here. One more time. Clear out, paste, and good. So this is the index. So this is the index here. The first number here is the value, and then the second number here is the array. So I'm using the array index, right? Okay. So awesome. Great. Let's move on. Let's clear this out. So the next one we're going to use is map. So var num equals 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then let's create a second variable. So var num, let's call this new num, equals, I'll just create new num. All right, and so to use map, we just need to do, we're going to do new num equals num dot map, and if you take a look at this, it's going to look very similar. So it's going to take a callback function, and then the callback function has the parameters of value, index, and array. So let's just do this funky, and we can actually just copy this function here because it's going to be exactly the same. All right, so let's go ahead and actually let's edit this a little bit. So this time let's do return, and instead of doing a console.log, let's do new num equals that. Okay, and then we're just going to return new num. All right, so looks very similar, but there are some differences, as you can see. We're going to copy and paste, and now you can see instead of doing a console.log, we just return new num, and you can see that new num has the same values. This little thing is the new line character, so don't worry too much about that. But 0, 1, and 1, so all the values are the same that we are using. So let's take a look to see what the difference is between these two. So code-wise, they're pretty similar. They both take a callback function, and the functions are pretty similar, which both of them take the same parameters. But do notice that in for each, we're not returning anything, but in the map, we are returning something. So let's just take a look at this. So I'm going to change this a little bit. So let's create a new var here. So var, I'll just call it new num, and then I'm going to take this console.log out. So new num equals new num plus this. So basically I'm going to add to it. So let's copy this, paste, and looks like I have a spelling error there. Try this one more time. Okay, and let's get new num. Okay, so new num, notice that it is a string. So ignore this not a number thing here, because that is a coding error on my side. So let's see, new num, because the new num is initially not set. So let's try this. Okay, there we go. So awesome, awesome. All right, so let's refresh out of here and paste it again, just so we can have a clear view. So string, and then it has all of the text that I put in there, right? So this is a string, and let's go back to this one, and you can see that new num is an array. So this is an array of all the stuff. So this one does not create an array out of, or it does not return an array. The map function or the map method returns an array. Okay, so that's the main difference there. For each, doesn't return anything. The map does return something, and it returns an array. All right, so let's do one more method for arrays, and this time we're going to do something called filtering. So we're going to create a variable here. Let's just do num, and then this is going to be equals to, let's just do 1, 5, 10, 12, 15. It's good enough. And then we'll create another one, and then we'll just call this even, and then this will be equal to num.filter. And then let's take a look at this here. So if you look at filter, it takes a callback function, and then that callback function takes a value, index, and an array. So it looks very familiar here. So let's create a function here. So it's is even. Okay, and let's set up our function. So function is even, and then let's just finish this off. So remember, it takes value, it takes index, and it takes array. Okay, and what this is going to do is this is going to return a new array that passes the test. So return where value, and then we're going to do modulo 2 equals 0. So when you do modulo 2 equals 0, this is just checking to see if it's equal or if it's even. So this means that when you're dividing that number by 2, there is no remainder. Okay, so any even number should have no remainder. So here we go. So let's go ahead and give this a try here. And then let's check out even. So we get an array here, and the array has 10 and 12. So if we check our numbers, 10 and 12 are indeed the only numbers that are even. Okay. And as you've noticed here, index and array are optional, but you can use them, and you just need to put value in there. But what you got here is a filter. Alright, so in this section we are going to be learning about dates. So dates are very important when you're dealing with any kind of programming. You're always going to run into some need of using a date or showing a date or kind of calculating a date. So it's very important that you know how to use these dates and how they work. So let's go ahead and get started. So the date in JavaScript is actually a date object. So remember, objects have properties and methods. So how you set up a new date is you do var, and then I'll just call this new date, and then this is going to equal to the keyword new, and then capital D for date. Okay,
So I'm going to show you something here. So we've been using this JS console thing for all of our lessons, but in this lesson, things are not going to work quite right in JS console. I'm not quite sure why. So if I do var new date, and then I do new date here, and then it just gives me this date object that has nothing in it. But that's not actually what's supposed to happen. So if you right click on your screen and do this inspect here, and then click on the console tab, and I'm just gonna make this bigger here. Okay, and now let's paste in that var new date equals new date. Okay, and then if I type in new date, you can see that this time it actually gives me a date. So something's wrong with JS console that it doesn't know how to handle these dates, but at least for this part, but it's okay. We'll just use the regular console for this. So you can see here, new date, and then it is going to give you this really long date, which is just a string, and this date is retrieved from your browser's from your browser itself. So whatever time zone your browser is in, so you can see mine is in Pacific Daylight Time. It's this Sunday, April 28, 2019, and then this is the time, and there's the time zone and all that. If I type new date again, notice that the date and the time are still the same, even though I've been talking for 2-3 minutes now. Nothing has changed. That's because this new date is retrieved at that moment. So the date is a snapshot. That new date is a snapshot of that moment of time. Okay, so if I want to update that, I have to do this. I'll just do it like this again, and then I'll do new date, and now you can see that the time has changed. So the original one was 10:12 and 30 seconds. Now it's 10:14 and 0 seconds. So just keep that in mind, that your date is just a snapshot in time of that. So if you have to get dates multiple times, then you have to actually update your date or create multiple variables for those dates. All right, so as we go through these lessons, we'll learn how to mostly just get pieces out of these dates and format them to be what we want to either use or for display. Okay, so let's continue on our date lessons here. So I'm just going to create a new date again. So new date equals new and date. All right, and let's once again grab this and paste it in the browser console, not the JS console. Hit enter and then return new date. And you can see this date, it's this long string with pretty much everything that you can possibly put into a date. But usually you don't want all this information in, especially not in this format, because this is not particularly pretty to look at or user-friendly. So let's start getting pieces of the date. So we're going to start using the methods that come with that date object. So let's do new date, and then the first one we will do is actually in the console you can see all of them here, but let's start with the year. So get full year. Okay, oops, and you need to put your parentheses at the end there. Okay, there we go. That's why it didn't work. So new date dot get full year with your parentheses, since it is a method, and we're getting 2019. So remember, this is coming from this date string variable that we created. So let's continue on. So that's the year. Let's go backwards. Let's get month. So new date dot get month. Okay, and you can see that the month is 3. Let's see, January, February, March. Wait, March should be 3, right? Well, the thing about get month is that it starts with 0. So January would actually be 0, February would be 1, and then so on and so on. So let me copy these for you guys over here, and this one, and then I'll make a note for you guys that says months start at 0. Alright. Okay, so we got the year, we got the month. Let's do day. So new date dot get date. Okay, and you can see it's the 28th, so that's all good. Nothing fancy there. Alright, so we have gotten the month, day, and year. So let's do something with that now. Let's actually format that into like a readable date. So let's create a new variable. Let's just call this today, and then this is going to be equal to let's do month, day, year. So that's what I usually see. So new date dot get month plus, and then I'm going to do a dash separator here, plus, and then new date dot get date, and plus, and then do a dash separator again, and then one more, and then this is going to be new date dot get full year. Okay, and let's go ahead and copy this into here, and let's just get today, and you can see that it's formatted, so 3/28/2019, but remember, as we said before, that the month starts with 0, so this is actually March instead of April, so we need to update that a little bit. So to do that, we need to add 1 to the month. So we can just do, I'm going to put this in parentheses here so it doesn't get confusing, +1. Then let's grab this one more time and get today. And there you have it. So 4/28/2019. Cool, right? So we have just used this date object and its methods to get the current date. So this will keep you from having to hard code the specific day in there, and this will always make sure that you have the correct day, like that day. Alright, cool, awesome. So let's move on to the next part. So this is how you do the date parts, but we also have the time parts in here too. So I'm just going to clear this out so nice and clean. Copy this down here, and then also in here. Okay, so new date, just so that we can see it. Alright, so let's do the hours. So let's do new date dot get hours, future parentheses, and then you can see it's 10. Alright, so that's 10 a.m. But do take notice that if this were p.m., that would be different. So this is in military time or 24-hour time, 24-hour clock. Okay, so anything after noon would be time plus 12, right? So it would be 1 p.m. would be 13, and then 2 p.m. would be 14, and so on and so on. So, alright, so let's continue. Let's do get the minutes. So new date dot get minutes. Okay, so that's good. So we have 10:40, and then let's do new date dot get seconds. So there you go. So pretty easy to understand. These things are more or less obvious of
what they're going to give you. And then we can also, if we wanted to, we can get the milliseconds. Even though it's not showing here, we can do new date.get milliseconds, and then you can see that was 770 milliseconds, but that part is not actually displayed there. But if you ever cared, that's there. Okay. Alright, cool. So let's construct a new time, just like how we did up here. Let's call this var time equals, and then let's just hour, minute, second should be good enough. So let's say new date dot get hours plus, and then I'll just do this little sign there, and then new date dot get minute, nope, not milliseconds, minutes plus, and then this colon there, and then one more, new date dot get seconds. All right, and this one should be pretty easy, so let me put this back in here and grab this here. Let's get time. Okay, there we go. So 10:43. Oh, let's look at new date. Okay, so 10:43 and 59 seconds, and that is indeed the time. So 10:43 and 59 seconds. So awesome. Okay, so that's it. That's how you get the pieces out of the dates, and then you can use those pieces to create a new date string based on what you need, or create date variables. Alright, so in the last lesson we learned about how to get the date. So remember, it's a snapshot of the date at that moment in time. But what if you wanted to change the date? Let's see how we do that. So just remember that in order to get the date, we're just going to do new date again. New date equals new date, and then with your parentheses there. So let's do that real quick here. And then let's do new date. And there we have it. And you can see that some time has gone by since I recorded the last video, but hey, it's all good. So today is May 5th, 2019, but what if I want to change the year? So let's change the year. So in order to do that, you do new date dot, instead of all these get methods, right? We have all these set methods now. So let's do set. Let's do full year. Full year. Okay. And that's not going to work because we have to actually give it. Full year takes a parameter. So if you hover over here, so it takes the year as a number. But these question marks here, these means these are optional. So the month is optional and the date is optional. So you can actually put the month, the year, month, and day in here. But let's start off by doing just the year. So let's just make it 2020. And paste that in here. And then we get gibberish, but let's do new date. And then you can see Tuesday, May 5th, 2020. And up here you can say Sunday, May 5th, 2019. So it automatically updates the day. So you can see it's May 5th, 2020, but the day of the week is updated based on the calendar. Cool? Awesome. All right, so let's add those extra parameters in. So month, so remember month starts with 0, so May is usually the 5th month, but it's actually going to be the 4th month. And then today is the 5th, so let's just make it the 6th. So let's just make it tomorrow of 2020. Okay, let's do new date. All right, there we go. So May 6th, 2020. So you can see set full year is useful because you can do the full year, or you can do the full year plus the month plus the day. Awesome. But what if you just want to split this up? So let's do new date dot set And then let's just set the month this time. Okay. And taking a look at this month, and this one actually gives you an option to do the date also, so but it does not give you the option to do the year. So let's just set the month. Let's just make this January. See what happens here. New date, and indeed it is January 6th. And let's take it another step forward and let's make it January 1st. So New Year's Day of 2020. Awesome, January 1st, 2020. So pretty simple. Let's do some more. Let's see. Let's just do the date. So new date dot date set date, and let's do a hover over here, and you can see that one only takes a parameter of date. So let's do set date, and then let's make this the 15th of January. All right. Copy, paste, and then new date, and there we go. So January 15th, 2020. Awesome. Okay, so we've gotten the date, so year, month, and day. Let's mess with the time a little bit though. So I'm just going to clear this out again. So let's put our new date back in there again. So let's see what time it is at that moment. So it's 9:19 and 17 seconds. So let's set the hour. So new date dot set hours. And these are all conveniently named, so you know what you're looking for. And so similar to set full year, this one lets you do hours and then has an optional of minutes, seconds, milliseconds. So you can kind of do the whole thing from just this one. But let's set the hours. Let's see. Hours. All right. So it's at 9. So let's just set it to 10. See what happens. New date. Alright, so 10:19 and 17 seconds. Awesome. Let's add the rest of those parameters in. So this is hours. Let's do minutes. So let's say it's 25, and then the last one, seconds. We'll make it 45. So it should be updated. New date. Okay, so 10, 25, and 45 seconds. Awesome. Cool, cool. Okay, let's see. And then instead of just doing hours, we can just go directly to the minutes. So new date dot set minutes. Oops, minutes. And then I'm going to guess that this one is similar. So minutes, then you can also get seconds and milliseconds in here. So minutes, we have it at 25. Let's just make it 30. Excuse me. Paste, new date, and once again that works. And then if we copy this, make it 30, and then let's just make everything 30, just to make it fun. All right, so 10, 30, and 30 seconds. Awesome. And 30, 30, and actually we even set the milliseconds there, which doesn't show up here, but it's all good. Okay, cool. So you've learned how to do that. Let's see, any others that we want to do? So one more we can do is new date dot set time. So let's see what the set time does. So set time sets the date and time value in the date object. Okay. So a numeric value representing the number of elapsed milliseconds since midnight, January 1st. So since there's a set time, I'm going to guess there's a get time version of this also. Get date dot get time. Okay. And let's see what this gives us. So this is what that kind of, I was calling it the gibberish value earlier, but this is actually the number of milliseconds since January 1st, 1970. So they just gave some value there. So let's see, ms since Jan 1st, 1970. So there's probably some history behind why they chose that date, but it doesn't really matter. So get time. Okay, so this is going to give you milliseconds, and then if you want to change it, then I'm going to copy that, put that there. So I'm just going to add a 1 to it there. So just remember that these are snapshots, so that number of milliseconds is at that moment that we created this variable up there. So let's go ahead and copy this, and new date dot get time. Okay, and now you can see that it's been updated. So why is that useful? So this is useful for like kind of calculating like time that has passed. So you can, so when somebody goes on to your website or something, and then you can take a timestamp of at that time. You can say get time at was this, right? Oops, not that. It was that number. So, and then after a certain number of minutes, it's probably not going to be in milliseconds, but after you calculate the number of minutes that has passed, you can say, after 5 minutes, I want you to pop up an alert that says, you have been here for 5 minutes. Let me tell you about these specials or something. But that's kind of what this is useful for, being able to like calculate time very easily, like elapsed time. All right. Okay, cool. So you learned how to get time in the previous lesson, and now you've learned how to set the time, or you've learned how to get the date. Use get date in the previous lesson, and in this lesson you have learned how to set the dates and times and all that stuff, and you're good to go. So you've learned all about dates in JavaScript. In this section, we are going to be learning about the DOM and how to run JavaScript from a web page. So obviously JavaScript is the language for the web. It lets you do all your stuff. So that's why we're able to run our JavaScript from a web browser console. So we're going to kind of take that to a next level. I know this is not an HTML course, but if you're dealing with JavaScript, then you need to know a little bare minimum of HTML in order to be able to properly use JavaScript. So taking a look at my folders here, we're on section 21. I've created a folder called inline, and I've created another folder called external. Don't worry about these other files right now. Inside of that inline folder, there's this index.html file. So you're going to want to go ahead and create that. So I'll give you a second to do that. Okay. And when you're done with that, also make sure that you have your file browser open to section 21, and then go to the inline folder here. And if you double click on this, you'll actually see that it opens up the file. Since this is an HTML file, it opens the browser, and we're good to go. All right. So I'm going to make this a little bit smaller here. Okay, so inside of Visual Studio Code, there is a tool called Emmet that gives you some functionality. So if you type in like HTML, and then you see this one that has like simple HTML5 starting point, you're going to select that and hit enter. And this is basically some HTML starter code. So don't worry too much about everything in here, because there's stuff that we don't really care about. But keep notice of doc type is HTML. This is standard markup, and then HTML always has a starting, or not always. It typically has a starting and closing tag. There are some cases where there is no closing tag required. For example, you can see these meta tags don't have a closing tag, they just have a starting tag, and there are others like that. So HTML is the main element. So these are tags. The tags with the stuff inside of it is called an element. So here's a head. This is where you kind of Usually, as you can see, put some meta stuff and put stuff that is not really displayed on the page. This one is page title. So if we go ahead and refresh this over here, you can see page title there, and then we'll call this inline JavaScript. So save that and then refresh, and you can see the page title changes. So that's what that does. Don't worry too much about these. These are for styling, and we're not too concerned about that in this course. This one is a script. So if you wanted to reference an external file, which we will be doing later, that's where you would do it. So I'm just going to comment that out right now. And you can see that I just did the control// shortcut. You can see that the HTML comments are a little bit different than the JavaScript ones. JavaScript, we just did // and that commented out, but in here you have like this kind of a syntax. Okay, and then we have the body here. The body is where most of your content is going to be. So let's just do something very simple. I'm going to do P, which is a paragraph tag, and if you hit tab, it'll automatically create the opening and closing. And then let's just do hello world, very basic. Save it and refresh, and you can see hello world is displayed on the screen. All right. Okay, so let's get to JavaScript here. So we're going to just walk through this, and then we'll go into detail on what's going on later on, but I just want you to kind of get a handle of how to do this. So inside of your body here, type script, and then hit tab, and then you'll get this little opening and closing tag there and the element, and then let's just go ahead and let's create variable. Let's just call this thing, and then this is going to be equal to, let's say, let's just change this to hello world. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this out of here. So now there is nothing in there. So if you refresh right now, there's nothing on the page. So there's nothing inside of that paragraph. Okay, what I'm going to do is, so after the P, but inside of that the opening tag still, I'll put a space there, and then we're going to put ID equals, and then we're going to just call this sample. Okay, and save it. And just to show you that nothing visibly happens on the web page still. Okay, so we're going to do document.get element by ID, and then inside of here we're going to put sample, and then inner HTML equals thing. Okay, and go ahead and save that and watch what happens here. Okay, so now you can see hello world is showing there. So what we've done is basically we've taken some JavaScript code here and we've manipulated the web page to show something. So originally there was nothing in here in this paragraph element, and there was nothing displaying on the code and the page, but inside of our script we've defined a string of hello world, and we're saying down here that we want to basically put this string inside of where that element is. All right, so we'll get into that more later on, but of what's going on. But let's just start there. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and let's close this one now, and let's go to here and let's jump over to external. So external, I have two files, so index.html and code.js. So go ahead and create those two files, and when you are done, open up your file browser and open up the index.html file, and we can close this other tab here. Okay, awesome. So let's double click this in Visual Studio Code, and let's do HTML and then select the second one again. Awesome, and refresh just to show that it's there. So page title, and this one is going to be called external JavaScript. All right, and refresh that. You can see the title updated, and this source equals main.js. We called ours code.js, so go ahead and rename that. So code.js, save, and if you refresh, you can see nothing visibly happens, but that's okay. So inside of our body, let's just kind of do what we did before. So p, and then we're just going to do id equals sample, and save it and refresh just to see that there's nothing there. Awesome. Okay. So now, inside of code, we are going to do a variable of thing equals hello world, and then we're going to do document dot get element by id, and then this is sample dot inner HTML, and then this is going to be equal to thing. Right. And go and refresh this, and nothing happened. So let's see what's going on. Alright, so in order to solve this problem, you have to know one thing. So JavaScript kind of executes from top to bottom. So what's happening here is that our script code is being executed before the page is actually rendered. So let's fix that by grabbing this, and if we put this at the bottom of our body like this and refresh the page, and now you can see that it's updated. So what's happening now is that the page is loading, it loads this empty sample paragraph thing here, and then after that it runs this code that updates the content inside of the element to hello world. Okay, so let's take a look at the two different ways of doing our stuff here. So I'm going to open that, open this, and then I can split right. Okay, let's see, this is that. Okay, so on the right we have our code where it references an external file, and on the left we have our inline code. So there's benefits to, I guess there's benefits to doing both. This one is super simple, and you can see everything in one page, but the big downside of this is that if you have maybe 10 or 50 or 100 pages where you're having to write code, then you're going to have to open each and every single one of those HTML files and edit it there, as opposed to having one or a few external files, and then you would be able to share that file with multiple other HTML files. So this is the preferred way to do coding with JavaScript and referencing it from the HTML file. So we'll be using this way going forward, but I just wanted to show you that this is possible, and if you have like a super simple one-page thing going on, then feel free to do this. It's totally up to you, but this is the typical way to do things, and we're just going to do this going forward. Okay, I'm going to do a quick little video here about minified JavaScript. So what minified JavaScript, it's just going to be similar to how we have the minified JSON that we talked about earlier. It's just a way of conserving space. One thing to note about the minified JavaScript is that the format's going to be a little bit different than how we've been doing things. So as I mentioned before, I don't like to add the semicolons unnecessarily to the end of my lines, but when you do the minification, then it will automatically add those things. So here's our JavaScript that we just created. It's super simple, and then if you minify it, let's take a look at this. So you can see this is all one line now, but the thing that did happen is that these semicolons were added to the end of our lines. That's actually really important in the minified version, because otherwise it wouldn't know where the line ends, because it's all on one line. So just remember, minified is all of your code is all on a single line, removed all of the extra spaces that aren't required. So you can see that
around here there's a space before and after, but over here on like the variable, that space is required, but over here the spaces are removed. And obviously string spaces are going to be saved, and there's like no gaps in between anything. So it's just a way of conserving space. So you will see this minified version a lot if somebody has like a big thing of JavaScript out on the web, and this is just a way to make this file smaller and conserve space so that people have faster downloads and the page loads more quickly. But functionally it works exactly the same. When a web browser loads our HTML content, it creates a document object model, or the DOM. What the DOM is, it's a model that's constructed of tree-like objects. So on the left here you can see a diagram that I created. This is a DOM representation of the code that we have on the right. So at the top is our document itself, and then we have our element, which is HTML. So you can see this is the first element. Within that element we have two other elements. So we have a head and we have a body. Okay. Within the head you can have multiple other elements. So right now I only listed one, which is the title, and it has a text of external JavaScript, which is what we gave for the title. Inside of the body we have other elements too. So I put an H1 on the document and then a paragraph here. So let's make this match real quick. Okay, so now it matches. So we have an H1 element inside of the body with the text of welcome, and then a paragraph with the text of hello world. The DOM also shows you what our attributes are. So you can see this paragraph has ID attribute of sample. So the use of the DOM is for JavaScript to be able to access the elements of the HTML. So with the DOM, the JavaScript can change all the HTML elements on the page. For example, we did the paragraph. It can change the HTML attributes in the page. You can change the CSS or the style of the page, and you can also remove existing HTML elements and attributes, or you can add new ones. And then also with the DOM, JavaScript can react to existing HTML events or create new events. And we'll be learning how to do each one of these things in the upcoming lessons, but here is a quick example of what the DOM looks like. And obviously this is going to get more and more complex the more complicated and deep your code is, but from our code we just have a very simple one, so it just gives you a basic idea of how things look. Okay, so in this lesson we're going to be going over how to get the different objects and elements from the HTML using the DOM. And first take a look at our section here. I have open a sample1 folder here, and it has just a code.js and an index.html file. These are going to be attached to this lesson, so make sure you download those first, and then once you have them on your system, go ahead and open up this index.html file, and you should see something like this. It should say heading 1, paragraph 2, and heading 2. Okay, and then inside of Visual Studio Code, just make sure you open up both tabs. We're going to be looking at both the index.html and the code.js. Take a moment to do that, and when you're ready, go ahead and continue. Alright, so looking back at this diagram that I made, just notice that the document is the owner of all the objects on the page. So we're going to be using the word document or the keyword document when we're finding these different elements and objects. So let's go over to the code.js, and let's first
let's get this text here. Okay, so I'm just going to do a console.log, and actually before that I'm just going to create a simple variable. So variable, let's call this heading text, and then this is going to be equal to document. So remember I said the document owns the objects, so document dot get element by ID. So you might have remembered this from our sample, and then you can see that get element by ID takes a string, okay, and that string is going to be what the ID is. So in this case it's the heading. Alright, go ahead and save this. Make sure when you have this page open you do this inspect and then go to the console, so you have your console window there, and you save that. So go ahead and refresh. I need to first put this into my console.log statement. Now refresh, and now you can see that we've gotten the whole element. So this is the h1 element with the ID of heading. Okay, so notice that we got the whole thing, not just part of it, not just the tag or the attribute or the content. We got the whole element. Alright, let's do another one. So var, let's see, paragraph text equals, we'll do document dot, and for this paragraphs it's going to be class. So let's see, get element by class name, and our class name is content. And we'll just do a console.log. Save that and refresh, and now you're going to notice that there's an HTML collection here, and it actually has a bunch of information here. So when you're using class, you notice that it says elements by class name, so you're actually getting multiple elements. So this is a collection of nodes. If I wanted to just get the first one, I would just put our square bracket here and do a 0 to get the first one and save. And if you refresh that, now you can see that you're just getting paragraph 1. If I change that to 1, save, and then I'm just getting paragraph 2. Okay. And let's do one more here. So var heading 2 text equals document dot get element by tag name. Okay. So this is elements once again, so it's going to give us a collection, and this is going to go by the name of the tag. So we're going to go for this h2. And I need a console.log that, so console.log heading 2 text. Okay, and once again you can see that this is a collection, but it only has one item in there. So let's just get the first one, the only one, refresh, and now you can see heading 2 is in there. Okay, so this is how to get find the HTML elements, but there's other useful things that you can do inside of here. We can find HTML objects, and let's just shorten this a little bit. So I'll just do a console.log, and then we're just going to put our document dot inside of here. So First one we'll do is, let's just get the whole body. Okay, let's get the body content. So save that, refresh, and you can see that we have the content of the body. So you can see how that could be useful. So console.log, let's do another one, document dot, let's do URL, and you can see this is the URL that we're at. And then we can do console.log, document dot title, and refresh, and you can see that's the title there. And let's see, we can do the head also. So console.log, document dot head. Okay. And there's a lot of other things that you can get, but this is a good idea of how you can access different parts of not only the content on your page, but also things like the URL and the title and basically whatever you need to access. So if you can access them, then you're most likely going to be able to manipulate them. Alright, so looking at this diagram once more, we can see that this is basically an upside down tree. So when you want to navigate through the HTML, this top level HTML is referred to as the root. And then when there is an element underneath of that item, it is referred to as a child. So from here to here, this head is a child of the HTML. The HTML is the parent of this head. So from here to here, this is child-parent relationship, and this is parent-child. So this element is a parent, but it also is the root. So there is only one root in the DOM. And keep on going down. So the head to this title, this is the parent, this is the child. And then from here, title to this node here, this is the parent, this is the child. Okay? When they're on the same level, that means these are siblings. And these are siblings also, and these are siblings also. And parent, child, and so forth and so on. Let's use a few of the methods to get something from here. So let's go ahead and take this h1 and try to get this text node. So what we're going to do is we're going to do var h1 node equals, let's call this h1 text actually, equals, and then document dot get element by ID. So it's going to be the same, and then it's going to be a heading. I'm going to do first child, and then we'll do console.log h1 text. Okay, and refresh, and you can see there is the text node from here. So we use this element by ID to get the child, which is that text there. Okay, and let's do a sibling here. So var h1 sib equals document dot get element by ID, and this is heading, and then this is going to be dot, let's do next sibling, and save, actually console.log h1 sib. Right, and you notice that we're getting this text thing here, but we don't want that. So the reason being is that when you're doing parent-child sibling relationships, any spaces or white spaces between these elements is going to be treated as a node. So if I remove that and I refresh, and then you will get this. So in this case, next sibling is not going to work very well because we have those returns in there. So you just have to keep that in mind if you get some weird results. All right. And let's do one more. Let's get the parent node. So let's see. Let's get the parent node of this heading. So var h1 parent equals document dot get element by ID heading dot parent node, and this console.log h1 pair. Save that and refresh, and you can see the parent node of that is the actual body. Okay. Alright, so this is just a simple explanation of using relationships to find elements, but that's just showing you that it's possible, and this is how you do it. Okay, so let's do some manipulation of the HTML here. First thing we're going to do is we're going to change HTML content. So let's change this heading 1 text to be something else. So inside of here, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to comment out all of this because I don't really want to see all those console logs again. So if you refresh, excuse me, you shouldn't see any console logs anymore. What I'm going to do here is, let's see, the ID is heading. Let me close that. The ID is heading. So I'm going to do document dot get element by ID, and then this was heading, and then we're going to do it inner HTML, and then this is equal to, and then I'll just call this this is a heading. Okay, so this inner HTML is going to replace the content inside of that div with the new content. So let's go and refresh here, and you can see that this is a heading. Alright, awesome. Okay, so let's do something else. Attached to this lesson, I have added this logo PNG. So go ahead and download that and throw it into your sample1 folder. And on your index.html, let's see, after the h2, type img tab, and then the source is going to be the name of the image, so logo.png. Okay, and if you save that and refresh the page, you can see that this is the logo here. Alright, so we are going to, you're going to notice that there's attributes on here. So if you inspect, you can see that alt doesn't have a value because we haven't assigned it one. So let's give a value to an attribute of that element. So what we're going to do is, let's actually give this an ID also to make it a little easier. ID equals, I'll just call this logo, save it, so your code should look like this now. Okay, and move on over here. So document dot get element by ID, and that's going to be logo, and then what we're going to do is, this is where you're going to put the type of attribute it is. So for our case, it's alt, and then we're going to equals to, let's say, we'll just call it give it the alt of a bug. And if you refresh this, you can see now that this alt has a value of bug. So we've edited an attribute of one of the elements. All right. So you can see the difference between the two. So inner HTML is going to change the contents inside of the HTML. So right here, so between the opening tag and the closing tag, it's going to change the contents. This one is going to change the attribute. So we did alt, we could change the source if we wanted to, or any other attributes that we have in here. Okay, so let's create a new element inside of here now. So what we're going to do is let's create a variable. Let's call this p equals, and this will be document dot create element, and then all you have to do is specify the type of element that you want. So this is going to be a paragraph, and then var. So we need a text node to go inside of that paragraph. So we're going to create a p text, and then this is going to be equal to document dot create text node. Okay, and we'll call this new paragraph. All right, and what you have to do is you have to actually stick these two things together. So you do that by doing a p, so taking our p variable dot append child, okay, and then you append the p text. So what this does is it takes this element and it appends this p text to it. All right, so now we have an element that has text in it. Okay, and let's create another element here. So actually, what we're wanting to do is now we have to add it to here. So let's see, where do we want to add this? We can append it to the bottom of this h1. It's probably, or after this. Let's do it after this image. So we'll do get element by ID, and then the ID is going to be logo, and then we're going to do my document. So document dot get element by ID logo, and then dot append child once again, and then we're going to say what we want to append, and that is going to be the p. All right, and save that, and when you refresh, you should see something new here. So you can see that there is an paragraph added to this ID, but it's not showing up because you can't have it like that where there's a child of an image. So we need to actually edit this a little bit. So let's do ID equals, I'll just call this main. So we'll append this to the main content, save it, and there we go. So main paragraph, and you can see there's a new paragraph there. So we've appended, and it goes to the end of that element. Okay, so we've done that. Now let's do the opposite. Actually, now let's say, what if you don't want it to go to the end? You can actually edit this a little bit. So let's comment this out, and then we're going to do copy this main, and then dot, you can put it at a certain point. So insert before, and then this is going to take two parameters, so new child and reference child node. So the new child is going to be the p, and then the reference is going to be what you want to put it before. So I know that I have, let's see, let's make a variable. This is going to look very ugly. So var, what do we want here? We want this heading. Var heading equals to document dot get element by ID, and this is going to be heading. Okay, and then we can just put heading in here. Heading. Okay, awesome. So let's see. So if you save and refresh, you should see that this is a new paragraph came before there now. So we have taken our element that we created right here, and then we're setting it before this element there. All right. Okay. So now let's do the opposite. So let's remove an element. So let's actually let's get rid of this image here. Okay, so we'll do document dot get element by ID, and then we need the parent, so which is main. So main, and then you're going to do dot remove child. Okay, and then the child is going to be whatever you want. So we want this logo. So let's go ahead and create a variable just to make it cleaner. So let's just call this logo equals document dot get element by ID, and then logo is there. Remove child, and logo goes there. Okay, so save that and refresh, and now you can see that this image has been removed. All right, awesome. And that should be good. So go ahead and feel free to play around with this a little bit. It's very powerful because it lets you update what's in your HTML, because you can see this is our starting point, and we edited this to be what is displayed here all through scripting. Alright, so this is the last thing I'm going to show you about in this DOM section here, and that's how to change the style of HTML elements. So changing the style is pretty easy actually. So it's going to be our standard document.getElement by ID call, and we're just going to do, let's just do the heading, and then what you're going to do is .style, and then here is going to be the property that you want to style. So you can see that there's a bunch of options here. What we're going to do is color. So this will set the text color, and then we'll just set it to blue. If you save that and refresh, now you have blue text there. Okay, let's do some other stuff. Let's put a border around this thing. So we have the main body. So let's do our document.getElement by ID, and we're going to put main in there, and then .style, and then we're going to do .border, and then this is going to equal to, it's going to take a couple things. So 1px black solid. So this is the width, the thickness of the line for our border. This is the color, and this is the type of border that we want. So if we refresh, and now you can see we have a border around there. Okay, and that's pretty much it. So feel free to play with this. If you want, you can edit the styles of the different elements on here to your heart's content. But this is pretty much it for the DOM for right now. So far in our code, we've been triggering our JavaScript as soon as the page loads, but this is not always what you want to happen. Usually you want something to happen only when the user does something. For example, if they click a button, then something should happen. Or if they hover over something, and then some effects should happen. So this type of interaction is called an event. So we're going to be going over events and event listeners in this section. Attached to this lesson, you'll find a zip file containing two files for the next two lessons. There's going to be an index.html and an events.js. So go ahead and extract the zip file into the location that you're working in, and then make sure you open up VS Code so that you can see these two files. So here's my index.html, and here's my events.js. So events.js is blank right now, but we'll be filling that in as we go through the lessons. And also make sure you open up your Chrome browser and point it to that index.html file so that you can see the web page right here. So you can see there's a couple buttons, a couple fields, and then some paragraphs. Once you're ready with that, and then you can continue with this lesson. Alright, so let's just talk real quickly about events. So we are going to use events, and the events that we're going to use are going to be added to the actual HTML, but then they are going to call a method. So
let's go ahead and just create the first one. So there's several different types of events. We're just going to go through a couple of them just for practice and understanding. So let's do this on this ID one. So at the top here you see body, and then you can see button ID equals B1, and then we're going to do on click, all lowercase, and then you can see that it has an equal sign and then double quotes after that. All right. So what we're going to want to add into here is the name of a method that we want to execute when somebody clicks on this button. So let's just call this btn pressed, and then since it's a function here, we are going to go ahead and put our parentheses around it. So go ahead and save that. Let me pop open the inspector here in the console, and let's refresh this real quick and press button 1. And you can see that uncaught reference error btn pressed is not defined. So basically you tried to call a function that was not defined anywhere. So there's no code that says use my btn pressed function, and then if you look in the events file, there's no btn pressed function. So that's why there's this error, is because you're trying to use something that does not exist. Okay, so let's add in our script into here. So and we're going to do src equals, and our source is going to want to point to this events.js. So let's do a /, and then you can see events.js is the first one that shows up for me. Go ahead and save. And let's run this one more time. We still haven't added this this function here, button pressed, but go ahead and refresh and just see what happens. So see, we have our file link, but there's still no function called that. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy this, paste that in here, and then save, and then you can refresh it once more. Actually, we need to put the keyword function in there. There we go. And now you can refresh, and now you can see there's no errors here. So if you click on button 1, there's no error anymore, but nothing is happening either. So let's actually make something happen. Let's just do something simple right now. So let's just do console.log, and then just say button 1 was pressed. Okay, save that, refresh one more time, and press that button 1. And now you can see that button 1 was pressed. So we have just added a on-click event to this button ID. All right, but since we are working on manipulating stuff on the page, so let's go ahead and do that. So remember how we did our document, do not track, document dot get element by ID, and then let's get the ID of this paragraph 1 here. So that is actually, you can see right here, the ID is P1. So P1, and then we're going to do .inner HTML equals, and then we'll say button 1 pressed inside of there. All right, go ahead and save that, refresh, and click that, and now you can see that this text that said paragraph 1 formerly now says button 1 pressed, and we still have our console log there. So awesome. Okay, so that is the on click. Let's do another one here. So we have this text field here, so let's do something with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do on change. So let's find our input here. So input, and then I'm going to do on change, and then once again all lowercase with the equal signs and the double quotes, and then let's
what are we going to call this? Let's just call it text typed. And then put our parentheses there. So text typed. So onChange is going to call our text typed. And then let's create our function over here. Paste that in, text typed. Put our curly braces. And let's just do our console.log again. And then we'll just say text was typed. Save and refresh this page once again. And let's do this. And you can see that this was updated when I click out of the field. So notice that if let's refresh this one more time. If I just click in here and click out, nothing happens. If I type in something and then click out, then you can see that it's changed. And if I type another thing, and then you can see this incremented to two things, and then 3 things, and 4 things. So just keep that in mind that this is happening. So let's actually make this kind of more like what would happen in the real world. So like if you were to do something like if this was a password field and you put in Bob as the password and that's not the correct password, then it would give you a message that says username or password is not valid. So I'm not going to do that validation here, but I'm just going to show you that once I type this and then I click out of it, then it can change the text below it. So let's do a similar thing as we did before. So document.get element by ID, and then let's find out the ID of that. So it's P2, and then we're going to do the same thing as before, enter HTML, and then equals to, let's just say invalid password. Okay, so this is very simple. We're not actually validating anything, but we're just showing you how the event listener works. So let's try this without doing anything. So I clicked out of it, even if oops, that was supposed to be a tab key, but there we go. So I can tab out of it and it'll do the same thing. So you can see that the cursor jumps from here to here, but nothing happened. But if I type something in, and then it will do that. Okay. All right, awesome. So let's actually make this more, let's actually do that validation in here just for fun. So let's say if document.getElement by ID, let's see, what is the ID of this thing? So it's I1. So the ID of the field here is I1, and then dot value equals let's say 1 2 3. Then we'll just copy this right here, else. Okay, and then I'll just change this to valid password. So I'm going to say that if the value of this what was entered in here equals 1 2 3, and then I'm going to say it's a valid password, otherwise it's going to say invalid password. So go ahead and refresh this. Let's do 1 2 3, tab out of there, and it says valid password. If I put a 4 in there and tab out, now it says invalid password. If I put a 1, tab out, it says invalid, and then go back to 1 through 3, and then it does valid again. So this is very simple validation, but it shows you that it's detecting the changes each time you make the change, and then basically moving away from here is what triggers the triggers the function to be called. All right, okay, so that's how you do events. The next lesson we're going to learn how to do event listeners. Okay, so let's do event listeners now. So as difference between like doing an event on the HTML page versus an event listener is that you don't touch the HTML page this time for event listeners. So let's go ahead and jump on over to the events.js. So to add an event listener, we need to do one of these, document.getElement by ID, and then we're going to do basically the same things we did up there. Let's find out the button here. So it says button 1. Let's change that to say button 2. And that should be B2. Okay, so B2 is the ID. So B2. And then we're going to do dot add event listener. All right. And this is going to take a few things. This is going to take the listener, which is going to be in double quotes here, and then it's going to take the name of the function that you want to call. So let's just call this btn2 pressed, and notice that we don't put the parentheses on it this time. So alright, so the name of the event, so remember how we did on click for this one, and we did on change. So we're just not going to put the word on there, so it's just going to be click. All right, and then save that. Actually, we need to create our function first. So function, and then btn2 pressed, and then let's see, what did we do? I'm just going to go ahead and copy all this because it's going to be exactly the same. Let's see, change this to say button 2 pressed in the console. And actually we want paragraph 3, so that's going to be P3, and then we're going to say beat button 2. Alright, so catch up if I went a little bit too fast, but it's function button 2 pressed, and then console.log button 2 was pressed, document.get element by ID P3, which is the third paragraph here, .inner HTML is going to be equal to button 2 pressed. Once you're ready, go ahead and save, refresh your page here, and click that button 2. Okay, and you can see button 2 was pressed, and we didn't have to add any of those, the on-click listener to the actual HTML file. Awesome. Okay, let's do the next one. Okay, let's do document dot get element by ID, and then we're going to do this input field here. Let's see, input field is I2. And then dot add event listener, and then the event is going to be change, comma, and then we'll just call this text to typed. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this, copy, and then function type to text with our parentheses, do our curly braces there, and then let's just grab this console.log here and just save that. Let's just do that to start with. Okay, awesome. And see, nothing happens so far, but if we type something and move away, you can see text was typed, and then we can copy the rest of this here. Oops. And then do that. Refresh once again. So nothing happens, but if you type something, oops, I need to change the IDs here. So get element by ID I2, so it's going to be I2, and then this is going to be P4, and then this is going to be P4. Okay, and if you notice that what happened the first time is that I had this set to I1, so it was saying that I had the event listener on here, so it was checking for changes on here. So I changed something on here, but then in my if statement it was saying check the value of this to see if it matches 1, 2, 3, instead of checking the value of this and updating the value of this. So kind of funky thing that happened, but it's actually kind of a cool example because this shows that even though that this has its own event listener, I can actually trigger it from somewhere else, just like this. So this should be all squared away. So I changed the IDs to match properly. So this is I2 and this is P4. So if we make sure you save all this, refresh over here, and then there we go. That looks better. And that looks awesome. Okay, cool. So that is how you use an event listener, and go ahead and play with that if you'd like. Actually, let me show you one more thing. I am going to show you, let's do document.getElement by ID, and then this time let's do that last paragraph there, so it's P4. Let me refresh this real fast. So P4 is this one right here. So what I'm going to do is add event listener, and then this time I'm going to use an event listener for mouse over. Alright, mouse over, and then let's create a function. Let's just call it moused. Alright, so function moused, and then we'll just do document.getElement by ID, and we'll just say P4, and we'll just do inner.html equals, we'll say you have been moused, whatever that means. Okay, awesome. Save it, refresh, and then now watch what happens. So basically, let me do that again. So you can see the mouse is moving down, and then once it reaches that element, then it triggered the event. So this is a mouse over, so it changed the text of that event, or of that paragraph. Right, let me show you one more thing real quick. Go ahead and refresh this page. Let's go over here. So you see in this function, we can actually change all of this to the keyword this. So when you're dealing with events, the keyword this is going to be used as the thing that had the event on it. So in this case, this is going to be paragraph 4, so I don't have to put all of this in there again. I can if I want to, but I can just say moused, and then you can just say this.inner HTML, you have been moused. So if I save that, refresh, and then this element had the event on it. So this is the element that is getting updated. So just a shortcut that I'm going to show you that you can see. And alright, that's it. Okay, I'm going to quickly go through a very important topic in coding, and that is debugging. So what is debugging? Debugging is just basically the process of going through your code and trying to figure out the source of errors. So there could be some logic error, or there could be some other error, syntax errors, or whatever, but I'm going to show you how to use the Chrome browser to actually do your debugging. Attached to this lesson, you'll find it's basically the assignment or the web page that we worked on in the previous lesson for events. You will find that attached, and we will use this for our debugging lesson here. So go ahead, and if you don't have it open still, go ahead and open the one that's attached and get it up on your browser. Okay, and when you're ready, feel free to come back and continue. Okay, so we have our page here. Go ahead and refresh. Go ahead and either, for me, I just like to do the right mouse and do inspect. There's keyboard shortcuts to do this, but that's just how I like to do it. You'll see this developer console at the bottom. Go over to sources, and sources, you'll be able to see that you have your files here. So you can see your index.html, and you'll see your events.js. Okay, so we want to be on the events.js file, and go ahead and make that a little bit bigger. You can see there's a bunch of buttons over here. These are for the debugger, and so what we're going to do is, let's go ahead and on the left side here of this numbering, you can actually click into here, and it'll make this little blue arrow kind of thing. This is called a breakpoint. So what this does is that once the code reaches to
once the application reaches to the spot in the code, it'll actually stop the application from what it's doing. So it'll kind of momentarily pause, and it's going to stay that way until you tell it to continue. All right, so you'll notice that you can't put it on like the function name here. You can put it on like the first line, but you can put it on things like this. So this is not a function declaration. This is code. Let's see. You can put on the if statement there, and you can put, and you can see you can put multiples, and you can remove them. And another thing you can do is with these selected over on the right here, you can say deactivate breakpoints. So your breakpoints are still there. They're just not going to be stopping anything. So this is like a quick way to just like, oh, I think I fixed it. Run it again. And if it goes all the way through, then I'm good. If I'm not, then I can just turn my breakpoints back on. Okay, cool. All right, so let's put on line number 2 here. Let's go ahead and put a breakpoint there, and you can see this is the console.log for button 1 was pressed. So up here, let's go ahead and hit that button 1, and you can see that it says paused in debugger. And this has a couple options. It says resume script execution or step over next function call. So if I press this one, the resume script, watch what happens. It's just going to complete, and then you'll see in here that that button 1 was pressed and all that stuff happened. So let's do this one more time. Let's refresh. You can see my breakpoint is still there on refresh. Go ahead and press button 1. And let's do this one over here that says step over next function call. So let's see what that does. So what that does is that just gets you to the next thing that happens there. All right. And if you keep on pressing, it keeps going, and then you can see it goes back to index.html, and it's pretty much done. Let's see. Oh, I actually called another one. So we're still in the debugger right now, even though there's no breakpoint here. It's still in debug mode. So until I tell it to play, that's what will get it out of the debug mode, where it's just stopping on everything. Okay. So let's go ahead and hit that. Let's do something else. So we have this if statement here. So this one's a little more involved. So go ahead and refresh. And then this one, you can see nothing happens here until you type something and then mouse away. And then you can see that we are in our function. This has already been executed. You can confirm that by going to the console tab. And then we are in our if. So let's go over here. So we can see the step over next function call, step into function call, step out of function call, and then our resume, and then the other things that I already mentioned. So let's just do this step into function call. And so you can see that our if statement, it did not pass. So it went down to this invalid password one. Okay. And if you keep on doing the step into, you can see it's still going. All right. So let's go and play again. Let's change this to 1, 2, 3, and then tab out of there. Okay, so we're in here again. Okay, same thing. Awesome. All right, so you're probably wondering, what's the difference between step over and step into? So you notice that it says next function call or next function call. So that is saying that if there is a function within your function, then you are either going to go into that function and look into it, which is the step into, or you're going to go just let the function execute and just go to the next phase. So you can see here, let's go ahead and refresh this. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then tab out. So you can see this is just an if statement. Oops, did not mean to do that. This is just an if statement, so it doesn't matter if I do step over or step into, it's going to do the same thing. All right. But if I have another function call inside of there, then that will behave a little bit differently. So let me
pop this over to the side, and let's change our code a little bit. So let's do this, and then let's just call another function. So let's just call this mouse function, okay? Doesn't make much sense to use this mouse function right now, but it's okay. We're just using a for example. So you can see that this mouse is here now if you refreshed. So you can see mouse is there. Let's remove this breakpoint. I'm going to put it at the top here. So now we have a function that has a function being called inside of it. So let's go ahead and let's see, which one are we working on? We're working on this one up here. Let's go ahead and type something. So 1, and then hit tab or click out. So now we're in the console.log. So we can just, let's see what happens if we do step into. So that's fine because that's not a function. Let's do step into this time. And now you can see that it went into the mouse function, and now we're in the mouse function, okay? And keep on hitting step into, and then now we're back into the original function. I'm just going to go ahead and hit play. Let me make this bigger. Okay, let's do that again. Let's do 1, 2, and then hit the tab key. So console.log, that's fine. Let's do the step out of this, or step over this time. So step over, step over. So now you can see that when we're on the mouse function, it just stepped over it. But you can see that you have been mouse did execute down here. You can see that the mouse, when we were at the mouse you can see that when we were at the mouse function, it didn't go into the function this time. It just stepped over it. So it just went to the next one. Let's do it one more time so you can see. So 1, 2, and 3, tab, step over. So right now, if I step over, it's going to just go to the if. Okay, so this mouse did execute. It's just went to the if though. So it did not go into the function. And then let's do this one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, tab. Let's do step into this time. So step into. So now we are in the mouse function. And then you can see step into. We're still in the mouse function. Awesome. Cool. All right. Refresh the screen. Let's do this one more time. So 1, tab. We're in the console. So let's do mouse. And then let's do the step into. Okay. Let's do the step out of. So you can see it immediately went back to the original function. So let's compare that to what happens with if we just continued. So 1, tab, okay, step into, so we're in the mouse function. If we kept on doing step into, we're still in the mouse function, we're just at the closing curly brace and step into. So it keeps on going. So kind of play with that a little while so you can see what's happening, but that's kind of like the difference between step over and step into. Okay, all right, let's see, let's go ahead and do one more thing. On your file here, let me go ahead and hit play and remove this breakpoint and go ahead and refresh. Let's go ahead and create a variable. So var x equals 1. Okay, that's fine. Just go ahead and save that. Refresh this page. You can see that var x equals 1 is there. Let's go ahead and I'm just going to put a breakpoint there on button 1 was pressed, just to put it somewhere. Go ahead and press button 1, and you can see that is there. If you hover over this x here, you can see that there's a 1 that pops up. That's telling you that this variable has a value of 1. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and refresh this. Let's change this a little bit. So inside of button pressed, let's go ahead and make x equals to 2. Okay, so let's make sure you save this. Refresh over here, button 1, and then you can see x equals 1. X is still 1 here, and then just let's do our step into, and then if you hover x now, x is 2.
and x is 2. All right, so x, you can see the value of the variable through here. All right, I'm going to take a little time here to describe the different types of errors that you might run into in more of a broader bucket of what the types of errors are. So I've gone ahead and opened up JS console on the left here, and I've just created a blank file in my editor. So there's two types of buckets of errors. So the first one is called a syntax error, and then the second one is called a logic error. Okay, so a syntax error is when you do not write your code properly. So improper code, right? So this, let me show you an example of this. So we know that to define a variable, we are doing a like var I equals 1, right? So this will create a variable called I, and then it'll set the value to 1, and if I do I, and then it'll show that it's 3, right? If we did this wrong, and if we just did var I and then put 1, var I 1, and then you can see that it actually tells us that it's a syntax error. So you can see that it says unexpected token expected that, which is not quite accurate, and then it gives you this kind of number here, which is not totally helpful there, but what you need to know is that this was a syntax error, and by looking at it, you kind of have to realize that you need to fix your code to add that equal sign in there. Okay, so these errors are very common, and it's often very frustrating. This is where you might hear developers say, oh, are you missing a semicolon? Because that's a very common syntax error, missing a semicolon, or missing just something little in your code that causes an error. So let's do another one. So let's do an if statement, right? So if, and then in here we have to do like 1 is less than 2, then we'll do console.log, and then we'll just say true, right? So if I copy this, let's copy this, copy, and paste that over here, and you can see that works perfectly fine. If we were to not write this correctly, let's say let's see if this causes an error. So you can see syntax error because this is not correct. Also, if you forget to put in your comparison, then once again you get a syntax error. And even if you forget to do something like you forget to put the parentheses there, you'll get a syntax error. And then also if you forget to put your curly brace, and you get a syntax error. Okay, so those are all syntax errors. Let's do one more. So let's do for var I equals 1, I is less than 5, and then I plus plus, and then let's just do console.log of I. All right, so I'm going to copy that and paste, and you can see we get 1 through 4 because we said less than 5. So 1 through 4, awesome. If we mess this up, so let's see what happens if I remove that semicolon in there. All right, so that's what I'm talking about when I say missing semicolon. So something like that. If you mess this up, let's see. So this one didn't cause a syntax error. You can see that the cursor stopped blinking here. What I've just done is I've caused an infinite loop. So that one is actually a logic error. So let me see if I can kill this browser. All right, so good to go. Okay, so that's a pretty good kind of segue into the next section here. So a logic error means that your syntax is correct. So you did what you were supposed to do coding wise, but your logic was not correct. So that means that your math or your equation that you were trying to use did not give you the correct answer. So let's see. So let's just do a simple like this if statement again. So if 1 is less than 2, and then let's do console.log, and then let's do false. Okay. So if we put this in here, code runs fine, it outputs false, but if you look at the code, I'm saying if 1 is less than 2, then we're going to return false, but this is actually a true statement. So if I was trying to do some comparison that says if you're under the age of 21, so let's actually do that. So if so let's create var age equals, let's just say 15 to start with, and then we'll say if age is less than 21, and then console.log, you can't be in the bar. Alright, so let's go and copy this and paste that in there. And so this is how it's supposed to work, right? So if your age is under 21, then you can't be in the bar. But if we were to do this again and actually flip this and do this, and now we don't get that message because their age is if their age is under 21, so the condition is not met. That will trigger this message. So the code runs perfectly fine, but the expected result is not correct. So this is a logic error. So you need to be careful of these things also, because this is probably where you're going to spend a lot of time with your code, because the syntax things will blow up right away, but these logic things, you're going to have to dig into it and figure out which part of your code is not. The next few lessons here are going to be about advanced things that you can do with objects. So let's do a quick refresher here. So on the left, I have a console open for the JS console that I like to use, and then on the right I have my VS Code editor. Just create a blank JS file for you to work with. So let's do a quick recap. So let's just create a variable for an object, and we'll just create a person object, person. And then that's going to equal to the object, and we'll just give it a first name, and then I'll use my first name. You can use your own first name, and then last name. Okay, and that's it. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste it into the console, and if we type person, we get the person object, which has the first name and last name. And then if we do person.first name, then we get just the first name. If we get person.last name, then we just get the last name. Okay, all right, all good. So what we're going to do is, if you haven't figured out, adding properties to the object. So remember that these are properties. It's a key and a value. So to add one, it's pretty simple actually. So let's just go ahead and copy this one more time, paste that in there, and then let's do person.age, and that's going to be equal to whatever your age is. So I'm just going to put that, and then now if I call person, and now you can see that has been added. So we have age, first name, and last name, and still the same. I can do person.age and then get that. All right, awesome. So let me add this to my code here. So person.age equals that. All right. So let's refresh one more time. Okay, so let me add one more thing, or actually, let's delete one thing. So let's do deleting properties All right, so let's change this up a little bit. Let's add another thing. Let's do fave color, and then this is going to be, I'll just say blue. Okay, let's go ahead and copy this, and let's do person. All right, so you see we have fave color, first name and last name. We didn't add this person.age, but that's fine. So I want to delete this fave color because I don't think it's important anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the delete keyword, and then we're going to do person dot fave color. All right, and it says true. All right, so let's do person, and you can see that it says first name and last name, but fave color has been removed. So notice that fave color, the whole property has been removed, not just the value, but the whole property. Okay, so that's pretty simple. Just remember that you can do this, and that's basically it. Feel free to go ahead and play with this if you'd like, but adding and removing properties is just done like that. Let's do a quick recap of how to add methods to an object. So let's just use our person again. So var person, or person equals, and then let's do first name, and first name, and then last name. Alright, and then let's add a method to this, and let's call this my name. Alright, or let's call this yeah, my name is fine. So my name, right? And then how we were doing methods before was we were just creating the property here and then just adding function like this, and then putting your curly braces. All right, and then what we're going to do is just console.log. Let's do first name plus, and then put a space in there, and then last name. Okay, and notice that the editor automatically put this in there because it knows that I'm in the context of this object. So first name belongs to this object, so that's why it's this dot first name, and last name belongs to this object. That's why it's this dot last name. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste that in here, and let's do person just to see what we have. So you can see we have first name, last name, and you have my name as a function, which looks kind of like that. Okay, and then what we're going to do is let's do person dot my name, and then put your parentheses there, and then you can see that it console.logged my name out there. Okay, all right, awesome. Okay, let's do this again. So var person equals first name, and that's my first name, and then last name, and then this time we're going to use the shorthand notation for creating methods in here, and that is just going to be my name with the parentheses there, and then you can just do this, and we're just going to do the console.log first name plus space and then last name. Okay, let's go ahead and clear this out and copy this, and then let's do person, and you can see that is there, and you can see this looks a little bit different than it did before, but that's fine. And then let's do person dot my name, just the same as we did before, but it works perfectly fine, just how we did it before. So these two things are equivalent. So sometimes you'll see it like this, which is the shorter way of doing it, and sometimes you'll see it like this, which is the more fully blown out way of doing it. But either of the two will work. Okay, I'm going to teach you about getters and setters in this lesson. So to start off with, let's create our person once again.
I know I've had you create this multiple times, but it's good for learning to repeat. So let's go ahead and do that. So first name, last name, and that's that. And then let's add our method. So it's my name. And then this time, instead of doing a console.log, let's just return first name plus, and then last name. Okay. So let's go ahead and copy this and paste that into here. And let's do a console.log of person dot, I called it my name. Okay. And then you can see that it is updated there. So first thing here is that this method here requires me to have to put these parentheses in here. But what if I just wanted to get this as a property, just like how if I did console.log of first name, and if I spelled it correctly, first name, then I just get my name. So I want it to behave like a property instead of like a function. So that's what a getter is. So let's put getter is getter gets the value as property. Okay, so in order to do that, all we have to do is put this get keyword in front of here. So let's go ahead and copy this and refresh. And now we can do console.log of person dot my name. And you can see no parentheses that time, but it did work and it did give us the correct result there. All right. So, but the next problem here is that we have this my name property, but we don't have a way to just set this property. We can't just do something like person dot my name equals Bob Jones, right? Because this is not going to work. So if we do person, then you can see that it's still my name because this just doesn't work. All right. So what we need to do is we need to add a setter. So setter allows you to update. All right. So what we're going to do is use the keyword of set, and we're still going to use my name as the method name there, and we need to put some value in here. So value is going to be what goes inside of the parentheses there. So let's see how this works here. So since we have first name and last name, we need to split this into pieces. So let's just call this var. We'll just call this name, and then equals to value dot split, and we're going to split it by the space there. Okay. All right. Okay. So and then what we're going to do is we're going to assign. So first name is going to be equal to name, and then remember this is an array. So name 0 is the first name, and then last name is going to be equal to name 1. Oops. All right. So I'm going to take this and copy this. Let's go and refresh here. Paste. All right. So let's do person dot my name, and that's going to be equal to, let's do Bob Jones, right? Okay, and then let's just get person right now. So you can see now Bob Jones has been updated.
And you notice that not just my name is Bob Jones, but also first name and last name is Bob Jones. All right, so let's do this one more time just so you can see the before and after. So let's do person. So right now it says Jason Myers, and then we did person dot my name equals Bob Jones, and then now if we do person, you can see everything has been updated to Bob Jones. All right, so that's how you use getters and setters. All right, so we are going to once again create this person object, but this time let's call this me. So var me equals to object, and then we'll just do simple. So first name, then do your first name, and then last name, and then do your last name, and then we'll just do our my name, just a simple one here, and then we'll call this we'll just do the console.log version of this again. So console.log first name plus last name. Okay, all right, so let's copy this, put this in here. All right, let's just do me. All right, so typing me in there gives you that, and right, all good. So me dot my name. Awesome. So that works perfectly fine. Okay, so now let's make another one for my best friend. So we can do var best friend, and then this is going to equal to first name. We'll just call him Bob. And, oops. And then last name. Let's see, Jones. And then my name. We'll just call it my name once again, which is fine. It doesn't really matter. And then we'll do console.log first name plus, oops, last name. All right, and this looks exactly the same as what I just did. So why am I repeating over and over again? And there's a real good reason why I made you repeat this over and over again from the previous lessons. It's because I wanted you to show you that this is a very inefficient way to do these things. So what I'm going to do instead is create something that's called a constructor method. So a constructor method is just basically like a blueprint, okay? So it's a blueprint of an object. All right. So in order to do this, what we're going to have to do is we just create a function. So function, and then the name of this is going to be, let's just call this person. Notice that I am putting this in capitalized first instead of lowercase first. This is common. This is the regular kind of way that you name constructor functions. So when you're doing uppercase first, so if it's like let's just do Bob Jones like this. This is called Pascal case, and then if you do Bob Jones like this, this is called camel case. Okay, so we've been using camel case for everything so far, but when you're doing a constructor function, we're going to start it with a capital. All right, and then for this we're going to take some parameters. So let's take a parameter. So we need first name, and we need last name, and that's basically it. Okay, and then what we're going to do is first name equals first, and then last name equals last. All right, and for this we need to put this keyword in here. So this dot, and then this dot. Okay. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and copy this and run this in here. So obviously nothing's going to happen right now. Actually,
let's scratch that. We need to add our method into here too. So we need to do this dot my name equals to, and then we'll do a function, and we'll do it like this. So console.log, then this dot first name plus this dot last name. Okay. All right, and put a plus sign in there. All right, cool. Awesome. So let's go ahead and copy that, and now we can paste it over here. All right, so let's first replicate the one for me. So let's do var me equals, and what we're going to do is we're going to use this keyword called new, and then we're going to do person. Okay, so this new keyword is what basically creates the new object for your person. So let's put in my name, so Jason, and then Myers, and there we go. So if I type me, and now you get a person object with that, all that, and if I do me dot my name, and then that function works. So you can see that that created everything all in one go. So let's do var, let's just call it, what do we call it? Best friend. Var best friend equals to new person, and then I'm going to do Bob, comma Jones. All right, and then let's just do best friend. Okay, and once again you can see it's a person object with Bob and Jones, and if I do best friend dot my name, and it prints out Bob Jones. So you can see this is a much more efficient way to create new objects based on a blueprint, because you'll get everything that you had in that blueprint. You'll get all the properties, and then you'll get the functions that go with it. Alright, so in the previous lesson we learned about how to create a constructor. So let's go ahead and just copy that and throw that down here so we can work with that. Let's go ahead and grab this constructor here and throw that in here, and let's do a new person. So var me equals new person, and then put my first and last name there. Alright, all good. So if I do type me there, and you can see that's all good. So, but what if I wanted to add a property to this constructor up here? So let's see if we can do that. So let's do person dot, let's do fave color equals, and then let's just give it a value of blue. Okay. Let's type out me. So that doesn't do anything. And then let's actually create this variable again, type out me, and you can see that it didn't actually add anything. So you can't add a new property to the object constructor directly like this. But what you can do is you can use a thing in JavaScript called a prototype, which will allow you to do such a thing. All right, so what it's going to look like is it's going to be something like person.prototype and then dot fave color. Okay, and then we can set that to blue. All right, so let's go ahead and copy this and paste, and let's see, let's do var me equals new person, and then put all that information in here. And now if you type out me, you can see that that fave color property was now added. Okay, and you can do the same thing with methods. So person dot prototype dot, let's say, let's call this, what can we do here? Let's just do, let's call it print color, okay? And then that's going to equal to a function, and we'll just do console.log, and then we'll do this dot save color. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to copy this guy here too, so we don't have to type it again. All right, let's refresh here, copy all this, and paste that in here. All right, so let's type me, hit enter, and you can see person, and it has a print color method in there now. So me dot print color, and then you can see it printed out blue. All right, so this is how you use prototypes to add properties to constructor methods. All right, so this section is going to be about coding standards, and we're going to use a process called linting. So what linting is it's some software that will run on your computer that checks your code to make sure that you're using the correct coding standard, that you have like the correct number of spaces, the syntax, the indentation, and just looks for obvious coding errors to try to keep you away from having those syntax errors that we talked about in the previous lesson. So in order to do this, we're going to use a few things. We're going to use an application called ESLint, which has a plugin that goes into our VS Code editor. But in order to install ESLint, you're going to need Node.js. So if you don't have Node already installed on your computer, you're going to want to jump on over to nodejs.org. If you want to see if you already have it installed, open up a command prompt, and you're going to do node-v, and then if it pops up a number like this, that means you have Node.js installed on your computer. If it doesn't, then that means you need to install it. To install it, all you have to do is, I would choose this LTS version here. This is going to be the stable version. Click that, it'll download, and you just have to run that installer and you are good to go. All right. On your VS Code, go ahead and click this extensions, and we're going to type in ESLint, and go ahead and click the first one here and go ahead and hit install. So this will install the ESLint extension into your computer, which will allow you to use the editor to see what the errors are that you have in your code. So once it's installed, looks good, and there we are. So we will configure this in the next section, but if you have ESLint plugin installed and Node installed on your computer, then you are good to go. Okay, let's go ahead and finish up this ESLint install on our system here. This won't take very long. So if you go on to VS Code and look at the extensions, and if you click on ES Code, it will actually give you installation instructions for how to install. Also, if you went to eslint.org, these instructions are also here. But I actually like the instructions that are on VS Code, so let's go ahead and do that. So first of all, we're going to need a folder. So we are in section 25. So have a folder. If you've been following along and creating a section folder for each one, that's fine. If not, just create a folder somewhere. And what we're going to do is I need to go to the directory of this folder. So let me see if I can just do it here. So grab this copy. So grab the path of your directory, and I need to cd into that. Okay, so let's see, do a dir, and then you can see I just have a debug.js file in there. All right, so CLS to clear the screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look here. So there's a couple options that it gives you. So it says you can install ESLint either locally or globally. So if installing it locally means that it's only going to be installed in the folder that you install it in. So this is usually for like you are working on a project and you want to include ESLint in that project for whoever you give it to or while you're working on it, and it's only going to work in that folder for that project. If I went to like section 24, that ESLint is not going to work in that folder. It is because you didn't install it there. So it's only going to work in the folder that you created and installed it in if you do it locally. The other option is, which is what I'm going to do, is to install it globally. So that means that you can run the ESLint command anywhere you want. So the command will be accessible globally. So you can get to the command from any folder. You still need to do a few other steps to actually get it to work properly, but this will allow you to bypass having to install ESLint specifically in each and every folder that you're working on. So see, I have 25 section folders, so if I did it locally, that would mean I would have to install it ESLint 25 times in those 25 different folders. But if I do it globally, then I can run that ESLint command on inside of any one of those folders and it will be recognized. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's do npm space install space -g space ESLint. Okay, and then you should see some activity going on here. This is npm doing a download and install of your packages that you've requested. So if I didn't mention, npm is the node package module installer. It comes with Node already, so we installed Node and it comes with npm. So npm allows us to easily download and install and uninstall packages to our system with just a simple command. So you can see that I just did this simple little command there, and it went out to the internet, downloaded the code, installed it to my machine, and everything's all good. Okay, so let's do a CLS again. We are clear, so I am going to type the command ESLint. Okay, so as long as you can see that it returns something, that's awesome. So I'm actually going to demonstrate the global part. So cd space ... will go out of the directory. So oops, CLS. So dir, so you can see there's all my section folders. I'm just going to type ESLint here and it's going to show up again. So if you didn't do that globally, then typing ESLint in any other directory is not going to work. So let me, oops. All right, so let's go ahead and get things rolling here. So in your command terminal, you are going to start off by going to your directory if you're not already there. So I'm in section 25. You can see section 25 only has one file in it, the debug.js file. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do an npm init and just hit enter until you get to the very end, taking all the defaults. So what you can see is it made a package.json file. Let's just do a clear screen there, and we need to do a few things here. So let's create this ESLint file. So ESLint --init, and it's going to ask us some questions. So if you want to check syntax only, you can do that.
syntax and find problems, you can do that. We're going to do this bottom one here to check syntax, find problems, and enforce coding style. And we're just going to choose JavaScript for the next question. None of these because we're not using a framework. And browser is fine. And we're going to use a popular style guide. And just go ahead and choose Airbnb. And what file format do you want? We're going to do JSON. And it's going to do some stuff, ask you a question to install some additional things. Go ahead and hit enter. And it's going to install. Alright, so you can see a bunch of things popped into here. You can see node modules, which are the modules that were installed. You can see a package locked JSON, so just leave that one alone. That's just related to npm also. But we get this ESLint RC file, which is related to ESLint. So you can see a few things in here. These are all based on what we entered in from those questions. So you can see extends Airbnb base, so there's that. ES6 is referring to JavaScript, browser, and so forth and so on. So what we can do now is let's go ahead and close VS Code, and let's open it back up again. And if we do Control-Shift-P, oh, there we go. Actually, you don't have to do that. So you can see after a few seconds, it takes a few seconds for ESLint to start running on here, but after a few seconds, it highlighted all these things. So you can see there's all sorts of errors in here. So you can see strings must use single quote, chars types is defined but never used. Let's see, what's this? Line breaks need to be LF but found CRLF, and so forth and so on. Alright, so these are all the standards that Airbnb are applying to their code. So in order to get rid of all these red marks, you would have to fix all the errors, and basically you just hover over things to find the errors. Another way we can do this is in our command line. Let's just do a clear screen. If we do ESLint and then space and then let's see, this is called debug. So debug.js and hit enter. From the command line, it will do the same thing. It will go through and pinpoint all the errors, but this, doing it from the command line, it's going to give you line number, and I think this is character number of where the error starts. But if you do it through VS Code, it's a lot easier because you can actually visually see, so you don't have to be like, oh, line 9, and then starting at the beginning, I have some error here. Okay, so that's how ESLint works, and in the upcoming lessons we will be configuring ESLint to be more like what we want it to be, because Airbnb is great, but I might not care about all of these things as much as Airbnb does, so I will configure it to how I want it to be. Alright, so in this lesson we're going to go ahead and go through and try to fix all of these errors that we are seeing that are generated by ESLint. So remember, these are the Airbnb guidelines, so they don't exactly line up to how I would necessarily do things, but this is how Airbnb is doing their coding to enforce that all of their developers are coding the same way. So we're just going to follow it along and see how it looks. So let's just go to our debug.js file here, and let's just go one by one. So hover over the first one. So it says button 1 clicked was defined but never used. So that's true. It was defined but it's never used. If this was like a standalone JavaScript file that did something, then that's perfectly fine. But this one is actually used in our HTML file, so it is actually used, but let's just, for the sake of the tutorial here, let's just go ahead and make it so. All right. So now you can see I've executed the command at the bottom here.
which is great. That made the error go away. All right, so let's go ahead and work on the next one. So expected line breaks to be LF but not CRLF. So I think this is due to just Windows, because LF is and CRLF. So let me Google that for you. LF versus CRLF. So CRLF is a carriage return, and LF is for a new line. So the reason I'm getting that is because Windows uses CRLF for its line breaks, but Unix systems uses LF. So Airbnb must be coding on Unix, so they would get LF instead of CRLF, but we're going to just ignore that for right now because we can't really fix that at the moment unless you have a Unix system that you're working on. So if you're working on Windows, then you're going to see this error. If you're working on Linux, then you probably can fix it. So basically to fix it, you would just remove the line break. So remove this line break and then just create a new one on your own. All right, so let's move on to the next one. So expected indentation of 2 spaces but found 4. So that's super easy. So so you see if I do a tab, that gives you 4 spaces, but they actually want 2 spaces instead of tabs. So you can go through and just remove the tab and then just hit space and then the error will go away. Okay, and we will actually, let's just go through and do that on all of them, because we know we will have to. So this is all coding styling standards. So some developers are very adamant about using spaces over tabs, and just kind of go with what your team is doing unless you have a strong preference of one way or another. Okay, so the next one here, strings must use single quotes, and then this one is string must use single quotes. So let's go ahead and start fixing these. So that string must be a single quote. This one must be a single quote. Okay, so you see that error went away, and we're actually going to have to do that for all of them. So let me just take a look real quick. So this is a string. So I'm going to do this the fast way. You need to be careful when you're doing this though. So just do Control F. So find that double quote and replace it with a single quote, and then there's this replace all. So I did a Control F to pull open the menu, put double quote in there, and then hit this little toggle there, and then put single quote there. Make sure there's no spaces before or after it, because that will get added also. And then choose this button over here that says replace all. Okay, awesome. So now I have fixed all of those. Okay, so let's take a look at what the next error is. So line break, yeah. But this one, they're expecting a semicolon, okay? But we're still going to get that line break one if you're on Windows. Let's see what's here. Missing semicolon, okay? And let's see what this is. Unexpected alert. So this is a warning. This is not an error. So usually things like alerts are not great things to add into JavaScript. They're kind of old and ugly, but we're using it for learning purposes. So it's perfectly fine that we keep that in there, but that's probably why they're throwing the error, because alerts are ugly, and usually in a website you're going to use like a modal or something else that looks a lot better than alert. Alright, so this is line breaks. Let's see. used but never or defined but never used. So let's just fix that by just throwing it down there. That's fine. Good. And let's see what this one is. Return. Let's see. Unexpected bar. So it wants us to use let or const. So this we can use. Let's just use let. That's fine. So it says chars is never reassigned, use const instead. So that's fine. So it actually is pretty smart about it. So we use let, but then it's like, yeah, you're never actually changing that. So just use const instead because it doesn't actually change. So works. All right. So line break and a semicolon. So good. So create string is used before it was defined. So create string is down here. So they actually want us to define this before we use it. Let's see, what's this? More line breaks. Okay, and then we have to put a semicolon there. Let's get rid of all these extra line breaks there. Let's see. And then this needs to be 2 spaces. And what's this? Indentation of 0. Awesome. And another line break. Okay, cool. So let's check out this one. So unexpected string concatenation. So why is it doing that? So it doesn't want us to do a string concatenation. That sounds kind of funny, right? Let's see if we can do this. Strings must use single quotes. Interesting. So I am not quite sure what they're expecting here. Unexpected string concatenation. Let me see if I can Google this real fast. Airbnb. So here's the Airbnb rule. So I just Googled unexpected string concatenation for Airbnb. So suggest using template literals instead of string concatenation. So instead of using this format where we're using the plus and all that, they want us to use, this is called a string literal. So let's try that out. So let me dock this over here. Minimize that. Okay, so go ahead and put this backtick here. So this backtick for me is right under the escape key. It's like there's like a little squiggly line over it too. So right next to the 1. And then let's remove this single quote here. So and then we need to do this with the $, and then curly brace, and then curly brace, and then a backtick. Okay. So it looks like that fixed the error, and apparently these two are equivalent. This is just a new ES6 way of doing things. So ES6 is the JavaScript specification. So if you ever hear ES6, just know that that's like the new version of JavaScript. So we can use template literals instead of string concatenation, which is what they want us to do. So what's missing here? Let's see, probably a semicolon. Yep, semicolon. Awesome. So it's good to have Google up if you don't understand what's going on, obviously. So it's a line break, line break, line break, line break, line break. All right, so we're about halfway down here. Let's find this one. So button click was used before it was defined. That's true. Button click is down here. Let's move that up. Let's clean up a little bit here. So I know that this is complaining because of spaces. And this is complaining because of spaces. And same with this. So you can see at this point I understand what I am getting the hang of what they're expecting. So I'm going to start writing my code in the way that they expect off the bat. So that way I don't have to come back and fix all these errors. Trailing spaces not allowed. There we go. And then what's this? Line break, that's fine. And then, all right. So you can see we're having a lot less red right now. And let's see what's here. Unnecessary. So I have 2 semicolons there. All right. So you can see this is the whole point of linting, so that you can quickly see that you're doing something wrong and fix it. And then by habit of doing things the correct way, you are always going to have code that is the way that your team wants it to be, and how it should be going forward. So let me go ahead and add all these semicolons there to start with. Let's see, what is this? Value entered was used before defined again. Okay, so let's cut. Let's paste it down here. Awesome. And let's do this one. This one is going to be const probably. Good. And this one is unexpected string concatenation. So let's do that once again. So backtick, $, curly brace, then remove that single quote, and put a backtick. And we need a semicolon here and a semicolon there. Okay, go ahead and save that. All right, so this is clean now. If, like I said, on Windows, I have really no way of fixing those line break things, and I want this alert to be there, so I'll leave those there. But that's the only type of error I have right now is the line breaks. So I think I am good to go. In the next section, I will be going over how to change the rules. So I can actually get rid of this pesky line break rule. And you know me, I don't like putting semicolons at the ends of my my code there like that, because since they're not actually required, I don't feel like they need to be there. But that's just me. So I will also disable that, but I will show you that in the next lesson. Alright, so let's wrap up this section by learning how to update rules. So remember we had some of these rules that like these line breaks and these semicolons that you may or may not want, and even these like quotes. So I was using double quotes and they want single quotes, but let's go ahead and open up our ESLint RC here. So you can see there's a rules section down here. And then we're going to need to open up ESLint also. So let's go over to user guide and rules. And here are all types of rules. So you can see there's like errors, best practices, variables, and stylistic things, and whatever. So let's see if I can find CLR, let's see, LF. Alright, not finding it there. So line break, enforce consistent line breaks. So I'm not finding the exact one that I want there, so I will have to search a little bit more, but let's try for semi disallow unnecessary semicolons, so that's good, we want that. Require or disallow semicolons, so that's probably the one that we want. So if you go ahead and click on that, let's see, you can see that with or without, and options, always, never. So always require semicolons at the end of the statement, never disallow semicolons at the end of statements. And let's see, so examples of incorrect code. So with always set, then this is going to error because there's no semicolon there. And then with always set, this is going to pass. And then with never set, that's going to happen. So let's go ahead and do that first. So inside of rules, hit the enter, and then do double quotes, and then type in semi, then colon, and then you can see it actually gave us some options here. So error, warn, and off. So let's just do off here and do save, and let's see what happens here. So I think I need to put a space there. Let's see here. Okay, there you go. So you can see that I removed the semicolon now, and it's not throwing the semicolon error anymore. It's still throwing the line break error, but what I can do is I can just Control F and then semicolon, and this is probably not something that you typically want to do with semicolons because sometimes we actually do need them, but all of these are at the end of lines that I can remove easily, so I'm just gonna bulk remove them. Alright. Okay, so that one is fixed. So let's see if we can find that line break one, because that's bothering me. Alright. So operate a line break. So right here. So enforce consistent line break styles. So let's see. After, before. Let's see. So incorrect. So after option. So this is if you can have a line break before or after something. So let's just play around with this a little bit. So let's see if we can get that to go away. So let's put a comma here after this, and then put line break style. And then let's try off. Alright. Oops. And go back to our debug.js. Hey, look! All those errors are gone now. Let's see what this one is. New line required at the end, so that's perfectly fine. So there we go. So I've gone ahead and updated the rules. So now, Windows user here, I am not getting those weird line break errors, and we can probably get rid of this warning too. So let's see. Let's see if we can just find it in here. So it seems pretty smart. So alert. So no alert, and then off, and save that, and there we go. So that warning is gone too, because we want to allow alerts in this code. So there we go. So we're using Airbnb style, but we've modified it a bit to work with how we want to do things. And even if we wanted to like allow string concatenation, we can change this one too. But I'm going to leave that as is. Let me show you where the Airbnb styles are actually. So in the left side here, you can see node modules. So expand that, and let's scroll down until we find ESLint config Airbnb base. Open that up, and then you can see there's a rules folder here. So in this rules folder, there's a bunch of JS files. So if you go into each one, you can see these are the rules. So you can see all sorts of things. Let's see, style, variables. Let's see. No label bar. Disallows labels that share a name with the variable. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So if you want to look through here, you can see what they've actually set. Do not edit these though, because editing these would not be helpful, because these are being downloaded when you do that. When we did that npm install, these are being downloaded at that time. So if you were to share this project with your neighbor, he wouldn't get any of these changes that are in here, because when he's going to do an npm install, it's going to grab whatever is out on the server, out on the internet, for what the values are. So you cannot change it here. If you want to change things, you have to do it in the ESLint rc.json to override the rules, and then you can give him that file, because then he would have that locally. But do not edit any of these, because they would change on your system, but they wouldn't be changed on anybody else's system. So pretty much this is for you to view only. Don't change it, because it's not very helpful for you to change it. But it's a good place to kind of look to see what there is. Okay, so in this section we're going to be going over unit testing. So first of all, let's talk about what unit testing is. So unit testing is basically testing the smallest piece of code that you can possibly test. So in our case, these are going to be tests against specific functions. Okay, so since a function is pretty simple, it has a few inputs and then it has at least one output usually. That's what we're going to be testing, and that's what unit tests are typically on. So unit tests are also typically automated. So what that means is that when you run your code, there are frameworks out there that automatically will test your function to make sure that what you've done elsewhere in the code hasn't broken the functionality of that particular function that you wrote before. Alright, so a quick note about difference between unit versus integration. So integration testing is going to be when you have multiple pieces working together. So for example, when we have our index.html that uses a function on our JavaScript file, that would be an integrated test because the function is integrated with the web page itself. That would not be a unit test. That would be an integration test. Write that down here for you. Okay, so we are going to do like a very simple unit testing of some functions together here. We're not going to use any frameworks because I just want you to kind of understand the basic concepts, and I don't want to have to go into the overhead of using frameworks and learning how to use those. That would be something for a different course, but for us right now, just to kind of understand what unit testing is and kind of how it works. Let's talk quickly about types of tests, right? So unit tests are always going to have an actual versus expected. All right, so actual is what the application or what the function actually returned, and then the expected is what you expect it to return. And let's see, anything else to think about? So let's do types. I think I was going to write types of tests here. So types of things to test is just we call them like happy path, right? So happy path would be things like normal operation. Normal operation like adding two numbers, right? Okay. It would just be like anything that would be considered a normal operation, or what the user is supposed to do. So imagine that a user knows how your code is supposed to work and always is going to do exactly what your code is expecting it to do. So that would be a happy path. More of a negative path, right? This would be things like add a letter to a number. Okay, so we know in JavaScript if you try to add a letter to a number, it's just going to concatenate them together, and it's not going to do an actual true addition. So that is going to be a negative path. That would in this case, it's not going to break your code, but in other cases, it could potentially break your code, and your function would just stop and you would get an error in the console. Okay, so that's just kind of a little short intro of what unit testing is. Let's go ahead and create a function for our testing that we're going to be using for the next activity and for your assignment. So let's say function for unit testing, and you can use this in the future, but if you're going to get heavily into unit testing, I would suggest picking up one of the many frameworks out there and kind of using that, because it has a lot of built-in things, and it's makes this a lot easier and more accurate. So let's go ahead and let's do function, and then we'll just call it test. And then we're going to take two things. So remember, we need actual versus expected. So I'm going to do expected first. So expected is the first parameter, and then actual is the second. And let's just do a simple, so if expected, and then I'm going to do the triple equal signs, equals actual, then what we're going to just do is we're going to do a console.log, and then we're going to say test passed, and then we're going to say expected plus is equal to, and then let me actually put some labels here. So actual. All right, expected. All right, so you can see it's comparing the two the values here. So the one that you provided, that's going to be hard-coded, and then this one is going to be the gotten from the function itself, and then it's comparing them, and if they're both the same, then we're going to say test passed expected plus the value of expected is equal to actual, and then I need to put one of these here, and let me make sure I got all my spaces and everything looks good. And then else we'll say console.log, and then we'll say test failed, and we'll do expected plus expected is not equal to actual. Actual. Let's see here. All right. So test failed, expected blop is not equal to actual. And I'm actually going to add one more parameter here. I'm going to add a name. So this is going to be the name of the test. So I'll say name plus, and just like that. Okay, so what's going to happen here is it's going to say test 1, test passed. So just kind of give it a name, so that way when we have, if we only have one test, it's easy to understand what the test was, but when you have more than one, then it's nice to have like a label so that you know the actual condition that you're testing. So let's do that. Let me add a few comments in here so you can copy these in here also. So name is title of test. Let's see, and then I think that's good. And then let's just say this is a simple function to test for equality. Okay. All right, so running that by itself is not going to be any use to us. So let's create a function here just for testing this. So let's just do a function, and then let's call this, we're going to make a very horrible function here. So function, we'll just call this blah. That's always kind of my placeholder there. And then we're just going to say num here, and basically we're going to just return num. So like I said, it's a very horrible function. We're just passing in a number and returning that number. All right, and then our test is going to be, so we're going to do test, and then so the first thing is a name. So let's say test if the number input is the same as the output. Okay, and then next thing is going to be our expected. So we're going to actually put blah in here, and then we're going to put a number, so passing it 2, and then our actual. So our actual should just be 2, right? And let me, instead of doing this, I'm going to do a new line just so that's a little cleaner there. Okay, so let me open up our JS console, and let me save this here. All right, so let's just grab all of this and paste that in and go ahead and hit enter. All right, so test if the number input is the same as the output. So there's the title, and then on the next line it says test passed, expected 2 is equal to actual 2. So that's fine. So the wording is kind of weird. Expected 2 is equal to actual 2, but you kind of get the picture. Let's go ahead and add another test here. So let's do test. So let's just make it fail just to make sure that everything is correct. So test if I'm just going to copy this and change the values because it's going to be the exact same test. And then let's put 1 here and go ahead and hit enter. So it says test failed, expected 1 is not equal to actual 2. So actually I have my parameters mixed up here. So I was supposed to put so this is backwards here. So expected is the first parameter, and then actual is the second. So I had it swapped. So let me do this one more time. So let's see here. So expected 2, there we go. So test failed, expected 2 is not equal to actual 1. So that's correct. And so you can see here that the test failed, but the test didn't fail because the function wasn't correct. The test failed because my test was not correct. So you need to kind of pay attention to things like that. So either your output is incorrect or sometimes your test is incorrect. Let me fix some formatting here. So I'm going to put a colon there and there. And let's see here. All right, so that looks good. So go ahead and copy this. We're going to be using this in the next activity going forward. All right, let's do a quick activity here before I set you loose on your own assignment. So I've already gone ahead and copied over that test function that we created in the last section here. Let's go ahead and create a new function. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a very simple calculator, and when I say simple, it's only going to have one thing that it can do, and that is add. So we're just going to call this add, and then we'll have num1, and num2. Those are pretty obvious of what you need there. And then what we're going to do here is keep this simple, so return num1 plus num2. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's just grab that part and stick that into, let's put this over here. There we go. Okay, so let's just grab this function here and let's put this in here, and then let's just give it a quick test. So 1 and 2, that should give us 3, and that works perfectly fine. Okay, so let's create some tests here. So what I like to do is I like to put a kind of stage out my tests before I write them. So let's call out these tests. So first one will be, let's do the happy path ones, right? So let's do 1 plus 1, or let's say, what would the title be? Let's say 2 positive whole numbers. Okay, and then the next one would be 1 0 and a number greater than 0. Okay, and then let's do two-digit numbers, and then let's do a single digit and a double digit number. And let's do something else here. So let's do a positive and a negative number. And then let's do a decimal number and a whole number. Okay, awesome. So those are kind of like our normal scenarios there. Let's do another one for, let's start getting into the weird stuff here. So let's do a number string plus a number, and then a string plus a string, and then let's do a boolean plus a string. Let's just see what these things do, and then let's see what happens if missing a parameter, and actually that would be argument, missing an argument, then missing both arguments. And let's see what else is here. Let's just do things like spelled function. No, let's not do that one. Let me think. Okay, I think that should be good. So right now, if you guys want to take a stab at all of these and just kind of create our test calls for each one, these are the names of each of those tests, and then expected would be the number, would be the value that you expect to happen, and then actual would be the value that actually happened by calling this function here. So if you want to go ahead and give it a try, go ahead and pause this video and then come back once you are done. Otherwise, follow along. Okay, so let's get going here. So let's just do test, and then I'm going to grab this real quick here, copy, first one is expected, so I'm just going to leave that blank for a second because I don't know what I'm adding. So add, and then let's do 1 and 2. So expected for this one would be 3. Alright, so let's do the next one, test. And I'm going to go very quickly here because it's a lot of repetition building out these tests, but this is very valuable. So a 0 plus a number greater than 0, so I'll do 1 and then add 0, 1, and test, copy, and let's see, two two-digit numbers, so let's do 25 here and then say add 10 and 15. Alright. Go ahead and copy. So test. And a single and a double digit number, so let's do 17 and add 2 and 15. That's fine. Alright. So now let's get into this one. So test, positive and negative numbers, so let's just say 3, and then let's do add. So 4 and negative 7 would give me negative 3, so let's do it the other way. Negative 4 and 7 would give me 3. Okay, copy, so oops, test. So this one is a decimal and a whole number, so let's do 2.5. So add 2 and 0.5. And let's keep on going, almost done here. So a number string plus a number. So test. So let's see if you guys know what's going to happen here. So I'm just going to say 4. Actually, I'll do 5. And then add. And then we'll do 2. And then 3. Okay. And then test. Let's see. Oops. A string plus a string. So let's say 22 here. Let's do 25 here. So let's do add 2 and 5. And test. And boolean plus a string, so what would happen there? So let's just leave that blank for right now. So add, say true and high. So let's see, let me take a guess and think that might be what happens there. And then test. So I'm missing an argument. So this would be, I'm just going to say null here, and then add, just say 1, and then 1 more. So test, so I'm missing both arguments. So null here and add, and good to go. Alright. So I have all my tests out here. Let's go ahead and grab all of this and paste it into here. And go ahead and enter. So you can see we have our output. So test pass, so 2 positive whole numbers, good. So test pass 1, 0 and a number greater than 0, great. Test 2-digit numbers, test pass, so expected 25, actual 25, alright. So single digit and double digit number, so test passed. Positive and negative number, test passed. A decimal number and a whole number, so test passed. and a string plus a number. So we got it expected 5, but actual was 23. So let's take a look at that one. So a string plus a number. So in this case, when you're adding a string to anything, it becomes concatenation. So this is a failed, but also you would probably want to make your calculator better so that you couldn't put in strings. So I'm going to say fail, but you should check for type in your function. So that's fine. So we'll just leave that as that. So that's something we know we need to resolve. All right. So a string plus a string. So let's see. And I didn't actually make these strings, so that's why. 2 and 5. So we'll come back to that in a second. Let's see. A boolean plus a string. So test passed, so it did just concatenate those two things. Alright, missing an argument. So expected, so what we got was not a number, which is fine because it's trying to add 1 to not a number because it's undefined. So that's fine. So we'll just update our test there, and same thing with the other one. There's trying to add 2 things that are not numbers, and that's why it failed. So I went ahead and updated that one. Let's go ahead and refresh, and let's run the whole thing again. All right. So let's see. String plus a string. Expected 25 is not equal to 25. So that's correct because that second 25 is our expected is a number, and then the actual was a string. So once again failed, but you should check for the type. And then this one is still failing. I'm not quite sure why, but that's okay. So what I'm going to note here is failed, but you should ensure all required values are present. Okay, so that's a failed, but now we know we have a problem with the code. Alright, so in unit testing, what you're going to want to do is that you want to make sure that all of your tests are passing. So some of these things we would throw out. So like these negative type of things, it should give us an error instead of us like going in and actually fixing them. So you see, so like this one is passed, but should be checking type. So all of these here should, we would put a return on this add function to say that you can't use that type of value, or you're missing parameters, or something like that, and that would be the expected, and that's how you would make these tests pass. All right. Congratulations on completing this course. You have come a long way and learned so much JavaScript. Be proud to call yourself a JavaScript developer, and remember to add that skill to your resume. You may ask yourself, what do I do next? That depends on the track that you want your career to take. If you want to become a web developer, make sure you know HTML and CSS. The core to web development is foundational knowledge and practice in JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. If you are a QA and are wanting to use JavaScript to improve your testing with automation, then you need to check out one of the many test automation frameworks out there that use JavaScript. Examples of frameworks are Protractor, WebDriver.io, Nightwatch.js, or Cypress.io. Or if you want to move on to Node.js development, then you have the foundational knowledge to start learning and building Node applications. Once again, congratulations on completing this course.